It's great.
It's like a kid's tea party, you know, when it's
Are we yeah, like at school.
We thought it might just be pretend tea party.
Yeah, pretend.
Do not drink the tea. That's like a sign in the back.
It's a prop.
Yeah. Flowers are beautiful.
Yeah, they're really pretty. So Josh and I went to the Middlesex show last night with them, which actually went to.
Brilliant. Can we talk about it?
I was there. What? Yeah, I've got some images and stuff of the kids that are. Because they've been. It's not even like we've said you need to think about sustainability. They've been really good.
That's awesome.
Just their working practices and.
Do you think that, I have so many questions about that because I think there's, I'm working at the moment with sustainable solutions. I'm trying to get the big brands to adopt. Oh my God, that was such a switch. But you're right. You're like, let me show you my sleeves. I don't want to answer that, but I'm going to show you my sleeve. I just think it's so much easier for the younger generation to start from the begining rather than having to pivot. Because I can tell you, having the big brands don't really want to. They talk a good game, but it's when it comes down to it.
I think the biggest problem is there's no one's willing to give up to share their sustainable tricks and contacts and places where they buy fabric and manufacturers, and it's like
they want to keep it within that.
When the kids go to graduate to show themselves at the new gen, that woman, also a lady who's amazing, that expert and stuff. Yeah. But she's like, why haven't you thought about this? And it's like, because nobody's given anyone a database of where to get stuff.
Well, I can help with that. I'm trying to help do that. That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
And I think there should be,
To be fair, I don't think the brands actually have necessarily a database. I think they have.
No, not at all. But it's like, there's so much things that people could share.
Yeah.
So it's just an open document somewhere where you could say, 10 places where you can get, recycled nylon.
You're giving me a good idea. I'm going to work on that.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. Because even if there's the intention, it's not always easy to... And also there's no... anyone you talk to will say that there's no silver bullet. It's not like there's an absolute standard.
No.
So there's degrees of good and degrees of bad.
But it should feel like a journey and not a competition, where it's more like we can all help each other instead of being like, oh, our green policy is so much better than yours.
Yeah, that's true. That's such a fashion
it is,
way
isn't
of approaching it, isn't it? So should we talk about shows, guys? Should we dive in?
Do you want to have a little look at some of the Andrew sent us some of the Middlesex images? Because I feel like this weekend's quite a kind of
busy
graduate bonanza.
Yeah, really. It was good. Do you? I always think when you see graduate shows, then you kind of feel you're like, oh yeah, that's what fashion shows are about. You're like, that's how it should be. That's what it's all about. It's just about showing the idea. It's the kind of theater of it. But then somehow when it gets on an industrial scale, it just feels like it changes a lot. But I should say I don't really want to be negative about fashion shows because I think the reality is they are probably necessary and a big part of how our industry works.
Yeah.
And I think it would be just really interesting to piece apart why are they the way they are right now? And I don't think it's just a question of everyone's like, oh, they haven't changed at all. They've changed a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. They just haven't maybe changed in the ways that we thought they would during COVID or before COVID.
Exactly.
They're changing as we speak.
Yeah, and it is that thing though where it could be employing 6,000 people to do one show. It's a lot of jobs.
It's a lot of jobs.
It's keeping a lot of people with a roof over their head and money in their pocket. So it's not like we could just start cancel doing shows tomorrow because it's just that's working backwards. That's not right. But we might get to that stage where there's everything's solar.
But also, do you think? Because I don't really know that virtual shows are. There were some really good ones. Don't get me wrong, but it's does that really replace?
No, and it costs just as much money, just as much effort, just as much electricity.
And in some ways,
carbon footprint out the window. It's not any easier or cheaper.
Sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, especially if you're a student, right? Because then to get a good quality production is really hard.
Yeah, it's just as hard, especially students who don't have infinite resources. And it is the thing of when it becomes spectacle and when there is actually money involved and it's the platform It's a platform to get to bring your ideas to fruition.
Yeah, and also to get feedback. I always think like when you have a meeting that's in person, it has a completely different resonance than when you're seeing someone over Zoom. And because I do a lot of both, and I think fashion shows are similar. Like an in-person experience is different. But I guess my question for the group or for the audience out there listening is just, do we want to be really intentional about this? Because I think what's happening is that if you look back to the beginnings of the fashion show, it goes back to couture, right?
Yeah.
It was a group of very privileged women.
Yeah.
It wasn't like open to everybody, who were going to buy this stuff. They were going to see the clothes. There may be some journalists there in the mix.
Yeah, there was no showpieces.
It wasn't really about it wasn't the shocking moment. It was very kind of, it was very privileged. It was very, about looking what you were going to buy. And then if we kind of move that forward, we have the evolution of ready to wear, and then obviously Saint Laurent, and then that whole shift to the Versailles show. That maybe is, I don't know if that's the point where it changed. If there's a fashion historian out there that wants to disagree with me, but I think that's kind of around the time that starts to change. And then you see the shows start to feel this like statement. And that's, it seems to start around there, and it just keeps amplifying. And then it's no longer really so much for fashion editors anymore, right? It's for the social universe out there, which is why we see all these.
It's not for those people that studied for 4 years and learnt their craft.
Right.
It's about picking up a phone.
Yeah. But so where do we think we want to go with this? Where are we now? What do you guys think? Like, I think this is. I wonder if we can inject some intentionality. Where would you like it to go?
I love the word intention. This year, I feel like it's come up a lot because we really do have to think about what we're doing, what we want to say, what we want to produce. When we have conversations about sustainability and literally the world burning, does this have to be a show? Does this have to be a presentation? Does this even have to exist within this context?
So more self-editing?
Self-editing, I think we as the industry and as people need to get out of this content creation bubble we're finding ourselves in because of social media. I think it's completely rotted so many people's brains.
Yeah.
As we're streaming live on
YouTube. But it's because people just want more, and people can't get enough, and people don't want to sit and ruminate about something that exists. They want to see what happens next. And I think we really need to get out of that mindset. And I think fashion as an ecosystem right now is so heavily into that creation mindset, that newness mindset of we need to keep their attention, we need to keep the audience by constantly producing. And that's beyond collections, that's imagery, that's film, that's literally everything, which is why there are so many brands. At fashion in general, I wouldn't say this London men's because it's quite sparse. But I do think we need to.
There's too many shows, just say it.
There are, oh my god, there's too many shows.
But who's going to be the one to pick them off? Can you judge them you're over? That's the hard part. I think there's this reluctance. Nobody wants to be that person, and none of the fashion councils want to do that. And, who wants to do that?
No. But it used to just be twice a year.
Right.
Autumn, winter, spring, summer.
Now?
And now we have cruise and pre, and it's like, people can be on this never-ending treadmill. And, these designers want to outdo their last one, so they show in a different territory.
Yeah.
Often it's, tons of people on a plane to another country.
Yep.
For 8 to 10 minutes, and it's like, do we have to see it all the time?
Yeah, but that's the thing with intention, because these cruise shows, these resort shows, these pre-whatever shows that are all over the world, that
should be a new category. Pre-whatever, whatever it's pre for, it's a pre.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Those collections are always the most, I think, conservative amongst the
I
fashion.
often like them better.
Guess what? They're the most commercially viable.
Yeah, commercially
So I
viable.
can tell you, having worked in e-commerce, those are the ones that make the cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, but years ago,
But then shouldn't that just exist as spring summer?
It used to. It used to be kind of the collection that would feed in, drip in, like an IV, drip
Yeah.
into store seamlessly. So it didn't make a big fuss.
No.
We didn't have a show. It was
No.
sort of the filler
No.
to keep new items coming in. That was the kind of retail
Yeah.
model. Now it's changed because, I mean, again, I think the audience has changed. And I think that's coming back to what you were saying around social. But I think we have to kind of be, I mean, it's interesting when you talk to people who, like me, who've been in this industry quite a long time, have benefited from it. I've made my living out of it, so I feel like I can't be too critical. I've participated in it. But it's, you know, if it'd be like, oh, the editors all just want to go and have a nice time. And I think, okay, fair enough, that's part of it. I think it's the big teapot that's been filled out. Then I also think, I mean, why, just, I guess, yeah, why are we doing it this way? Are the brands just doing this so they have content online? Is it, because who are they persuading? Who's the audience of those? Is just people looking at social? I'm not actually sure that
it's
is
bags
even
and
the
shoes.
case.
I swear to God, it's bags and
Yeah.
shoes. It's flogging bags and shoes. It's another way to get a bag and a shoe in.
Yeah.
Years ago, there would be mini pre-collection shows, but it would be just for clients.
Right.
And it, you know, Michael Kors would do something with the
Yeah.
department store, and 20 of the best customers would come and see it.
Yeah.
And the orders on the back of these shows would keep these stores going because not everyone buys the other collections
Yeah,
in
the
stores. But these private orders, particularly for women's wear, was where they'd make their shows, make their money. Sorry. So
Yeah.
I think now it's kind of like, oh, but let's get the press and let's show
because
these
it isn't private
people.
now. It's
And it's great that it's for everybody, but it's like, God, you could just film this.
exactly. I think we have to talk about, I guess, the circus around influencers and the influencer model as, I think, the core of what Fashion Week is right now, and we've really built towards
Yeah.
making them the authoritative voices in
Yeah.
fashion and in style and
Yeah.
lifestyle, when I think a lot of them don't really care.
Some of them don't. Some of them do.
No, I think some of them that I've got to meet and talk to over the years, I have a lot of respect
Yeah.
for. It's their job. They're really knowledgeable about how things are made, fabrication. You know, they're really interested in helping people and promoting, you know, smaller industries and stuff, and keeping crafts alive and
Yeah.
stuff, and all of that kind of thing. But there obviously are those that it's a product and it's a smile and it's, you know, there's nothing.
Yeah.
The intent is money, and
Yeah.
you know, it's just this little false world that they've created, and
Yeah.
you know, and it all looks beautiful and they're having a great time, and actually they're in a one-bedroom flat in Hollywood. Do you know what I mean?
I agree. I think that look, there's always this. I feel like when influencers started to be at the shows, there was a lot of resistance from the old school editors, of which I guess at the time I probably was in the earlier generation of that group. But I remember the backlash was like it felt very knee-jerk, like get off my patch type vibes. And I also understand that, because like these are people who spent their whole lives learning about, you know, dedicating themselves to the craft of fashion,
Yeah.
to the history of fashion.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, it's not really about that anymore. And so on one level, I understand their resistance. And on the other hand, now they've all just given up. And it's like, you've got the Kardashians on the cover of Vogue. I mean, there was that same resistance to that, right? So that ship has sailed. I think that what's interesting is how it's evolved. Like,
Yeah.
so there are obviously some influencers who really know their stuff. They know their stuff better than many fashion editors, or at least in the sense that they know what real people are concerned about. So not so much maybe.
Yeah, and that's
you know?
that's really
And that's valid
interesting,
and
because it's less
interesting.
elitist,
Right.
which is great.
My objection, and this is true for influencers, it's true for fashion editors, it's true for anybody, it's this fakeness that you've talked about. I don't love this idea. Like, there was maybe a time before my time, frankly, where it felt like there was an actual group of people that would go to show. There was no street style, or very little street style.
Yeah.
And it was just about, what is your feeling about the show? Nobody had their phones up. It was like, what's the visceral feeling? And that's what I feel like is kind of a shame. We've lost that, like, it just feels like,
Yeah.
it feels fake. I think
nobody can seem to watch a show because everyone has to have so many talents now. It's like, you know,
I think that's really
I joined this just to, you know, because I loved fashion, I loved styling, and I loved that kind of thing. I didn't consider myself a digital editor. I didn't want to be able to have to video content and stuff. I'm terrible at things like that. It's like, you know, but unfortunately, if you've got a position, a title these days, you have to do everything.
Yeah.
And you're feeding content, you know, there's very little magazines that have like 6 or 8 staff to do that kind of thing. It's a lot.
It's true, it's really a lot. But, I mean, you're right. It's like, where's the criticism? Where's the feedback loop? Is that even there? If everybody's like, it's great, you know, if they're paid to go, they can't be critical. And let's be fair, the editors were the same, because advertisers dictated how critical, and still how critical fashion editors can be. So it's not that different, but there's a level of education and immersion that maybe isn't there for to your point.
Yeah. No, we've gone from, I remember when we all first started with camera phones, and maybe it was like trying to take pictures on a BlackBerry at a Dal Chodha show, and the security trying to stop people as the show was going on.
Does anyone in the audience need to know what a BlackBerry is? So what a BlackBerry is.
God, we might need a glossary for a granny here.
It's an ancient phone.
It's an ancient phone with a really good keyboard. I think that's worth saying right now.
Oh, I miss my
Really
BlackBerry
good
so
keyboard.
much.
I miss a keyboard.
I miss the keyboard. Little, like, it would tick tack.
We could chat so fast. It was so good.
Click, 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 click. We'll bring that back, Andrew. We'll bring it back. Yeah, you're right. But how do you feel the students, like when they're showing, how do they feel about their show experience now? Like, because obviously they don't have that reference point to compare. Like, they must.
So I've been fortunate enough to work with the final year students from Middlesex. And men's and women's wear students. They did their show last night at college. They showed on their friends. So it was really great because it wasn't that stress of casting and models, and actually it felt like there was a bit more of a community in the college and stuff. We were running around college just asking anyone to model and stuff, and people genuinely excited. Then I think they were regretting it when they were in the lineup, thinking what. But it wasn't in front of the whole of the world, you know. It was it was filmed obviously, but it was, you know, friends and family, a few industry people and stuff. But working with them and watching their practices and stuff, it really amazed me on how fast they are adapting to making their collections in a sustainable way, and how they think about it and stuff.
What did they do? What were some of the parts? Because
for me, some of the stuff is really obvious, like toiling on a mannequin this big instead of a standard size Stockman. So you're using a little bit of calico as opposed to meters of calico. And also reducing the amount of times that you remake a garment and stuff, because you could do 8 versions of a garment and still not get it. And it's like, instead of watching them struggle, I think at Middlesex we're very good at going in and saying, actually, this is what's wrong. It'd be great if you had the time to find out the problems yourself, but if we can just show you exactly what it is, and it cut down on so much time. And I think that was really impressive. And then just the way that they wanted to adapt to using recycled garments, recycled fabrics and stuff. I can show you.
Yeah, let's have a look.
I can show you a few of them. So Dal Chodha, incredible crafted maker, makes sportswear, performance wear, active wear in a contemporary way, but just went to second-hand stores, took lots, and you kind of think, oh, it's going to look really chopped together and stuff, and he's very considerate about the way he did it. He broke down every garment to a flat form and then reconstructed it. One of his garments was a curtain, and it was dip-dyed, and we all thought, God, this is going to look like a dip-dyed curtain. We know what that's going to be like. And the way that he cut it and panelled it and put it together, it was the most beautiful two-piece garment. And I was like, that's really impressive.
It's impressive that you had that vision, because I feel like that's not...
Yeah. And all the hardware was second-hand. He found a swing, so he used the rope from a swing. It was literally, nothing was new. It was all donated, gifted. And I think often you kind of think it's going to look patchy catchy, hippie, you know, that kind of thing. And it just looked really modern. And one of his ways also was reducing the amount of patterns he made. So he made one jacket pattern, and then the rest of the top bits were all interchangeable. So it was like he cut down 3 patterns and stuff. So he became a bit of a reductionist as well. And we were just like, this is so smart. Other ones I can show you.
I actually hate to interrupt our afternoon tea, but I'm going to get ready to go to some shows today as a quick recap of what's going on.
You can go and report back.
Yeah, let's do that.
Roving reporter.
Yeah, I'll report back. I'll see you later. So,
Bye,
like,
guys.
so if you guys want to leave it on, if you leave
Good
it on
to
this
see you.
images, and then we can carry on going through.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Is that who's modeling, by the way? Speaking of models,
We
is that
models
him?
from D1 Models.
Yeah,
We work with them really closely. They're really great kids, really new kids. The owner agent has a great eye and stuff, and it was almost like there kind of was a real realness to these kids as well. It was something really special.
Do you think that's? I mean, coming back to like this idea of the fakeness versus the realness. I mean, yeah, I don't think a lot of people decide to go to fashion school because it's like not fake, but you know, they're interested in the authentic expression for themselves, for other people, whatever. They're not interested in what.
I mean, I loved them because I was like, the first time I met them, I was like, just ask us, you've got to ask lots of questions. I was like, it's the only way you're going to move forward. I was like, living in your own bubble and creating your own world is really great, but in 2023, you've got to get out there and you've got to ask questions, and you can't be a wallflower. And when I first came to London, I knew nobody and I couldn't talk to. I was so shy, and I was like, I forced myself.
I can't imagine you being super shy.
Oh my god, I was so shy. I had no friends in London. I remember on the first day at college, I didn't speak to anyone because I thought, God, they don't want to talk to me. And I felt really insecure. And slowly I started chatting to people, and we had similar interests, and we loved similar designers. I think we all bonded over Westwood, and then we did these shopping trips, and then I gained this confidence. And then I watched a few people in fashion and the way they operated and chatted, and I thought, I can do that. And it took over my 4 years at St Martin's, it took that time to get that confidence.
That's really good advice. I think you're right, actually, because there's this idea that somehow a fashion designer or a successful brand is just born overnight. And I think I realize, and maybe the show, we can bring this back to the shows and the students you were talking about, because all those small decisions that you were talking about that the student made, those were all probably going to inform what he does next and how he builds on those things. And
definitely.
I think that's something that it's not so much advice, but I've just noticed that when you've seen a designer, like, you know, seeing when I first moved to London and I would go to McQueen shows, I think it was my first were around 2006, and you know, even as fully formed and perfect as those shows were, I saw them evolve as well.
Yeah, and they were rough around the edges to start with. It was mad, yeah.
So you kind of look back and you think that these designers have this monolithic talent. It's like it was just there all along, and okay, probably to some degree he was a bit, but they built. You know, everyone needs to build on things and grow. And I think to your point about being open, asking for feedback, I think it's one of the things that's unfortunately it's become really, it seems to me at least, very hard for people to be honest about shows.
Yeah.
And I don't mean just mean, I don't mean like negative.
No.
But how can there's no place where there can be an exchange like that happens at fashion school, right?
Yeah.
Where you're as a student, you're open, you want to know what people think, you're taking that feedback on or not.
Yeah.
But either way, you're hearing some information, and if they're your students, they're taking it on, and then they're growing from that.
Yeah.
What happens when you're like a big designer? You either like get it right or you get fired. Like it's much, feels to me it's a shame that there isn't more.
There's no room.
Tradition for feedback.
Also, when you look back at Lee's graduation.
Bring on the cakes. Yes.
When you look back at Lee's graduation, that was rough around the edges. It wasn't that. That silhouette wasn't there yet. Do you know what I mean? It was, but there was something, and I think that's what I see in a lot of these graduates. I can see something, and I know that they're onto something. Yeah. And I say to them, don't get precious about your work. If there's something that's not working, we're going to tell you straight away. Yeah. You're not the best editor of your own work. I can't edit my own work. I'm terrible. If I had to edit a portfolio or presentation of my own work, I need someone else to do it, because you hold on to something that's really special to you.
You're supposed to kill your darlings in writing, right? You're supposed, and I think there's some truth in that in fashion too.
Yeah, and actually they were very good at taking criticism, and you do it in a very tactful way. I think, you know, these are students that didn't have access to the college in the first year because it was COVID. They slowly trickled in the second year, so they were only together in a studio with other people in their final year. So all of that was a struggle to get used to as well.
You're right, actually. I would love to hear from some students about that experience. I would love to understand what that was like. I guess for them, they don't know otherwise, so it's not as if they can compare.
No.
But in my mind, like I remember being in art school in the US, and I was in a painting course, so I was in the studio by myself the whole day. And I was very intentional. I made a decision that I would switch to performing arts because, like, I realized I couldn't handle being in a room by myself the whole day.
Yeah.
It was just as simple as that. And then when I found kind of fashion later on, I was like, oh man, this is everything. This is like the art and the performing arts, and the social scene, and it's all of those things together. Yeah. So I think that, you know, you have to understand yourself too and where you thrive.
Yeah. Also, I think within the group, you know, a few of them loved the McQueen, and so like myself, you bond over these things, and you don't feel that your likes and your desires and your wishes and stuff are so niche, because you almost feel a bit like, oh God, I'm sticking my neck out here, you know. And so they bonded over lots of things, but it's also that thing where it's like, be inspired and love a designer, but let's not start doing that shoulder and that jacket shape that was last season, you know what I mean? Because they do absorb it, definitely. And of course, it's hard to say to them, oh God, that looks really like something, you know.
There should almost be like, I'd love to see designers, I mean, I don't know, I can't speak, I'm not a designer, so I don't know what that's like, but I suppose the stakes are just higher when you're leading a brand and you don't feel that you can. It's not just about taking artistic criticism at that point anyway, it's about commercial decisions getting made or not made, and so maybe it's just harder to take that criticism.
Yeah. And almost it's like those decisions are now the CEO decisions. I mean, remember I was watching the Gucci show, and I really liked it because I could buy every piece and it was great, and a lot of the younger kids were like, this is not what it was like before, and it was like, it's about commerce for next year. And the new guy that started in his first collections in September, it can't be bells and whistles. It's got to be, you know, he's the beautiful gown kid at Valentino, and
it's true. It's going to be different, right?
That's what it's going to be like.
Super interesting. But you were about to tell me about another student. Do you want to?
Can I?
You want the keyboard?
Gillian, could you just help us with some vision mixing?
I think that was.
Christina is.
Okay, that was the camera. Sorry.
You make sure it's plugged in.
Sorry.
You want to just take me through some images first?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I should have thought about that. Apologies, y'all.
Good. Grace, could you text Christina because she needs to vision mix? Sure.
That didn't occur to me.
There is tea.
I'll have some.
I'd love it.
So how many students are there?
I think there was about 30 students.
Do they get on, or are they sort of friends? Some of them.
And I was thinking, what were we like at college? Did we have like gangs? Did we hate each other? And I was like, I actually tried to get on with everybody.
Yeah.
And I did have my favourites. I was a mature student, so I gravitated towards people who were a bit more my age.
Sure.
But it was quite interesting what kids were into. Kids as in, you know, the 19, 20-year-olds. I was quite a few years older than them and stuff. But yeah, there are gangs. So there are a few. There was some Croatian students and stuff, so that they were a little faction, and there were some kids from Spain and Portugal, so there was a couple of Italians, so they kind of stuck together, but they got on, I think, which was good, and they were actually really kind to each other, which I was so surprised about.
That's really great.
That they would help each other, you know, because when you do like a one-to-one, someone else has to take notes, but actually they've all got their headphones on, they're working, but someone would see that someone needed help, they'd bounce in, start taking notes for this person.
I love that idea of collaboration. I mean, I think we've seen some interesting collaborations over the last couple of years, haven't we? And like, I almost feel like the designers themselves understand that they can get a lot out of that.
Yeah.
And it's somehow, for a period of time, it just felt like that wasn't allowed. Like, you can't do that. Like, no way.
Yeah, because it was all about you, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So what was
And
like
actually to be a bit giving. But I was hoping that there'll be collaborations when there's 3 people instead of just 2.
Yeah.
I think the 2 thing is kind of done.
It's true.
It's like we're a bit, but I think 3 is interesting. It's like bring 3 designers together and mash that up. I quite liked that Fendi thing that time because there was Mark and there was lots of other people at the same time.
Yeah.
I thought that was really interesting. But yeah, they were very kind to each other. And I think I said to them, these are your friends for life if you stick with them. People from my course when I was at college, I still communicate with them all the time. It's industry people that I respect now. And they were my friends at college and stuff, and that like little cooking pot of mates and what everybody does and stuff. Yeah, it's really interesting.
It's like, are we back?
Oh, thank you. So this was Loveness. So a lot of them don't have a lot of money as well. And we were like, how can we get you like fabrics and stuff? And then she went to a sample cell for Christopher Rayburn, who does this incredible archive sample cell, and it would be like the inner workings of a parachute to like meters of fabric and stuff, and trimmings and hooks and eyes and buttons and locks and stuff. And she spent a few £100 and she raided this thing of his. And
I love that.
Then she got this really great collection, and actually, like the pants do 2 things and stuff, and these compression tops have a different. You can wear them both ways and stuff. She tried to use as many fabrics and stuff, and it was just nice for her not to be snobby about going to another established designer and taking something from them. And I said, please send it to him, because I think he's so excited to see what you came up with, because it was all of his fabrics and stuff. And I think that's a really great thing, and that's the great thing about McQueen. They donate a lot of fabric. Burberry do as well. And I think, who else was there? Can we flick?
I wonder if that's a solution, or at least an option, is keeping what if we had like a price limit for how much you could spend on your fashion show? Like, you can't spend more than like, I don't know. I mean, they're really expensive shows.
And there are some kids from really, privileged backgrounds, and then the other people, that work all weekend in Zara. And I was like, listen, I worked in a hospital all weekend, and I was the face during the week. It's what it is. My parents couldn't give me any kind of push up. Do you know what I mean?
I was on a writing course at CSM, but a lot of my friends were in the fashion pathways. And I was there, I think, like 2018, 2017, and I was in the Harris Reed's year. And not him specifically, but just the general zeitgeist of that year. It was so apparent, even if they weren't my friends, just in terms of like,
money, basically.
Yeah, in terms of, and also like the struggles. So obviously university is hard, it's hard for everyone in terms of like mentally, applying yourself all the time, whatever. And I worked throughout the weekend, and then coming to uni, and then I wouldn't have had as much stuff done because I was working, and then it looked like I didn't care, and then it's really interesting. In that sense, but yeah.
That's true, that's a big part of it.
So Louis found all of these, it was all old leather jackets, and he reconstructed everything, and they loved old fur and how we could reuse old fur and stuff, and really shredded this jacket and stuff, and it just became their world, and it's really good. Launched their own label now, and it was very much like, when you'd see bombing around college, and it was like, it's like you look like the collection you're about to do. Like when you would see John Galliano, like there were elements of that collection, and it was exciting to see like what he was, and it was that restriction and a bit fetish, and we were like, this is so good. So that was fab. And then who else was there? Catherine didn't really want to start making patterns, and she wanted to reduce the amount of stuff that she was doing, and she just started going to second-hand stores, and then she took a photo of a load of scarves on the rail, and sometimes it's the most obvious things, and I was like, just grab those scarves, get them together, and redo something with the top. And she was a bit of reductionist. She didn't want to have too many processes and stuff, but actually they're all one-off pieces. It was basically going around a second-hand store, photographing a bit of a rail, and then fusing what those 2 things were on the rail. Really simple, but she's given life to hundreds of new garments. And actually it works, do you know what I mean? It's really nice.
There's something quite beautiful in the simplicity there as well, I think.
Yeah.
It's really lovely.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, you know, what you're sort of saying is just, it's necessity to some extent, but it's also just being that intentionality kind of coming back again. But in general, like if you, okay, so let's say 10 years later, 15 years later, and she's leading a brand now, how do you take those ideas? Do they stay with her? I think they probably will. I feel like they will, but it's hard because then you have different pressures.
She definitely found something that she was really good at. Her taste levels were great when she would go hunting for stuff, and it could look like a hot mess, but it was just something that the way she put things together. Even her illustrations were really minimal, and I was like, God, these are actually. And everyone was like, oh, we're going to help with the drawing and stuff, and you know. And I was like, I really like the minimal way that she works. It's like really not that much on the paper. A bit like when you see like a Carl sketch, you know, there was like super details, and it'd just be a bit of a shape, but it would become this amazing thing. And I think that's what her eye was really great. And I think it could look terrible, but I think I was really, and it doesn't look like all of that fashion now. I quite like it. There's a bit of it that it looks like, but I think this was about something in the 80s, you know, like that felt a bit more free. It wasn't that snobbery around stuff. It was a bit like handmade kind of stuff. Who else was there? Yeah. So this was. Go back to the mood board. Another down one. So Yagna, her pre-collection, she was really, really attached to, and I told her the story that we'd spoken to Sarah Burton, and Sarah Burton had started incorporating toiles from previous seasons and putting them into a jacket shape of the next season, so that the garment was still there, the toile was still there, and that fabric was still there. So we explained this to Yagna, and she took it on board. So this was part of her pre-collection, and then she just reformed it and fused it into a jacket shape, something for the waist, and just that reusing of old stuff and looking back at, you know, I know we all look forwards, but it's like just looking back at what we've done, and is there anything that we can grab and reuse? Just a really simple idea. And then the next slide is, I think.
Actually, I'm really struck by what you're saying, because there's an element where, for all of the designers you've talked about so far, they're all basically going and taking existing materials, but it looks completely original. It looks totally them. And I think when we're talking about like where the future.
This was one of her final looks as well.
But it's interesting. It's so different in a way if you think about it. Like all of the big houses are rushing to do these massive shows, and they all kind of end up feeling quite similar. Weirdly, like you think you've gone all the way to Mexico, you've gone all the way to these beautiful places, but somehow it's the show. It doesn't feel at all about. For me, I mean, maybe when you're there it does, but it doesn't seem to be. And I've gone to some of those shows. It often doesn't feel as much about the clothes. It feels really about.
It's about an experience.
You're there. It's like
a
postcard experience in real life.
I actually watched, because of my obsession with YouTube, I watched the Dior show in Mexico, then I watched some of the stories and stuff that were told about the people and the craftspeople. It was so beautiful. A lot of it was in Spanish or Portuguese, and my partner is from South America, and he was sat next to me one night watching it, and I was like just watching the screen, and he was like sobbing, and I said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "The story the guy's just told about wanting to make clothes, and his auntie wouldn't let him because it wasn't like a boy's thing to do." And I was like, "Oh my God!" If it's my husband's really touched by this, so I think there was something very clever about what they did with Dior, and that experience, and that location, and I think Maria Gratz is really good at on the ground, grabbing people, you know, amazing research for local talent, craftspeople, and incorporate. And it's not just going there and taking their ideas and stuff. They're really, and I hope that those relationships continue and stuff. Because I think that's really important, because it's quite easy to, you know, to rock up to somewhere, oh, this is fabulous, this technique and all that, use it, and then, you know,
and leave.
Jet off, and it's like,
Yeah, that's true.
I think there's just another couple I can show you. Carolina just made the string bag thing was something very familiar to a lot of us with our parents and stuff, and she just redid the string bag thing, but then made all of these fabrics herself, and this is all handmade. Like took this couture technique into performance and sports and activewear. And was just it was really great. And then she had a little compression garment underneath.
Great. Can't really see. Oh yeah.
It looked really great. And then I think there's one more maybe. Oh, I think that's it. Oh no, this one, Maria. Maria was this incredible knitter and crafts person, like just the most amazing ideas. Like her other look is like quilted and it's really, really intensive sewing. And then she was knitting and stuff, and she would just use scraps of yarn for her little sample pieces. And it was like she's not gone out and bought anything here. She's really, really thinking about. And then actually this beautiful like cobweb garment. It was like early Julian MacDonald when Julian was doing things at Chanel, and it was like, God, the research that she's thought about and stuff, and the way she's come from. And I'm really excited to see what she does next, actually. I think it's going to be really great. Yeah.
Amazing. I wonder, so for them, do they feel like shows of, I mean, again, they don't necessarily have the reference point that you or I do, but what do they feel about fashion shows? I mean,
I think for them, a show is a really important thing. I think it's important for family to come to. It's about what?
It's the moment.
Press.
It's the scene,
I think it's a really important thing for them. Just showing a lookbook or sending things to people or having, I think that experience, I think that buzz, because I know there's a buzz when you do a fashion show.
Yeah.
Even when I've worked with designers that drove me mad, that run up to the show the night before and then the day of the show, it's a really exciting thing. And weirdly, the day of the show, there's this machine that takes over and you're kind of a bit like not in control.
Yeah.
But you've done everything. Do you know what I mean? It's all been paralleled, it's prepped, it's fitted, and you're just kind of there. And that moment is really satisfying. That's an addictive thing, you know, that feeling. And I think they really wanted that feeling, and I hope they got that last night from. And I think they did because, you know, their friends modelled. So this is another one of the girls in the group, and she modelled for Maria, a friend of hers and stuff. And things were made specifically for certain people. But what was great was when people in the college would see things and we'd trial things around the college, people would be like, can we get this? You know, people wanted to buy stuff. And I think that was really exciting for them to be selling already almost, you know what I mean? Lots of people wanted to put personal orders in, tutors wanted things. It was really, really good. It was actually a really special year.
I wish we could take that feeling and kind of amplify it, because it changes, right? But I was even thinking, like, you think of the designers that show, and it's really not about selling clothes, I don't think. I mean, I could be wrong, but it feels to me that it's much more about the emotive. I'm thinking of Marc Jacobs, the shows. I feel like that, I'm sure his commercial director would kill me for saying that, because I'm not saying that it doesn't show the clothes in a beautiful way, but it feels like it's very much about the emotion. It's kind of about, and I think McQueen, you know, Lee's shows were so much about the emotion. Holy, I mean, they were so powerful. People would be sobbing at those shows. I remember crying, not even understanding why. Just what is going on? Or like, you know, you just get caught up in this collective, emotive moment. And then there's sort of other shows where you're like, oh, yeah, okay, they've done the long version, the short version. That's also legitimate, like it's, but it's, when you're experiencing it, you get to this point where if you've gone to 25 shows in a day, or that's maybe a bit of an exaggeration, 12 maybe, you really don't see everything in this. You maybe see one or two shows that stand out, and then the rest of the time you're kind of thinking like, oh, I'd like to go have my lunch now. And so I do think, how can we, I mean, is it just about thinking about what shows shouldn't show? What shows should? I mean, how can
also the back end stuff, working with lots of designers in Italy, I would see the showroom the day after the show and stuff, and there'd be the things that I'd have chosen to go in the show, but then there's a shirt silhouette with a cap sleeve and something here.
Despoina? Yeah. Hi, really nice to meet you.
We should come sit down.
Yeah, feel free to sit wherever you want. Do you want tea, coffee? Yes, I've got some. Yeah, I've got some tea.
Thank you.
Amazing.
We're just talking about fashion shows and the ones that feel like they're really emotive and like powerful, and others that kind of think, seen this before, and you were saying that.
I was just saying, in the showroom you would see like the same shirt in every colour, and it's like people aren't. This is where there's wastage and too much of stuff. It's like, make 3 versions, you know, or do 3 colours. There's no need to. We can visualise it in green, you know what I mean? And so the showroom was full of clothes, and actually the things that the buyers would, there would be like 8 things that they would buy, and lots of stuff that no one would ever touch. And it was like, who are you making all of this? Is it keeping a factory going, or I don't understand why all this is. Because even as a flat drawing, I can tell you what is best to show from my advice and what will look
that's
great.
Right. I mean, a lot of buyers, when I worked with them, they would know straight away, and they'd all, like, I remember sitting next to this massive, like, Ralph Lauren experience that was, like, his anniversary show. It was, like, celebrity packed, and it was very moving to sit up a row of, like, it was, like, Donna, Tommy. It was quite sweet. But there were so many looks. At some point, I was like, okay, this is very powerful, and then at some point I was like, okay, I feel like this is a bit much. She had already chosen the 6 things that she was going to buy for her. You know, she knew, and it's quite similar to what the other buyer from the other store was wanting to buy. So you're right. I think I wonder if, you know, we've already said that probably replacing shows with, you know, digital versions is not necessarily going to convey the same emotion, the same experience, the same excitement.
And equally as expensive,
the same
and as
moment.
much time
You
goes
know,
into
yes,
it.
maybe it cuts down on travel. So, but is there a way, you know, we can sort of use? I think there's almost the digital element could be used more for buyers, for looking at, like, you don't necessarily always need to look at everything. Buyers might disagree with me on this, but I just think it's, how can we, like, edit this whole
There's
process
just too much stuff, isn't there? There's just too much stuff. It could be edited, it could be cleaned up. We could all be a bit more thoughtful about the way we, you know, put things together. Employ somebody and give them that role. Do you know what I mean? The cut down officer, you know, like
the editor.
I think it's the curator. No, it's like I see the emergence of platforms that curate a few pieces for selected designers, or even like pop-up events that curate some pieces, and I think that becomes a much more powerful experience against having all the t-shirts and all kind of colors. But I would say, like, for me, from coming from digital, unfortunately this is something that became very much in the digital area as well. So I had a chat with a really nice friend. She works in LCF teaching there, and after a huge overwhelming period of, like, over the last, I think, like 10 months in terms of metaverse and digital fashion, we were having a coffee and she was like, who is this? All this, who is it for? There was, like, so much aggressive creation of digital as well. So I think there's an inherent step back that we can take, both in digital and physical, into selecting some things where we can spend more time at looking at. Just like stretching the time and reducing the amount.
Less is more, effectively.
Yes, less is more, and, like, invest the quality there. Because even in digital, it's still very expensive and a lot of time. I mean, now with AI, you can create much faster. But still, it's like the operational part is not the creative part of AI. So it's still a lot of manpower and thinking and digital craft as well.
Yeah, and it has to be good, because you don't want to make that collection and have it not. You have to be a craft. You have to be sort of a master of both of those disciplines, which isn't easy, especially if you're starting out.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, I feel like, I'm sure that I'm not the only one, but anytime I put anything on social media, I get a lot of people saying, like, what happened? Where was the reset? And I sympathize with that. I'm like, where was the reset? Because it feels almost like it's gone into hyperdrive, the opposite direction. But at the same time, I'm also I'm sympathetic to. I think people really want to see people in person. They really want to convey their ideas in person.
Yeah.
They really want, and maybe more so from the absence. It was
definitely.
That hunger for doing everything. And then from a brand perspective, it's like there are a lot of global commercial headwinds, challenges, inflation, you know, Brexit. There's so many things that they're having, and I think the shows are, whatever you say about them, whatever I say about them, they're joyful. There's this kind of explosion of, and the commercial sort of strength of, they're like everything all coming together in one big sort of experience.
Also, I think designers are essentially, they're leaving a legacy, aren't they? They want something to be remembered by, you know, And that's why they do as many things as possible, so that at least there's one show that we can pick out that will be their standout show and stuff.
True, but I like your idea of having someone there just to say nope. I mean, even on a, I think the brands feel pressure. They, our industry is unique. Maybe it's unique, or maybe all industries are like this, but they feel competitive with each other. So what ends up happening is someone else does one more show, and then the other one feels they have to do that. It's just grows on itself that way, and I wonder if there isn't. I don't know. How can we educate the brands or maybe the C-suite about the power of editing? To your point,
I think it's coming from the emerging brands actually that may or may not participate in the fashion weeks, but they do found their own ways of celebrating fashion and inviting people, maybe even like off season or in a different neighborhood during fashion week. So I think there is a kind of change coming, and it's probably coming from the younger brands, the more like emerging designers. But they also, another thing I see, because I kind of recent years I'm working a lot with them, is they don't necessarily depend on a bigger audience, but they depend on their own loyal, smaller crew that might be connected with emerging art and emerging music, might be connected with a location. So I think all of this kind of changed the landscape.
No, it's interesting. I mean, I think that sounds good to me. Like, make it a smaller crew. Like, have a little gathering. I mean, of course, that would put everyone's nose out of joint. But I think maybe that has to happen. We just like smaller numbers. I know that there was a push, even when I was at Vogue, there was always a push for designers want smaller, more intimate shows, and then you'd arrive and it'd be like 4,000 people, and it doesn't feel intimate in that situation. I think Marc Jacobs actually does make them quite intimate, and but more his friends and his people that he likes to work with. But I respect that on some level, because it's. I think that's actually how it should be, and that gets back to where maybe if we use your students' show as the kind of template for what happens that's positive about fashion shows, then maybe that is where we need to go. Where it's more kind of tailored and small.
Definitely, it feels like a new community thing that they've kind of built and stuff, and I would hope they would go on to doing that. Although when we have had the luxury of having models come in and stuff, garments transform as well. Do you know what I mean? And something that didn't quite work, actually, when you've seen it on a stand for a long time, and then you see it on someone's body, it's like you can see people's faces light up, which is a great thing as well. So it is great to see things on models. I'm really happy that they showed on their friends and stuff. Like one of the girls showed on her housemates and stuff.
Good looking.
And we were like teaching them how to walk, and a lot of girls that didn't wear certain higher shoes and stuff. And we're like, come on, it's totally possible. It's like you just have to trot around a bit longer in them and stuff. And
but do you ever hear like stories? I remember reading. It was a book about Yves Saint Laurent, so it wasn't. But it's like, I imagine it was probably like that for them in those days. Like when they were starting out, it would have been like their friends, and it would have been this organic thing. It wouldn't have been this like highly produced show. It would have been like this woman that he thinks is super chic, and that other woman that he saw on the street that he wanted to have model on his show. It wouldn't have been that different than what your students are experiencing right now.
The models in Paris originally were just friends of the designer, but who had amazing, who were the right shape. Face was kind of irrelevant because no one was looking at somebody's face. Do you know what I mean? It was about these amazing fit models that had the right body shapes and stuff. And there are people that earn so much money and they're just fittings models, and they've got a really specific shape. There's a guy that's been at Prada for years, an English guy, and he goes back into Prada, and it's just that he's got the right shape fit for the collection when they make samples and stuff. And you would never know this guy, and he's probably one of the highest paid models in the world.
Amazing.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. How's it all going?
Going really well. You're welcome to join if you want to have a cup of tea.
I'll sit down.
What you were saying was a famous story about Stella McCartney when she was a student. and how it wasn't really like, it was like all of her friends, so like Kate, Naomi, all of her friends, but no one knew that she was friends with them, and she hadn't told anyone. And then at the graduate show for a collection, everyone was just like got their friends with the catwalks, and she was like, I've got my friends too, and then suddenly it was like Kate Moss was backstage, what on earth?
I went to that.
Oh really?
I was a student and I went to that, and
what was the
I've never seen so many photographers at a graduate show.
Really?
So they must have done ahead of time.
And Phoebe's collection was near the beginning, and I remember thinking, this is actually really amazing. I remember taking notes, and I've got drawings of it, and it's nothing like what she does now. It was like scrolls of fabric, and it was amazing. Stella showed, they took the pictures, and then all the photographers left. So everybody that showed after Stella didn't get a picture.
Really?
It was like...
So it seemed organic that it was staged.
It seemed really organic and nice with her, amazing mates, but then,
So you were just there for that
if your
show.
collection was after Stella's on that day, there wasn't as much coverage.
Yeah, if any.
People just came to shoot Stella's collection, basically, which was great for these flimsy 90s that it was. But
we were just talking, Nick, about kind of the joy of the show that, from the students' perspective, and also just how maybe that's the template for what we should be aiming for, kind of keeping it sort of small, friends modeling your own, in your show, keeping that sort of spirit.
That's what we had when we did Museum of Art and Fantastic Vase here. That was very much keeping it small. And the whole of all of those designs are very much into, well, I'll make one piece because I like it, and then I might or might not make some more. So very sort of anti-signing up to a big LVMH company and making thousands of T-shirts that nobody needs. So very much that sort of aesthetic to it. I'm sure I've said to you before, it's where Lee McQueen was going. That's what he wanted to do, just have a small atelier in Mayfair and just make clothes for the women that he admired. So.
Yeah, those early shows were amazing. It was like Izzy, Tina Lanconan, just mates, wasn't it, that were in those early shows and stuff. It was like the odd amazing model maybe, but it was just his mates. Particularly for Café de Paris show, that was just his mates, I think.
But
and
also
it really worked.
those, we were just saying how, like, for a lot of the students that we were talking about, they all used really, like, sustainable practices. And we're just saying how, like, a lot of these little decisions you make now, they're not little, but they're small in the scope, I guess, of your career. They're going to be super influential to how these designers develop over time. And like, you can look back at Lee, or you can look back at Marc Jacobs, or anyone that's sort of had this longer time to grow, and you can see all these little seeds kind of growing and developing. So I think, like, at their best, fashion shows do show us this. There are kind of these moments in time. You can see this kind of idea evolving, because we're trying to. I don't want to be super negative about them. This is what we were sort of talking about. But how they
negative about things? Surely not.
I mean, I just think there's so much they could do so much better. A lot of the time, you just feel like it's a missed opportunity. Like, why don't we get that?
One issue that I see happening a lot is like, it's not only in fashion shows. It's kind of a general issue identifies. We are worried too much about the next thing. Like, we are scared about something. We are scared about something change its format, so we want to keep it so much the way it is, but at the same time we don't pay the attention the moment it happens. We're kind of rushing to the next one. So I think this is like, even like now with the new media and the new ways that people communicate, we get so scared about this, and instead of embracing it and using it in a creative way, we kind of skip it by our stress and worry. So this kind of miss a lot of storytelling opportunities and a lot of experience opportunities for fashion shows as well.
Right. No, I love that. I love that idea. I feel like I rushed through a lot of my life.
I'm just going to replace the tape.
I'm gonna take that advice into my life as well, because you do get this like. And do you think? I'm sure that for the fashion designers, it must be brutal if they feel like they have to make X teen collections a season. It must feel like, or a year, I should say. It just feels this kind of like mouse wheel of repetition.
Well, John was on one a month?
Yeah.
Collection a month when he was at Dior and had Galliano.
Oh, so much.
Yeah, it's two couture, two ready to wear. I mean, it's just like too much.
That's too much, isn't it? But I think, I mean, I did get into this because I did love shows as well and seeing shows, and I think that's what grabbed me, you know.
That's why I don't want to be negative, because I feel like it's hypocritical. I love the shows.
Yeah.
I just think
and
they
there is
can be
something
wasteful.
really great and special about them. And it's not so elitist anymore, do you know what I mean? It's gone from 20 people to thousands, you know, which is quite great. It's almost like there's too many people now. You have to cater for too many people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of the shows where you feel like this is just right. But often it's the shows that are, you know, you're there with 20 people and it's really special when that. But then you are one of those people.
It worked for me when I went to Virgil's first show for Vuitton, and that was incredible because we were sat and lined with all of these students in t-shirts behind, and it was this rainbow, and it was like, this is a real statement and stuff. And there was amazing start to the show, you know, and it was all these black guys and stuff, and it was like, you know, it was really forward thinking. And then years later we're talking about, you know, underrepresented communities in shows and stuff, and it was like, this was really forward thinking. And the fact that all these students were there and they were kind of participating, it felt really special.
Margiela used to do that. I mean, a lot of the shows would include people from the community, right? It was just, it's just we've kind of lost track of that part or that piece. But I think you're right. I think Virgil's had a big impact on what happened, like what shows should be. I mean, we were talking about how, you know, a lot of times the feeling is like, oh, why isn't it changed? Where's the reset? Yeah. But actually, it is changing all the time.
It's not so monodirectional.
It's not.
So who would be a good show to watch out for in London? Right, besides London.
Oh, Martine's on Sunday.
Martine?
I'm very excited about that.
That is exciting.
We're all very excited about Martine.
That's exciting.
But does she does a good show?
Yeah,
she's done a good show.
The last one was in Vauxhall, and it was like an arch, and it was like rubber curtains, and it was you felt like constricted, and it was a very fast, claustrophobic show, but there was something really special about it. And
she's like an anti-show, isn't she?
Yeah, and I think this time she's shown in a community centre, or she's shown in her child's school before and stuff. Shows there, which is really great.
That's interesting. I mean, I would love to know I imagine I know why she does that. Some of that's necessity, and some of that's probably just her preference, not to have it.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both.
I think there's always a connection to the venue. It's not just I don't like this. Yeah. You know, there was something about Vauxhall.
It's not a set, is it?
No.
Queens do shows over a set with a sort of theatre in that way. It's not a set. So who else should we be looking out for in London?
I mean, London's a tricky one. I feel like London's sort of, I don't know if it's stepped back from the idea of shows. It feels a little sparse, doesn't it? It feels like a little bit sparse.
It's like some milk.
Oh yeah, sure. It's just it's like that mini what was the men's schedule, isn't it?
Yes.
That kind of worked for a while. And it was LCM, and it was kind of great and quite packed, and lots of big brands helped and supported.
Yes.
But those brands kind of
they went off now. They're doing something else.
And it'd be so lovely if Burberry were part of it, or McQueen Men's, or you know, because we have some great menswear in this country.
I feel like it's. I want to keep an open mind. I think there's some incredible talent. We keep circling back to the graduate shows. I feel like those are the ones I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
It feels like that's where the new ideas are coming out of, and you feel kind of excited. And
oh, definitely. I went to Birmingham the other day to look at the final year students and stuff. Yeah. And it's a smaller year, but it's incredible what they've done, and that saying their working practices and their sustainable kind of the way that they work. But some of the collectors are really, really good. Yeah. And I'm like, and they're a little bit crazier considering they're outside of London. It's a bit more like the St Martin's one, where they're actually quite bonkers, which I think is great.
That is actually good.
Do you think there's quite a big regional difference in Britain?
I think
it seems like if you go out up north, it's very different to going out. Apparently,
I think there is definitely. I mean, watching St Martin's the other night, I was just like, this is exciting, and this is why I wanted to go to that college, you know, those collections.
It looks amazing.
I think there's something really special about that college and the people that teach there and stuff, and the way that they teach, and I think that the space that they have, you know, like a lot of places, like the original building we were in for St Martin's on Charing Cross was so cramped.
I remember
like this rabbit warren, and it was like, how does anything get made? And now they've got that atrium and this space, and King's Cross and outside, and I think that space is such a luxury. And Birmingham felt like a huge college. I was like, good God. It's like, and the technical support that they have there is incredible. And I think that early investment in spending a bit more money instead of having one technical person, because there are 30 students that all need to know how to do something. So there's like a team of 3 on each course in Birmingham, and that's really important. And I think they get a lot more one-to-one tuition and stuff.
But that's interesting too, though, they're being so adventurous with sustainability, like upcycling materials. I just think that's amazing that that's happening so organically, and kind of it's not an effort in the same way that you can see happening with the bigger brands where it feels very kind of forced.
No, I mean, early McQueen stuff, Lee would be in the bins outside Borrowbooks, you know, grabbing that really famous.
That's where one of the collections ended up.
Back in the bin. But what that dress, that sprayed kind of black lace dress that Izzy always wore, that was scraps that were in a bin outside the fabric store.
I mean, without showing my age, which is fine. But that's what, when I grew up in the 1970s in Britain, you couldn't buy clothes for life and money.
No.
There was no place to go and buy clothes, so you go to an Army Navy store. Or, you know, that was the only place you get anything that wasn't your school uniform. Or a random pair of ill-fitting jeans.
Even in like 80s in Manchester and stuff, vintage stuff was really cheap. You could get so much stuff.
It's not actually.
Oh my God, it's crazy.
I mean, I grew up in California, and like anyone cool or whatever that meant. If you like fashion, you were going to the vintage shops, you were buying stuff, you know, you buy a dress for like £20, which was kind of expensive at that time.
Did you do the Army Navy thing as well?
Oh, totally. I wore like old combat boots, like the real ones, and like the Army Navy, like all those. Yeah, that was what we did. And now you see that, all those ideas, obviously they're polished versions of that, but they're around. I just think most people in fashion don't start. Some do, but most don't start with a huge budget to spend. You're in those stores, you're scavenging for stuff when you're you know, starting out, and I think that's important because it helps you define.
But there was a real pride. I mean, you talked to Stephen Jones, who I think might be popping in later on, about when he was going out. So he was going out to the Blitz Club and all those kind of early 80s clubs. And the idea that you didn't make your own outfit was really frowned upon. If you bought something, you were like, no, you had to have made it. And they'd spend most of the week making it so they could go out on whatever night Blitz was.
I mean, you weren't able, all those stories of like St Martin's in the 90s when no one turned up to school on a Friday because they'd always be at home making their outfits for like Friday and Saturday night.
But it was, I was there 96 to 2000 and it was a bit like that. But also it was like being in Manchester in the 90s, there was a club night at the Hacienda, a gay club night called Flesh. It was once a month and we'd spend all month getting ready and we'd get the look ready, and literally the day after we were getting ready for the next one and we were planning that outfit and prepping it. I was also buying a Stone Island jacket so I could get from Salford to the Hacienda safely.
So you were Stone Island armour?
So we all wore Stone Island.
Did you look like a footballer even? From the terraces?
I disguised it quite well actually. So as you know, I had the long hair tied back, you'd have the Stone Island jacket. Obviously we wouldn't be buying Stone Island, there'd be someone in the pub that had got 6 jackets and they were quite reasonable. So we'd all wear Stone Island to walk there because no one would attack 5 guys in a Stone Island. When the Stone Island came off, the glamour of what was underneath, you know, the wings popped out, you know, the bustle appeared.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to imagine.
My hat came off, the horns were underneath, you know.
Quite radical things you get on Stone Island. There was kind of visors and stuff.
Yeah, and it was the perfect, that was our protection.
It's like a camouflage.
It was like this gay camouflage that we'd use just to get into. Then we'd check in the coat and then we'd pop it back on because actually buying that coat in the pub was cheaper than getting taxis to and from. And you couldn't walk around Manchester dressed like that. It was just, you'd get battered.
Are you sort of aware of Stone Island? Is that a thing?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really in California when I was growing up. I mean, I'm aware of it now. I'm super interested in like their fabrics. They have amazing fabrics.
One of the main stylists,
textiles.
Simon Foxton, he's been designing Stone Island for years, very quietly, and as Simon Foxton does, very sort of unassumingly. But I'm fascinated by the style.
Me too. I think it's really interesting, and I didn't really realize it had that connotation. It's like thuggy sort of connotation, because that's not how
I just think it was that 90s football
I think it
thing
still is,
where-
kind of.
Yeah, definitely. But there are some amazing
The fabrics are-
one-tooth, like crazy, hard football hooligans that have got massive archives
Wow.
and are quite passionate to talk to you about their
That would be an
archive and
amazing
stuff.
conversation.
Get them down. If anybody's listening.
Yeah, you've got us to
People are listening, actually. I think we've had a few questions coming from the public, mainly going, I think, 10 minutes back to like the fashion show and the relevance of it. Someone has asked, do we think fashion shows as we know them are on the way out? What do we say to that?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so
I think there's
either.
something really important about a fashion show. I think it ticks so many boxes. The content that we all love and crave these days is quite easily created. You know, the beauty brands can do all of the backstage stuff, so that's a bit of sponsorship ticked off. Model agencies get stuff of their own models and stuff backstage, they get that. Casting directors are all now experts on Instagram and stuff, and I think that's really important. And then the stuff that you can share is amazing. It's just the way that we do these shows, maybe there's a better way.
But I think you're right. I think if you look at the history, coming back again to how they've evolved, they are evolving, they have evolved, they haven't always been like they are now. And I think they're going to continue to evolve. So I don't think, I think they'll continue to change. I don't know that they'll stop. Because also when we saw, during COVID, when we saw the highly produced kind of video versions of the shows, some of those were amazing. Some of those not so much. And I don't know that everybody, I'm sure there are some...
They're not going to be able to flip in a season.
They're not going to be able to flip in a season. I just don't know if it's as easy to engage in those.
I'm not sure. I know you two love shows. I'm not. I love shows. I don't physically like going to them because of... but also, I'm not sure. I think a lot of the young designers are really conscious about the state of the planet and not wanting to jump on that bandwagon.
Yeah.
And I saw when we did Fantastic Toiles here, and their drop felt a lot more now than sitting in another front row and watching a bunch of models go up and down in a straight line, which I've seen ever since I've been doing fashion shows.
Yeah.
So it didn't feel new, and the whole thing about fashion is supposed to feel new.
Yeah.
And so I'm not convinced. I think you've got a set of designers who are incredibly anxious and worried in a very, very serious way about what we're doing to the planet, partly with fashion. And also you've got new technologies like AI coming in and avatars and all those sorts of things. They're two incredibly powerful forces. If fashion it sort of infiltrates the game industry, which is massive and full of money, that will really change how things are. So I'm not convinced that, if I was putting my money on where the fashion shows would go on, I don't think they will. And just because we like them, it doesn't...
I think they're definitely going to evolve.
I'd much rather have like 6 people in a room. I'd much rather have just to see the clothes without the fuss. So when I say I like a fashion show, I'm not really into those big productions that have the front row and that have the celebrity attendance and I just want to see. But the thing is, if it were up to me, I'd like to just see 5 shows. I don't want to see like 165.
Is that what you had to do?
I'm picking a number out of thin air, but it felt like I had to see a lot of shows. And at that point, you stop seeing them anyway. You tune it out. You don't. It's not.
No, it's really because when I used to go and see Martin Boy, Gemma Turn, and one other one. Yeah. So I was like, it's just like tourism. But I get a bit. I'm not good in the crowd, so I'm not good sitting there thinking, oh my god.
Weirdly, I do get anxious.
Do you ever get your hair stand up on end when the music's just like that perfect?
I have done, not for a long time.
Well, I had that with. You were saying like with. I think with these shows that they just felt like you were experiencing something. Really special. It was the emotion, I'm sure. It's not just the clothes. I think you can say the clothes were genius, but it was just this raw emotion.
I just get sucked into the person sitting next to me. It's really funny. It's some Hollywood somebody or I have no idea. My daughter or my wife going, no, that's incredible. And it's just kind of sort of, it's that. I get sucked into the immediate surroundings, and the shows feels a bit like a sort of slightly removed thing. I have to divorce myself from the physicality of sitting there in that space, and thinking, I just want to go to the loo, and then thinking, actually, I need to concentrate on this. And then I think, oh, I know, and then Charlotte would say to me, oh, you know, that's so-and-so, some model I've worked with like 100 times, I should know. Yeah, so it's not really, I find it very hard, personally, to divorce myself from the immediate, just human surroundings of doing in a show and feeling subconscious and feeling all those sorts of normal human things, to actually just be able to zone into what the fashion is. And I find being able to do that on my phone, on the screen, much easier. Because I'm not sitting there worrying about who I'm sitting next to and supposed to remember their name, or somebody's looking at me across from the other side of the room and I'm thinking, God, I don't know who that editor is, and they keep looking at me and what am I supposed to wait back? But all that's real. So you have to be really kind of, you either go there and you love all of that, love the fact that ASAP Rock is sitting on your knee or whatever it is, you know, or you don't, and I don't.
Yeah, for me it wasn't so much, when I was full-time on a magazine when I did Arena and Arena 1 Plus, it wasn't so much about loving going to shows, it was actually, I could do a lot of business at a show. If I could see a photographer, I know they like
but the editors from
and they like if they like to collect, and I'd be like, did you like that? Do you want to shoot that? You know, like it was quite an instant thing, and you'd see other people about doing collaborations and stuff. You'd see new models, you'd see casting directors. So
that's a big part of it.
Actually, I was constantly working, like prepping an issue, thinking this is going to be great. I want an exclusive on that. Grabbing a PR, and then so we all did a lot. So there was a lot of business that happens at shows as well at the same time.
I'm sure you've got lots of super kind of, you know, important in that way, useful to you people.
Yeah.
That you need to get through. It's easier than trying to get on a phone or an email.
Yeah, because you could get them in front of you. Do you know what I mean? And then you'd be dodging. We'd all sit there and go, I think Stephen Klein's on. We'd be like, because we know Stephen would want to moan about something and edit or away something a bit later.
Hi, Stephen.
But it's almost more like watching backwards instead of watching in front of you. You know, like it's more like checking which people you can
There's a lot of that.
connect
There's a lot of that.
Yeah.
But I think to your point, there's just too many of them. I mean, even if you, and I'm not saying I do, but even if you love the show format, everybody at the shows agrees it's too much. It's too much.
Yeah.
You know, there's a glaze that people get. I mean, it's an endurance test. If you've done every season, every show, Adémidé, look at you, you know, at some point, you just want to die. You just want to go and lay down in the corner. It's not an enjoyable experience.
I've always been amazed by people who are slightly more senior, like Susan Menkes. You think, how on earth do you get through this schedule? Because it must be punishing.
She's obviously getting some battery power from. She's one of these, like, she's obviously getting energy from doing it. Otherwise, it just wouldn't.
I think she's fitted it into her being. You know, she lives in that space. I'm sure she doesn't. I mean, that's how it feels. That she's totally relaxed with her. She's not worried about what seat she's getting in because she knows she's going to get in the seat.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure that she gets the wrong seat.
I don't know about that.
She never gets moved when she is in the wrong seat.
I've just had a seat debacle with her once. You know?
Really?
I've had it wasn't her fault. It was just someone sat me in her seat, and I can tell you it was not. And I love Susie, but I was like, oh yeah, okay, yes, Madame here. So but the point to your point, she doesn't have to. She has someone that goes with her that deals with all of that for her. So I think that's.
It does feel like her zone, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It sort of feels like my zone being the studio. So if I walk out into a studio and it's got a camera and
you feel
model and
at ease.
I'm fine. That's my space.
You feel at
Fashion
ease.
shows, I'm like kind of fish out of water. But Susie feels like that's her space.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure for her, if she were here and we asked her, should fashion shows continue, she would be emphatic about it. Absolutely, absolutely. It's an important piece. And I guess, you know, when I was thinking about this yesterday night, and I don't know if this circles back to answer the question, but I guess we always have to ask who it's for. Who are they for? Who are they serving? And is that changed? And are they serving that?
It's the new generation wants that. And also, like, how are they being communicated? Both fashion and the shows. Like, if our communication is changing and it's mediated by screens, or I think, like, in my mind, they will evolve. I don't think they will ever be absolutely digital, because even during the pandemic, we were craving for the contact, and the clothes have amazing part of materiality, but the way we consume information, or the way that information arrives to us, is through other people's screens. It's not necessarily through the first person who captured it. Like, it's not like one point of truth. It's like so many different ones.
That's true, actually, because everyone has their
like fragmentation and media. And it's also about our identities. Like, of course, we care how clothes look on photo on Instagram, because this is part part of our dual identity without wanting to cancel the physical part. It is becoming just an inseparable part of new generation and how people express themselves and pass their time. Like they pass time against the digital element of it. So I think to your point, Nick, like the format will start having more and more digital in the way it is communicated, is consumed, those stories as well, the storytelling part of fashion.
Also for young designers, the cost of a mini show, a little thing, is ridiculous, and it's like it's better to invest this money in your business and put in a business structure and get in a great place to work from, rather than spending even 10 grand, 5 grand on a show. So I think a lot of these, in a way, it's like recently the people that are doing the shows are these very privileged kids that have had a great fashion background and that have got the money.
It goes back to what you were saying.
It's like, if you want to be a fashion designer, it's not a working class kid's career choice. It's not easy. Do you know what I mean? And I think for those, I think there'll be creative ways of how they show and what the budget is, and if it can be money can be saved, and if we can do something different.
But it's interesting that when you asked like, who we were excited about, it was Martine's show, and you could say Martine has had to work within constraints, both budgetarily and also, and that's interesting that it just feels more authentic, it feels more real, it feels exciting. So it's not a coincidence that somehow.
No.
I'm very sorry. I'm going to have to go for my chat downstairs.
Lovely to see you.
I will see you again later, hopefully. I don't know how long it'll be, but I can't leave out a sandwich, so can I just
Take
go
a
for
sandwich.
I've
Excellent.
been sitting there thinking, how can I delicately ask for a sandwich?
Which one?
Cucumber sandwich for me, please. I'll just grab.
I'll let you. I'll bring it to you.
Fantastic, thank you. And Abby's made these, so I'm not too disappointed. Right, I'll see you later on.
Is this on something?
It's not, no. It's very much just...
Is it a bit wobbly?
No, I was afraid that I
wobbly
would put
case
it down and it would kind of go, which would be fine.
We tightened the screws on it. See you in a bit.
Amazing. You haven't had a sandwich. You should try one.
I'm good actually.
Yeah.
I'm eating really late to it.
Okay.
That's my one meal today. I'm on OMAD today.
You have such willpower. I don't know any at all.
Yeah, also I think I spent my life looking at cake and making cakes and chocolates and biscuits.
So it doesn't do for you what it does for other people.
I know that rush that you get even looking at things, but actually I've kind of desensitized myself a bit.
Can I talk about another part of the fashion show? Unless there's a question you wanted to.
No, there was one more about online, but of course we'll get to that considering our SHOWstudio.
So I want to talk about something that I've experienced myself. I think anybody who's honest about it, if they work in the industry, even if they don't work in the industry, they just like fashion, will know this. Whether we like it or not, because it's interesting hearing Nick talk about the shows. He's someone who would be invited, would be put on the front row. But there's another side, I think, to the fashion show, which I don't know if I like it or not, but it's just the case. It's about showmanship of like, where do I sit? Who am I? Where? This whole like, am I invited?
It's horrible, and you think that no one's thinking that.
It's not pretty.
And I consciously wanted to, and I've not always had a front row, and nowadays, when you're not at a magazine, you get shifted back because the priorities are different, and
even when you are in a magazine, you get shifted back.
I think when I was on a magazine, if there would be a woman who was the same level as me at another men's magazine, and
you'd be like,
sometimes she'd have a front row and I'd be sat behind her, and I just thought, we've got the same
You wouldn't even be looking at the show. You would be like, why is she there?
And I was livid, but in the end I did chill out about it because I thought, you know what, I'm very conscious about trying to, if there's people behind me, chat to them, but not make it like, because it can so easily be like that, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I think there's this thing, and also if you're a student, all you want is to go to the show. That's like, you're happy, you don't care if you're standing, you don't care if you're just there. But then once you're an assistant, you're like, I'm on the first or the second row at the little shows, but then at the big shows, I have to move back. There's this huge, it's almost like what I imagine like the court of Louis, like any of the Louis would have been like, this feeling of like, how close are you to the sun?
But Susie would write a bad review and she'd get shifted back three rows, and I loved that about everything. And she's not like Valentino, and they'd shift her back, they'd like they
well, that's
make a
another.
point.
We need to just talk about that too. But I think this idea of like there's the we can talk about like it's a pure art form and it's an expression, and I've said that, so I believe that there's an element of that. But there's also this whole political element, which
and with those bigger women's magazines, I think it was very much about they send 8 staff sometimes, and they expect.
I used to work for Vogue, so I used to be one of those. I mean, I know.
I don't know if that's the one I'm talking about. From when I've done seating plans when I worked at Purple on my year out, I would know that Bazaar would need 8 seats, and that if a certain editor.
Well, it was my job to have to chase the brands on that. I'm like, we need another seat.
And then other people will be like, I'm the market editor and I'm doing shoes, and I can't see the shoes, so they'd get bumped for. There was all these tricks that you would use to get moved forward.
I mean, I think if you've experienced this yourself, you kind of have gone through it. And now that I don't work for a magazine anymore and I work for myself, you see the other side. So you have to be kind of humble. Like, do I want to go to that show? Is it worth the kind of the drama?
I remember in the 90s knowing who everybody was, and lots of really respected stylists, and I would watch them be stuck in like a 3rd or 4th row, and I'm thinking, this person's an absolute legend. Probably the word stylist was created with these people, and they would have really bad seats. And it's just because they weren't on a magazine at the time or weren't considered to be cool, but not all the PRs have that memory about where the legacy of these people came from and stuff. I remember sitting in front of Camilla Nickerson once at a journalist show, and I turned around and I was like, we should swap seats. I was like, you're major. I was like, because I was at the face and it was cool, they stuck me in front of it. And because there was only 3 front row for Vogue, she was behind in the next batch. And I was like, this is really wrong,
But I guess the point is this is a bit of a weird old world. Let's be really honest with ourselves. So what if we got rid of that? Would it be better for everybody? It would take away some angst for sure.
I think there should be speedy boarding. I think it should be
first come, first serve.
First come, first serve.
A deli ticket.
I think because I would always be there early. Get your seat. If you come late, you shouldn't be expected to move somebody. All of us. I've got to go because I've got to go and talk to my students and stuff. Thank you so much, though. It was lovely to see you. Lovely to meet you. Good luck. Have some cake.
Hi, darling.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we're talking about fashion shows, what's important about them, what's good about them, what we're happy to let go. We're just talking about the politics of when you go to a show, how you get seated, and how.
Do you think it's only politics, or it's also a practicality element? So, for example, if you need to document something,
there's a
I think some people who would be open-minded and they go for the show, but it's not necessarily to document and produce content.
True.
And it's okay to be on the 2nd or 3rd row because you can still appreciate the collection, the show, the storytelling. But someone who really needs to get their job done needs to be on the front row.
But usually it's not the people that need to do that are at the front row. That's the thing. So it's not really. I think it's just the industry is very hierarchical.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the brand gets credit from who is sitting on their first row.
Exactly, and it's also not even. And I think this is the days when magazines had a bigger influence than they do. But actually, I think the decision-making process still favors print. I worked at print for many years, so I'm not going to complain. But even now, and when you could say arguably digital is super important, the people who work on the digital content, even on a magazine, often don't get the same priority. So I don't necessarily think it's very based in, it's almost like it's a carryover from the priorities of the past as much. And also those relationships. So often the PRs will have relationships that go on, myself included, for, I know some of these PRs for over 10, 15 years. So you get a different treatment that way than if you're a new entity. So I don't know that it's not often practical, actually. I'm sure people who do the seating would disagree with me, but it seems to me sort of, sometimes it's practical, sometimes it's not, but there's this undercurrent that seems kind of quite old school at the same time.
You want to please,
So in that sense, I'm just thinking about it because it's so fashion shows stopped tomorrow, and if we decided that maybe a better format would be to do it purely digitally, obviously that takes away any of that. I mean, I guess you can still control who gets access to the visuals, so there's still an element there of curation or who gets to see it first. But it does take away from that kind of angsty. But I think fashion loves that stuff. That's the thing, I think, or at least it used to thrive on it. Yeah. Because then when you're chosen and you're in that group, you're like, it sort of adds to the drama of it all. So I guess what we're trying to sort of think about is if we could wave our magic wand and change the way brands show their clothes and their collections, like what would that look like? What would it be now? So that's kind of, I'm thinking like all the different sides. Well, I mean, what do you guys think? What would you like to see more of or less of?
That is such an interesting question, and I'd like. So how would I reform like the current fashion show, the way that operates? What would be? I mean, I suppose I first need like a desired outcome, but I'm not really sure what that would look like. What I would want a new kind of fashion show to...
I don't think you're the only one that doesn't know.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't either. It's sort of hard to know because it's really hard to understand what... Because I think part of what's nice about a show is just this, it's almost like a fashion wedding. It's like a moment in time.
Yeah, that's a good way.
We all know it's expensive. We all know it's kind of excessive. We all know that we can also just go down to the registry and we're perfectly fine. But there's something powerful about that, creating that moment somehow.
I think for me it's like, I like experimentation. As we were saying before, like opening up to new opportunities of technology and media, and experimenting without necessarily the fear of mutation. Like this is gonna come inevitably.
Yeah.
Like in the beginning we only had still image, and then it was motion. Like motion was essential. So the model's catwalk was kind of introduced, and then television became a thing, and then it started from like illustration to picture to video. So I think like now like more technology and machine intervention things are things that I'm expecting to see and I would love to see. But it's still experimenting with who we are as human, but like in a humble way, like we're not the end of intelligence and human creation. We are part of nature. Nature has other aspects, and one aspect of it is technology. So I think like how it's evolving. I would love to see that being embraced in the shows, but in more in experimental and celebratory way.
Yeah.
And also I think it would be interesting, like I like asking like questions like, what if you remove this kind of judgmental element of it and you have a fashion show that just celebrates fashion? So it's only about the fashion itself, and the people who participate, like here inviting for people for tea and enjoying this, having this conversation, so like focusing in this moment, having this conversation, enjoying this moment. So like this kind of celebration instead of having necessarily an end goal, that would be an interesting concept, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's kind of why we're doing this. It's like we don't really know where it's going to go. But do you think some of the drama though is kind of part of what we like about fashion though? Some of the kind of...
I think fashion and fashion shows, part of what makes Fashion Week so successful and has for a while is the fact that it's a spectacle.
Yeah.
And it needs to be a physical spectacle, like something that people are participating in a space. And to take that away would sort of, I don't know, I don't think it would have such an impact. And I agree that what you're saying about removing the critique maybe and creating more of a celebratory perspective when it comes to those events, that might be really interesting and really fun to participate in, because people go into that with a different attitude that I think we kind of need in fashion, because it's very sort of like, I don't want to say cutthroat, but very like tense. And being at fashion shows, I've noticed that as soon as people walk in, they're looking around, and it's just not as celebratory as I think it could be. With something like this, it's relatively laid back, and it's something that invites everyone. Not everyone, you know what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, it's participatory.
Yeah, that's a good point actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's a question of like who gets to define it and who gets to experience it. So when we think about what the fashion show is, or even just, I feel like I want to kind of rethink it a little bit instead of just thinking fashion show. Because I think in general, it's like, how are we just presenting fashion? And look, we're at this point when I'm very conscious that, and I've made commitments in my own life to do work that makes the industry more sustainable and more circular.
Yeah.
So I'm very conscious anytime I'm seeing a new idea or a new fashion kind of collection, it always feels kind of like, do we need that? Do we need more? So I do think like students now and people coming up now have a very different perspective on newness, and that also is going to affect how we show it. So it's not going to have the same, I mean, the spectacle piece I think can be small, because I think I like the idea of having like a moment, but I don't know that it has to be like a big moment, or it could be a small moment. And this consciousness of like who it's for, how, you know, that's going to affect how you present it. It's like, if I'm talking to you and you're right there, I'm not going to be shouting at you, right? I'm going to change the way that I'm showing what I'm trying to show. So I think that's something about that feedback loop, about thinking about who the audience is and how that audience is changing.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of metaphorical shouting in fashion right now that I don't know if we need. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Like that would be nice.
And also I think like you can tell a story by silence sometimes as well.
Yeah.
So like in all forms of design, you have the space and the void. So you have these things working together. So without the void, you cannot create any space. Like in architecture or in physical design, in digital design as well.
Come on, guys. Do you want some tea? Okay.
Sorry, Hattie's actually illustrated as like you guys are talking. She's like in-house illustrator today, so that all that stuff's there. But I can move that if
You can sit anywhere. Is that fresh glass, Abby?
I think so, yeah. I'm going to bring another one.
It's actually quite warm in here.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'll open the door. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's very nice. I do like that.
Why are the cakes next to me, guys? I feel like that's not right.
I'm going to bring some more.
Okay, I'm gonna spread this. I'm gonna pass this down. You guys want some cake? You're gonna say no? He's gonna stay next to me though. That's you guys. No? Cake?
Sure.
Yeah. Why not? I'm gonna give it to you. You can take it.
The whole
Just take
thing.
the whole thing.
Okay.
And then pass it around. You got it?
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sweating here.
Thank you.
So yeah, we're talking about
I was thinking what Dem did, like really spectacle-oriented shows over the last few years, and then suddenly this February.
Oh yeah, like the
It was like tone down and say, no, I'm just focusing now on my clothes. For me, I really like that because it's like unexpected, and you know, it's people embrace change. Like people change, things change, the environment changes. So I think like taking a quieter step, almost like making a void in an empty space in what he was doing until before, it's something very powerful, and I think it empowers creativity for new things as well.
So I love that. I'd like to see more vacuum, more like stepping back.
Yeah, stepping back or something more quiet, or like 10 pieces show, maybe, I don't know, like this kind of experimentation.
Yeah, so we were just talking about like where we are with fashion shows and how kind of, we started by talking about how like some of the student shows feel super fresh and they're like super close to kind of the core of what feels like the excitement around showing and like being seen and like being creative and piecing things together, and how sometimes that gets lost as the brands get to these kind of mega machine type turnovers of like collection after collection after collection. So we're sort of thinking, Nick came in and kind of his viewpoint was like, we don't need shows, they're done, it's a format that's like tired. I personally think they're going to keep evolving and changing, and probably some of them will go digital and some of them won't go digital, but the idea that we're in this kind of critical moment, both from like the planet's under huge stress, and do we really need to be sending people all over the world to these destination shows? I mean, there's all these kind of, this is sort of what we're talking about, and then the politics of the shows themselves, and just who the audience is, like who's the audience, who's watching them, and who's it for.
I mean, I think it's quite interesting what you guys wanted to talk a bit about what you do, because you make clothes, but it's not a fashion brand. There's so much more. I came to see you guys in the studio a few weeks ago, and it was so interesting to talk to you guys about how you approach creating, and that clothes are just one extension of that way. I don't know if you guys want to kind of introduce a bit about what you do.
Sure. Yeah, so my name is Adémidé. I'm a visual artist and designer, and I'm creative director of Abaga Velli, which is like, I guess we like to call it like a cult brand rather than like a design brand. It really started from, I guess, like a kind of an esoteric thing initially. So it was very much like a group, a collective, expressing ourselves, doing like kind of like drops, but in a very family-orientated way, and just a lot of like storytelling. So we did a fashion, I guess, presentation last year for Fashion Week. But even that, we did this film, and it was very much still true to, I guess, our essence. So just kind of adding to what you were saying, I feel like for an independent designer, the fashion show per se is still quite relevant because it's a way to speak to their actual audience outside of the public. Because I feel like the public is important, but even if you look at like the OG Margiela shows and things of that nature, it was very much kind of like celebratory of what they were trying to do. And I feel like that's still very relevant. And I guess even the students like the CSM and so forth, that's kind of the energy there.
Yeah, they're your peers, your friends, your family.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess from our perspective, not necessarily doing it within a schedule of like the global fashion world, which I understand from my perspective is very important because it allows them to schedule. But for us, we're quite, I guess, not anti-establishment, but we're just a bit kind of moving our own post.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess we kind of like, we're still going to do things like shows, but they might be more on the end of like parties, events, collaborations, things of that nature, because I do think the physicality of things, especially in this digital era, is rare. So it's nice to have the option to do something very physical.
Sort of that visceral vibe that you get when you're seeing 100%. Something. Yeah, I agree. I think that's really important. It's interesting. It's almost like you built it from the beginning that way. It hasn't. It's not like something you decided you were going to change direction.
Oh no, no. And to be honest with you, like obviously Daniel is more on the business side, so he's the managing director. So like, if it was up to me, it would be very esoteric. Like I'm a very like on that side of life. I guess not to call myself it, but it's almost like bohemian to a certain extent. It's like I'm very much inwards, like, and I have like real intimate relationships with my peers, and some of them are actually quite successful. But I like the fact that when we do something, it's not actually about them, so we don't like over promote the fact that this quote unquote famous person is at the event and so forth. It's very genuine, and they're actually like the initial people that were buying my work. So like,
so it was an actual. It wasn't sort of a, what do you call it, like a placement. It was like someone who was like rooting for you.
100%, because we were working with them. Like there's certain artists that we've been working with for over a decade, and they've now got like record deals and all these type of things, so they have like obviously good budgets. So like for them commissioning to like create something bespoke for them, it's very affordable because they can do that on the budget, but the relationship itself is very genuine. Whereas I think sometimes with the fashion show thing, like who's sitting in the front row, all that kind of stuff.
That's kind of where you guys came in, by the way. Right? That's what we're talking about. Politics and all that.
Yeah, I think we kind of like anti that, so it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, the people, especially the people that we really champion, like those are actually our friends. And the music that they're making, because a lot of the stuff is music related, because outside of Abaga Velli, I also do a lot of art direction for musicians and like styling, production, design, things of that nature. So a lot of the music that they actually, like the words that in their music and what they're actually saying is aligned with the messages of what we're saying in the clothes and what we're saying in just the textile approach and so forth. Everything's very intricate, very tactile, very like hard-hitting message-wise.
It sounds super holistic. It doesn't sound like it's like you've got these little pieces added on. They're all, it's this whole picture.
Yeah, 100%.
But do you think that would change, considering you kind of have more of the business view of it? What would happen if, like, in 5 years? I'm just curious how, like, for you, is that like do or die? If you grow and you get bigger, let's say 5 years, 6 years time, and it gets harder and harder to have that closeness to that sort of holistic circle, if you will. What then would you? How would you redefine it then? I guess it was hard to sort of put a crystal ball and see.
Yeah, I guess for me personally, it's like I understand the mechanics of commercialism, especially because I do that as a career.
Yeah.
Because as you can imagine, being this esoteric isn't necessarily profitable. So I still have to fund, we still have to fund the clothes, or we still have to like make it make sense per se in this commercial world that we live in. But for me, like, this is my reason of existing. So it's a balance. I can't just, I have to do both.
Yeah.
Or else it's just, I wouldn't want to do it, I'll just become a banker or something.
Right. Make a lot more money that way.
Yeah. It just doesn't make sense. I think that for what I'm trying to do, and for what we're trying to do as a collective and as a community, it very much is kind of, I guess I don't want to say like art house and all these very like, I guess cliche concepts, but it is more that we facing than necessarily like trying to be super mass.
Yeah.
But at the same time, because we understand business, like collaborations, all these type of things in the future could stem into that kind of machine. But I think you need that essence to actually have something that's sustainable or timeless.
I think you're. I mean, I was actually thinking a lot recently, because I think the UK is going through challenges, and it feels kind of like this constriction in general all over the world. We've got a lot going on, and I was thinking like, what makes an art movement? What makes, because you look as an art student, as a design student myself, you kind of look back in time and you kind of think, oh, like, that was the art movement. That time was like when all these ideas were bubbling. It was like this, often it's like defined by a group of people that get together. They have like-minded, they're not all necessarily like-minded, but there's something they share in common, whether it's like a way of doing things, an approach, or they share something, and then you get this amazing architectural movement, this amazing
it has to do with
clothing design,
materials.
Like
new changes in the new techniques or new materials that appear and powered a new way of expression, maybe?
Or like pain after the World War I.
Yes.
Like you get that, like, so I keep wondering, like, are we in this moment now where is this like a watershed? It feels kind of like it could be.
100%.
Hello, I'm Laura References. How are you guys?
Oh, that was very well timed.
Yes.
But just listening to you talk about like the people that you work with, and how you work with them, feels kind of like, that feels like the beginning of a movement.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I guess it's hard to call yourself a movement.
I know, you don't.
Like,
I'll say it for you, okay?
That's a bit naff or whatever.
Yeah, it is.
But no, it definitely is that. And even if you like look at my studio that obviously you mentioned, it's like a lot of the inspirations are very much that way leaning. So I'm super into like obviously like the art movements in places like Mexico post World War II, all these type of things, like that's always interested me, because I think that from like expressing yourself, especially when you're from very humble beginnings, a lot of turmoil, a lot of like quote unquote difficult times, I was able to kind of use making things as like an outlet. So no matter how much we see, and even in places like these and these type of establishments, which I'm always open to deal with, because I think it's important for visibility as well. Because I do think that our approach is quite, I guess, literally avant-garde from more like the sense of the word. I respect platforms that kind of can see that. But for us, I think that it's always kind of been about that, and that's actually what was able to allow us to like be in certain rooms in the first place. So for me, it's like, I guess it's the old things that if it's not broke, why fix it type of thing. So it's like, I'm not gonna now just be like, okay, cool, everything has to be.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense.
I can relate very much to that, because I'm the creative director of a fashion startup, and we started, 3 of us, we were in LCF, and we were seeing amazing fashion designers that they have amazing stores and concept, but there is not budget to create a massive brand, right? So we were like, let's make a company to support those designers as marketplace, business, supply chain. I mean, there is a lot to come. We are still in the beginning ourselves. But right now we have some, like, maybe around 50 emerging designers from all around the globe. And it's very much like connected with music. Last week, one designer friend had a concert somewhere in North London. It was a very intimate, it was a Chinese community. It was the first time listening to Chinese alternative R&B. And the designer dressed the upcoming singer who is now going to New York. And I think he's going to have a really promising career. I mean, he's super talented. we were like, last year we like decided to do this, 3 of our designers, they launched a collective showroom in Istanbul, and I mean really talented people, but obviously they don't have like the support of the media and to scale up. So we decided to go and make an event in their showroom in Istanbul, and it was like out of season, like the entire creative scene of like upcoming creative scene of Istanbul, like designers, stylists, singers, they came, and it was like such a nice moment. It was really nice, and I think it's coming kind of from the younger brands, and I'm not sure if they would like to scale a lot. I mean, obviously for profit, but then a lot of them are like, they just want to stay on a specific level, curate their pieces. Some of their pieces, we see them like 2-3 years now, and they're still like producing the same item in very limited time, or like some more hero pieces, they are worn by upcoming not celebrities, more like artists, upcoming artists. So it's a really beautiful culture that's coming, or like a movement, however we want to call it. It's really nice.
I guess you could say movement just feels like a shift, right? It's a shift in the way we think about things. And I think whether you'd have to be under a rock to not feel like things have shifted a lot. And I think that can't help but affect the way we work. And I'm just interested in how you've described, like you can even, I think Martine Rose does this as well. Like she's had to make collaborations early on with Nike and whatever because it helped her fund her projects, right? It was a virtuous circle. And now you look at it, it feels very like she made all of these decisions and it was like perfectly planned out. And I'm sure not all of it was like sketched out in advance like that. Just she was finding her way and getting by and finding how she could keep her art going and her work going. So I think like sometimes those small decisions can have big impacts.
I think ultimately the culture shifting to the art comes first. For me, when I guess doing the business side, the most important thing is the people creating the ideas feel that it's not being used just solely for profit. You've got to imagine some of these designs come from very personal places. So you always got to make, if the goal anyway is to I don't think designers or artists don't mind being used. They don't mind being used, but create a space where they don't feel exploited.
Yeah,
that's really important. So I think the culture is shifting to art coming first, and people just understanding that in all these cohorts and generations now, that ultimately having a passion for something is way more important than profitable gain in terms of, we made so much money this year, but then the hamster wheel's like, okay, can you make more? There's never, there's never a stop. It's like, now that's going to attract accelerators to come in and be like, oh, this is great. We've got this chunk of money to put in with you guys because we want to expand, and you do all the work, you just keep churning out designs. But how do you create new things when you don't have time to research, you don't have time to feel inspired, be amongst your friends? But you're always in the studio, like more time. You're always working. It's very brutal, like the calendar is like from party to work, from work. And most time in the party you're actually just networking, not actually having a party. You know what I mean? Enjoying yourself or laying your hair down because you feel like you're representing a brand now, and the brand has now become, outside of yourself, has become a business. So it's now become an objective. So you're not actually being yourself anymore. So I think I watch a lot of fashion enthusiasts transition from talking about clothes to learning about clothes, learning about materials, fabrication, supply chain, and then trying out samples. Through this journey, they're creating a community that's very invested. So they're supporting that art. It's almost like the Patreon effect of that podcast and stuff. So that's becoming a culture and thing in itself with fashion enthusiasts, where they're creating their own community by talking about clothes, people that are like-minded with them. They go on to actually be like, guys, found this sustainable fabric, I'm going to try something. Found this from, let's say, an old Armani piece, this is the reference inspired, but we're using more of a fabrication that's sustainable to create the piece. They wear it. Someone on their YouTube like, I would love to wear that because I've been watching for so long. And so on and so forth, the cycle begins, and they're like, okay, cool. We create one by one, slow, researched, spoken about. You can see that people being attached to not only the product, but the person behind it. Do you know what I mean? And then understanding that, I guess people know that to actually sustain something, obviously you have to put it behind, I guess, a business front. That's just fundamentals to actually, I guess, pay taxes and all that stuff. So I think definitely there's a shift. I think the fashion week and stuff is still important, because as long as you're able to show concept through rather than product, I'll watch it all day long, because I want to be, it's like going to car show, car concepts, comic cons, all this. You always want to be reinvigorated, you want to be re-inspired. So I think it's very important, even in the fashion world, to have that. Maybe it should be more insular, more conscious, more considerate to our climate and the changes happening in the world. But I still do think it's still important for, I guess, people that don't even have the access to go to these shows, they want to see it online. There are kids that literally, YouTube is the best thing that's ever happened to them, because it gives them access to so many things in their wildest dreams.
I guess that seems so right on for like how we started this conversation talking about kind of how, you know, you see these graduate shows and they feel so vibrant and they feel like they have all these bubbling ideas, and then you hear from you about how you've created this like ecosystem around yourself and your brand. I think when we're talking about like fashion shows with a capital F and a capital S, it starts to feel different, right? And so I don't, you know, Nick was saying like he feels like it's done, it's over, we're through that. I don't think we are. I think it's, but I think, you know, if you talk to like, you know, and I do, one of the things I do is I talk to the C-suite in these big brands, and I try to get them to think about more sustainable solutions, like integrating more better practices into what they're doing. There's a lot of willingness, there's a lot of desire to do that, but what you see is like they still want to keep those solutions within the current way of doing things. They don't want to fundamentally change the system too much, as in the way they create collections, how often, how frequently, where they show them. That they want to keep that relatively the same, even keel. They just want to inject all of these other things to help it be a little bit more circular, which I think is okay. It's better than not doing anything, but it'd be interesting, like what would it look like, for example, for a big brand? And Mandi, you work with a lot of brands, small and medium and big, but what would it look like for a bigger brand to say, you know what, no, I don't want to do these big shows anymore. I'm going to dial it back. I just don't see that happening. I mean, we saw it a little bit with, to your point, with Denmark in the show that just felt like it just went, the volume just went, ooh.
Sorry to interrupt, who's Dal?
Hi, Dal.
And this is Mandi's.
Mandi's
Come sit next to me.
Here?
Yes.
I've got control of the laptop.
Oh, you're, I mean, that's...
Oh, God. You never told me she was coming. Does anybody need any water?
Yeah, just whenever you feel like you want to leave. There's no pressure.
Sure, that's too late.
We can squeeze.
How y'all doing? Good? Oh, we're doing twin now?
Well, then that measures stuff and what's happening. Mandi, how are you?
She knows that. That's why she's got the
Don't worry, you're not going to think about it. I've got mine. Because I was looking at
Talk about, I came in for the tea and cake. It's fashion week at the moment, isn't it? It's fashion week. Is it? How y'all doing?
It's a version. Transition.
Yeah, the different.
I don't think you're ever there, Colbert.
We're just like, I'm just about like how they've got this beautiful family surrounding them. Like, it's seems so organic, and that seems like the way I want to see it. That's the way I want to see a fashion show. It's just like when it's like every part of it has intention.
Thing. You make it what you want it to be.
But I have to say, in my last roles, I had to go to every single show. It was like a...
Come on, Mandy's gonna bring it.
Too much.
Oh my God, I said leader is speaking.
No. I'm always talking. I'm never not talking.
Doesn't matter, you look great.
I'm going to be starting a linguistics course as well.
Hi, darling.
Does anybody need water or drink?
Do you want things? Of course. Where's the plate?
Yeah, I'm trying to pick it up. I think it's somewhere.
I can use that. Oh, fabulous. Okay, so what is it? It's very British. That's British, right? And then, what's that?
That's Victoria sponge with jam in the middle. It's very traditional British.
The language of fashion.
Right, so there's napkins and things. There we are.
Certain types of fashion.
Yeah.
But like fashion as...
Yeah, no, we're not going nowhere.
We're going nowhere, right?
Like, it would be difficult to escape. But
I know this is all man.
All you're doing there. I'm not.
Adémidé.
What's your name?
Adémidé.
Adémidé.
The actual language.
I'm loving your pizza.
So my point is that everybody has some understanding of clothing and how to get dressed, and I guess we read clothing differently.
Because it's way too hot.
And it depends on the context. So I guess the fashion.
I think it's going to be so bright.
Yeah, it is quite bright. It is quite bright. I knew that. That's why.
But darker, whatever. Listen, I wish. Girl, I'm going to be on Monday for your thing.
in that particular
and Devon
section.
So, do you guys feel like talking about fashion shows? You don't have to. You can talk about something else.
I just went to one just now.
Did you? Who was it?
Daniel Fletcher.
Oh, I love it. He's amazing.
And you got Hunter to give him some coins. Hook him up. Got the little tailoring situation going on in Hunter. Wore it out. It's flawless. Flawless. Absolutely flawless. Like, come on, who's my guy that did it? Here we are. Look, see. Receipts.
Oh my God, look how small it is. I can't believe they didn't give you a magnifying glass.
I'm too old for this. Hold on, who's the guy? I would like him. Ben Schofield styled it. And, it was all very, it looked like new money. New money meaning it was properly styled, it was properly organized. It was in a beautiful venue.
Wow.
It was in the Royal Academy. I thought I was in Paris for 5 seconds. You know Paris in the summer.
Yeah, all those beautiful woods.
It looked just like the same. Looked like the same spot they did at Balenciaga. What was the difference? It wasn't as oversized, but it was flawlessly executed. Beautiful music.
And did he do footwear with them?
The footwear was on fire. He's doing that square toe, Popeye feeling. But it's a cute square toe Popeye feeling. You guys know what Popeye is? Popeye and Bluto, do you know what that is?
Oh yeah, I know.
I was thinking about olive oil and spinach when you said that.
Olive oil is better one.
There was a minute of that.
Cool. She was kind of chic. I liked her little
I
channeled that vibe most of the time. I wore that little
Olive
Ricky off.
But there's new low shoes that are a bit sort of inflated because of olive oil as well.
That's so true.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I could probably
Maybe she could be the new muse.
She's so chic.
Mandy can make that happen.
I think you need to make
I'm
that
just jealous that she was so skinny and I couldn't. One has to do it,
That's true. She was a little size
You can actually get away with it, actually.
How many shows are there this week?
That whole Shelley Duvall thing, you got it.
Not very
You got
many.
Shelley Duvall.
Three.
Full Nash, Martin Rose, and Ali Pizarro.
Hold on, which three? What are we talking about?
Just thinking about Fashion Week, that's
Well, so I'll tell you guys where we were when you came in, because it was like flowing, right? It was kind of, we're gonna get some new flows happening now. But we were talking about sort of how the shows have evolved. This feels like kind of we've had a bit of a watershed moment. I think some people say fashion shows haven't changed enough. They're continuing to change as we speak, but where we feel like, I don't know, where it seems like there's like an authentic feeling or emotion feels much more resonant than necessarily some of the bigger shows where it just feels like there's a lot of churning happening. So that's kind of where we left off. We were talking about how do you kind of take that feeling and that idea that sort of starts sometimes when you have a smaller scale or a student show, or you kept your circle tight and kind of edited and concise. How does that grow and expand and still can keep relevant and keep authentic? And it's difficult because, as far as Nick is concerned, fashion shows are over. I'm not so sure. I think they'll keep going and evolve.
I'm not mad at you for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think we got to talk about it, because if we don't, I just think we got to tell the truth.
I agree. I agree. I think when you say, are you going to do a show, it's like, well, you don't have to do a show. You can be imaginative and do whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's not the be-all and end-all, and I hate the idea of people graduating and getting on the hamster wheel. That's the worst thing. The BFC will give you some money, and it won't even cover the models.
Yeah.
And so automatically the designers are in debt before they've even started.
And also then it just becomes another show that everyone sees. It doesn't necessarily have a standout. Sometimes it does, but it's like, I don't always think that the shows, if you see enough of them, they feel kind of like, it's often the moments like we were talking about, like the show the Balenciaga show that was very pared back. That actually, I paid attention to that because it was different from, I was like, oh.
I think restraint can be really
Restraint
impactful.
is really powerful.
Yeah.
Well, I think the show is a sort of tried and tested formula. It's a framework, and most of us as human beings just like to kind of slot into something that we know works. It's much scarier to sort of say, screw that, I'm going to do something different, I'm going to release a film, or I'm going to do a performance. That actually takes a lot of guts, and I don't know how gutsy a generation of young designers is feeling because of the way the world is at the moment. It's kind of, I guess, it's always a bit top down. There are some, but then maybe now there is a certain reckoning of like who has the guts to kind of step out of that system. Because within that system, there's a lot of comfort.
Yeah, but do are you being not gutsy by getting into debt and having a show when you're just starting out and you feel you should be? Do you know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of pressure like that.
Yeah.
And also there's this kind of message that, if you say to students, obviously we're on that page, what do you want to do when you leave college? More they're going to say, I want my own label. No one says, I want to go and get experience at a maison, and which they should do.
Yeah.
I would never recommend that they jump straight into it anyway.
I agree 200%. Why? Because I've been working with young designers, and I'm telling you, the ego is out of control. Ego meaning, why are you doing the show?
Yeah.
To be great with your friends and to be cool and fabulous? Do you want to sell? Do you want a proper brand? Do you understand what branding is? Before you do that, you need to work for someone. You need to humble yourself and see how this machine runs. That's why the Maison Margiela still exists today, because that boy went to Gaultier and did his time. That's why when he came out, even though he came out just as radical as anybody else, it was precise and it sold.
Yeah, it's like if you study dance, I used to study dance, and I did ballet, not because I like ballet, but because I really wanted to do modern dance. But if you want to do modern dance, you have to have the technique to do, then the technique comes from ballet. So I think there's something similar there. You need to know your technique. Actually, not everybody needs to have the technique.
No, it's quite exciting when people work it out for themselves. I think that's the thing as well, isn't it? There's no rules.
That's true. But just to add to what you said, I always think that it's important to know the rules before you break them to a certain extent. Because for me, I studied tailoring for a very long time before I ever was selling clothes to people. I actually was making clothes for myself since I was a teenager. I actually didn't want to sell. In fact, this is one of the people that convinced me to sell clothes to other people, because I just love clothes, right? And I just want to wear clothes, and I just care about textiles, care about tactile fabrication, just I'm obsessed with it, right? But it was never something that I cared about from a monetary perspective initially. I was doing art direction for companies and working with numerous brands, just like making their logos, like brand identity, all these type of things. That was actually my career path, right? So the design thing, let's say in terms of fashion design, really came from a demand of like my peers that I had cultivated. And then initially they wanted me to make stuff for them, and then obviously that evolved to where we're at now. But I definitely agree that I think sometimes when you're so young, you have it. It's the same thing with music. It's like when you're making music and you haven't experienced anything, it's very difficult to actually put an album out and expect everyone to connect with it. You could be a very good technical songstress or a technical writer, but you kind of need life, and I think that sometimes people rush that and they haven't actually experienced life to actually say anything, I feel, as tangible as maybe someone who had gone through the roots, worked for fashion houses, really understood, I guess, a concise thing that they're trying to say to the world. For me, I always feel like no matter what you're doing, especially in fashion, it's you should find the side that you're interested in, and for me it was tailoring. So then even when I wanted to start making I guess a hoodie, I approached it from a very technical side, and the way that I do the darts, everything is thought of. Whereas I think that if I was 19, I would have probably approached it very differently. And there's nothing to say that that's worse or this is better, but I just feel more confident now in what I'm saying. Whereas I do think that sometimes when you're young, especially me when I was young, I was like a rebel without a cause. So I can only imagine the things, if I was held to that now, and say this was your first collection, I'll be kind of annoyed.
That does freak me out. I've never been a designer, but I can't imagine graduating school and having people okay, that's your signature, that's it. I remember I saw Christopher Kane's first show, and I remember being really bowled over by it, and then it changed. Every show changed. He was one of the designer of that period of time. It did change a lot. Each show felt so different.
The MA show?
Yes.
With all the fluorite and the lace and the
and then the second one after that with the velvet.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking holy, is this the same person?
Yeah.
But I do think there's a lot of pressure on designers to once you've been successful, you've done something that people resonate with, that you have to do that again.
But we find that even with, I'm going to force you to say something now, Rekha, because Rekha's one of our first year students on the fashion communication course at St Martin's, and there is a real pressure, it seems, that they all feel to have a style. Can you talk to that? Do you feel like that's
absolutely.
true?
It's something, I've struggled with it since in my entire career being an artist. Ever since I started drawing, I was like, I need a style, and so I'd sit down. And I sort of started off from an illustration perspective, so I would draw things again and again and try to develop. If I was drawing a face, I was like, okay, this is my eye, this is my nose. I would literally repeat it, and until I went to I guess it was around high school when I was like, that is so stupid. And I just started, I don't know, I guess looking at the people around me and realizing that everybody was doing the same thing. And in that process, by looking at each other, trying to create the style, they were losing all creativity. And now, speaking from the college perspective, I find that the style just comes once you're ready to sort of give up that, I don't know, it's almost like an identity of being, because we were talking about this earlier, at the beginning of the year, everybody's sort of trying to fit into a Central St. Martin's sort of way of working, whatever that means. And I have the same issue, and sort of once you start making things for yourself and experimenting, going to museums and sort of finding your own journey, giving away the idea that you need to have a style, it comes naturally. And I was talking to people the other day when we were looking at everyone's work, and they're like, oh my gosh, it's such your style. They were looking at my stuff, and I was like, I have a style? You don't even realize it's there, and now you do. And that's even scary for me to hear now, because I'm like, I don't want to get stuck in that. I want to be constantly evolving. And so hopefully by rejecting the notion that you have a style, you can have a more fluid looking at.
Well, I guess the idea as well, it's what you were saying about learning the rules and then breaking them. In some senses, you inherited some rules that you thought you had to stick to, and now you're kind of working through them. But that also takes encouragement. You have to kind of you have to have people around you that are having conversations like this, and I don't think our industry is kind enough to do that. It's not set up to do that, because actually you can make a lot more money by asking someone to slip into a form. Like Christopher Kane's a great example. I mean, what a disaster of a kind of brand in lots of ways for such a talented designer, but the kind of horrendous menswear attempt at menswear, and I mean that in the kindest possible way. You just kind of, I felt so frustrated, because why are you doing this? Why are you wasting money, resources, fabric, energy, time on this kind of menswear collection when you're so good at what you're doing? So that's why, I think Christopher Kane's bridal collection is really exciting, because that's where it makes sense. That's where you can kind of really indulge all the things that he's really, really good at. And also there is that thing, I think, of I wish more designers actually did explore other areas rather than runway. or ready to wear, whatever that means. You know, where you have, actually, you know what, I just do red carpet things, that's what I do. Or I just do tailoring, that's what I do. Or I actually just want to do bridal. I mean, there are hardly any of our graduates from St Martin's that just go into bridal, but there has been a resurgence in bridal.
We all do a bit of it now. I mean, you don't have to be pocketed into it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure that Roxanda's got a fantastic bridal business, but she doesn't need to be a bridal designer.
Yeah, but I think there's more avenues though. If you do think in those, I think maybe it also comes from the fact that if you're a designer or a creative person, you often kind of make that mistake of thinking you only need to make things for people like you. And again, for like a 20, 22-year-old, 23-year-old to even think about life beyond that and what kind of wardrobe you might need for a life beyond that, that is also really, really tricky, I guess. But then the issue is you've got a lot of young people designing for other young people that can't afford what they're, you know, the costs of what they're actually manufacturing. So it kind of cancels itself out in a way.
Yeah.
I mean, I think young designers now should start thinking, okay, there's 3 looks I want to do. That could be my collection. Mm-hmm. And then a buyer can come in and say, okay, could we have that in 4 colors?
Yeah.
Summons down the cost. You don't go crazy and be feeling stressed that you have to do a 30-piece collection when only 25% of it sell. Do your thing, but do it very well so that people remember you. It's better to sell less first and then graduate into the person you really want to be. But you need the chance to be that person first, not to be thrown to the lions. And at the same time, if you want to be in fashion or if you want to be in costume, say that. Don't come down the runway with 10 Disney outfits and say you want to be in fashion. That ain't fashion, that's costume. But it's okay, because there's a huge huge audience, not audience, but a huge amount of work in Hollywood for that, where you could blow people away. So organize who you want to be, what you want to do. Don't feel pressured up to this big show. The shows, I remember, usually not big shows. They're always like nice little cool stuff. Yes,
where he did literally 7 outfits.
7 outfits.
And it was great, and everyone just, and the buyers went nuts.
What year was that?
And it wasn't a show, it was a presentation. Presentations to me are the way forward.
The best, yeah.
They're more intimate. Matty Boven did 13 looks. He did a bigger collection, but he showed 13 looks at Fashion Week, and it was a presentation, and he was front of house, so he was meeting and engaging with people, and it was just such a pleasurable Fashion Week experience, you know, rather than the craziness of a show.
Yeah, it definitely.
And if you say to anybody, "Oh, how many looks were they?" they would never know.
Yeah, exactly.
People, if you did like 6 looks, but really incredibly.
Well, I worked with some buyers when I worked with Net-a-Porter for a while, and it was fascinating for me because I sat next to them, and you know, often the buyers, I said this earlier, but sorry if you've heard this before, but they'll choose the same looks. So buyers across a lot of different department stores or e-commerce stores or whatever, you know, very different signatures, but they'll choose within margin of about 3 or 4 different looks. They're basically the same 7 or 8. And of course, that's just the show. And then they go back and then they do their appointment and they see the broader commercial collection. But I guess we sort of started this conversation talking about how I think we're talking at the moment about the kind of creative side, right? As a student, how do you develop your aesthetic or your signature, and how you stay close to what's important to you, and how, but let's be honest, like a big part of the pressure that pushes brands and designers isn't at all creative. It has to do with commercial. So I wonder how the commercial side of the business can sort of acknowledge on some level this isn't, not just that it's not sustainable, but that it might not even be the best way of selling clothes, because I think people lose touch with why it's even important to buy something arguably more expensive, right? If it doesn't have a soul, if it doesn't have some meaning to it, if it doesn't resonate, I don't know. I just think, at the moment, what I do is I go and talk to these C-suites and tell them why it's important, so, but it's not easy going.
Whenever you say C-suite, I always think that somebody's giving birth.
You know what, it kind of is me at that moment, because I'm trying really hard. It's basically me in that moment, trying to give birth. I'm like, come on, guys.
I also think, you know, Fashion Week is a platform. It doesn't have to be commercial as in selling clothes. I think there's this hideous pressure that designers are under that they've got to sell. It's a bit like you do a great show and all the people that you respect get really excited and engaged by it, and then your mum turns around to you and says, what did you sell? How much have you made? You know, and it's like you're creating a persona, you're creating a mood or a spirit of something, and you know, you're in charge of your own destiny. You can show once, twice, you can keep going, but Fashion Week is not. That's not the golden egg at the end of the journey. Do you know what I mean?
It's actually a huge cost, to be honest with you. I think even with us, our buyer didn't even come from our Fashion Week presentation. Our buyer was already, I guess, an avid follower of our journey, and through that is why we invited him to the studio outside of the Fashion Week calendar. And just through that.
Oh, it's crazy. Seeing a buyer when it's Fashion Week, they never arrive. Well, in Paris, when it's really all the appointments, no one ever arrives when they're supposed to, because it's just physically impossible.
Right?
And then when you do have them sit down, you've got this awful pressure that you know they've got a car waiting outside to take them to the airport.
It's 5 minutes to.
Yeah,
it's really.
Yeah, we think
having said that, in the recession and in the pandemic, you know, you just email over pictures. You know.
But has that continued, or do you think it's just come back?
I think if the sort of buyers that get excited about stuff will always make it work.
They'll make time.
Yeah,
they do.
I mean, also you think of these young students that are doing this. They can't eat. So somebody has to make some money.
These guys are students, but
they cannot eat. They have no money. They have no money. I hate to say it, and this is really keeping it real. The best ones are very rarely rich. Rich kids. I'm not being rude, but you know, the geniuses need to eat. What can we do? Especially, I mean, coming from the whole British Fashion Council thing, what can we do to support it, where we allow them to do their thing without the pressure of sale at the moment, just to feel their way and see who they are, and at the same time invite buyers to watch their journey. So eventually, maybe by their third show, they realize who they are, then boom. But they need that support, or they don't eat.
Yeah, because I guess,
you know, it's so
to your point, like if they feel like the only way they can get that support is to do a show, which is expensive, it's just
it's impossible.
It's all like about the catwalk looks. So that's all they want, isn't it? So if you're a designer and you're not going to have a show, but you do a lookbook, and let's say you know somebody who can tell Vogue Runway, oh, you know, Vogue Runway have got to get excited to be able to cross their rule of it's not a show, to put the lookbook up.
Yeah.
So there are routes, you can do that. You could just send them it and see what they think, but most people don't even know how to reach them.
You know, that was part of my job a little bit. It's managing that. And I can tell you, it's like, you'd think it would be nice if that could be easier. But then there's all kinds of logistics, and
you have to do up-down shots, which is the most boring thing in the world.
That is true.
It's like most outfits look amazing from the side, or look great when they're moving. I still don't know why people don't do moving image lookbooks, and it's not called a film.
Okay. No, you just made a really good point.
We tried.
That's what Vogue should offer.
Yeah, well, every season we talk to them and say, can we have a side and a front?
Yeah.
And also you have to have full length. Anyway, last season we snuck in Matty had done it himself, because with the pandemic and everything, and some of them were a bit more abstract, and some of them were just close up, you couldn't see, and it was fine. I mean, they've got to be a bit flexible, haven't they?
But I mean, let's be honest, I don't think that's the only place that you should be able to see those images. And unfortunately, there's just not a lot of alternatives, and also the group of people that want to look at those images is also super, super niche. Just makes it harder for a company like even Condé Nast to allocate budget to do.
The whole industry is looking. The whole industry is looking at the mainstream, the factories to rip it off. Everybody is looking at Vogue Runway as soon as the images go on the newswire.
Yeah. No, listen. I think it's one of those things that you're right. I think that there's no reason why we can't be seeing the fuller picture of the brand or more. And I mean that. Also, there's another element to that, which is the criticism piece, right? I've really questioned a lot, and I did in my role there, is where do we need criticism, where do we not need it? I think fashion particularly has a very strange relationship with criticism. On one hand, it can be quite judgmental as an industry, and then on the other hand, I don't think there are a lot of places where you can read really honest, very candid reviews. So it's this weird double thing of like, yes, you know what people really think. Often we'll have conversations, I'm just pointing to you because you're to my left, you'll have a real conversation and it'll be like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And then you'll read the review and it doesn't sort of fit with that. So I think that's another piece. I always think, surely when you're a student and you're getting feedback from your other students or your tutor, that's such an invaluable, or your friend or your friends, that's such an invaluable piece in how you evolve and you figure out, to your point, you figure out who you are. And then suddenly that just drops off. Depends on the writer.
I think even you came last year to our studio, and that was
What's your brand?
Abaga Velli. So you came last year to our studio, and just that hour just completely changed the way we thought about things.
Oh, that's great to hear.
Just the review, just the insight.
I hope so.
Yeah, literally came as you do. And when you left, me and Ali just looked at each other.
Did you get a biscuit?
Yes, I got made it. I got made it.
Gave a lobster.
Yeah, exactly.
But me and Alex, we spoke, we're like, okay, cool. Throughout our 10 years of trying to learn our craft to even before present something, we've never even had the opportunity to sit with someone that we respect, or we've only had the opportunity to watch it online. This is why I said it's so valuable for a lot of people to be able to have that access to see things, such as a SHOWstudio, such as these platforms to actually watch, because I didn't know the difference between actually speaking with someone and actually watching online is a complete different ballgame. So having that feedback was so invaluable to us because it completely changed the way we looked at things. We were still literally on this topic last year, was just like, okay, cool, how do you launch this brand, get visibility, sell, look for collaboration, year 3, sell. Now we've kind of just crunched it back, made the collection a lot more concise, and just introduced or more, as Ade said, I guess a communication process of the art comes first.
And just to add to that though, that when we had that meeting, which I really appreciated, by the way, it was very much like, the reason why I appreciated it, in addition to obviously what Daniel's saying, I guess obviously Daniel thinks from the business perspective anyway, I guess I'm more like an artist, right? So for me, what I really liked about it was just that it was very honest, and I think a lot of the time, because of where I come from is a bit more of an untraditional, not such a traditional background, so that critical kind of like honesty is very hard, because a lot of the time when people approach me to do things, they're obviously trying to benefit off it, right? So they're trying to make me comfortable, so that I'll do the things that they want me to do, right? Whereas that time was very much like, there was nothing that I could have offered, do you know what I mean? And that wasn't the point of the meeting, right? And it sounds silly, but it's actually
I think that's very humble of you to admit it. Basically, people want to, it's not flatter you so much as just put you at ease in a way.
Yeah, because they want you to do something. So it's usually commercially fueled. Like we had so many meetings with so many commercial brands. Obviously, I'm not going to mention them because some of them obviously give us the bag. But then they obviously are focused. I already know because I actually understand. Like I'm savvy enough to understand when someone has positive intentions and they can be critical because they actually want you to better yourself. And then there's other people that want you to feel comfortable because they want you to benefit off you. So it makes them, it's easier.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to rinse. There was no rinse done.
Yeah, 100%.
I wasn't trying to push up and say, can I work with you? 100%. That wasn't the MO. 100%. It was like, I want these brothers to make it. Let me see what I can say to them so they can win. I can go in there and lie and say, oh my God, this is amazing.
I do think that the British Fashion Council need to go. Were you going through the British Fashion Council?
No.
No, because I do think the British Fashion Council need to be out there, going to studios. It means everything.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
100%.
But a lot of them tell me don't tell the truth. They say, Karen, I think you're a little bit, do you want these kids to win or what?
Yeah.
Do you want them to make it or what? Tell the truth.
I mean, I used to have the meanest art teacher, she was, she's still alive.
That's a balance. That's a balance. It's not about being mean. It's about wanting them to win.
Yeah, but because of her, you might be the most creative you could have been because
I didn't
she
think
was like that.
she was this person that she did not extend herself. Like her center of gravity, everybody was just like, she made everybody come to her, is all I can say. There's some people in fashion like that too. You know who they are. But I had a huge respect for her craft, and I think you touched on something. I think it's amazing that you were able to see that difference, because that shows a lot of self-awareness. And I think when brands are starting out, I think maybe we need to also take a little step back and say that most people who are in fashion in the first place are kind of grappling with identity, culture. It's like they're not, they're there because maybe that's the place that they have to be or they need to be. And if they could do something else, they probably would have done that already. So there's something very raw, it's very personal. So when someone's giving a critique of your work, it feels personal, can feel really personal, and I can appreciate that. So I think probably to some extent having some diplomacy sometimes, but obviously if she's come in to talk to you and you know that her intention is good. I guess there are other...
I don't understand why someone would want to go and see you and not be genuine. Do you know what I mean? I think if someone's come in the right way and they're making a gesture, that's lovely, isn't it? It's a positive thing. There's no reason not to trust.
Yeah, but to be fair, we have many visitors, right? So it was 99% not like that. Like that was a very specific.
Well, she is an exceptional woman.
No, it's true, but it was very specific because, like I said, we have so many conversations with like other brands, and I've had multiple conversations over the last year with like other brands who obviously want me to do multiple things, but I always don't feel comfortable. If I can't feel that.
Yeah, but you know what? It's really funny because if you felt comfortable, it might not be challenging enough. If you feel uncomfortable, it might just be that you don't gel. I mean, sometimes people say, "Oh, I'm with this PR, it's terrible," which is they're just not right for you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think it's just finding people, be collecting characters.
100%.
And I think when you're with the right people, it's a two-way street anyway. Just to know them and it's a gesture. It started with a gesture.
It's a little gesture.
I mean, we were talking about kind of like moments in time that were really defined by a specific design movement or an idea. And I'm really struck by, if you think about some of the most salient or powerful designers some of them are still around today. They started out often in their little group exchanging ideas with each other. It was I'm not going to say it was very small, but it was pretty small. A lot of,
It was a team.
It was a very calm.
That's normal, isn't it?
Yeah, and so I think it's interesting it feels now, are we able to have that kind of scale now? I think it's happening, you're doing it, but it's like those sort of are the little kernels where those things can grow and change. I'm just interested in how that, we talk about, or I'm talking about kind of the big, fashion industry with a capital F, but there's all of these movements within that I think are really powerful.
But it is about all the accoutrements and the add-ons that I think a lot of young people think that they need. So many of my students, for example, who are mainly photographers or communicators, they have movement directors on their shoots. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's really that's a shock. Because if you're a photographer, you should
movement directors, casting directors. The term director has just been totally abused.
They really
It's really interesting that I'm like, do you know what you really need to be good at is on your own with a camera and someone in front of it, make a good picture.
Strip it down.
This is now becoming difficult because there is a certain kind of grandiosity or a sort of scale that everybody wants to work towards. And so you kind of will find that you surround yourself with lots of extra people that you don't need. At the beginning it feels like they're giving you some support, whereas actually maybe you just see now with Karen coming in and telling you some truths and that's it, And I think, but otherwise, there is a lot of that kind of almost, it's quite an opulent kind of theatre now, where you're like, I've got this person, I've got this team, I've got this assistant. I mean, all of them have got assistants as well.
I think it's the White House.
You don't need if you need an assistant, then actually you're not working hard enough, Yes, your images, in my case, might be really beautiful, but I am also interested in the labour of that, right? How much of that picture is your blood, sweat, and tears? Because if it's like 10% of 9, 10 of you, then actually it's a shared image. And similarly with collections, lots of our students, not lots of them, but some of them, will work with different pattern cutters, external pattern cutters. It reflects on what Karen was mentioning about funds. If you've got those funds, and a lot of them may have parents who own factories, for example. So actually, sure, great if you can get those things. But then what happens is we almost then assess all those collections on the same level. And there's a lot of movement and backs, if you, on a Vogue runway app, you want to add the next picture, and we're not really comparing like for like. And I think that's something that needs demystifying a lot more as well. And it's a bit like influencers kind of now having to say that they've been paid to promote a product. In some ways, if
some of them don't admit it.
Some of them don't admit it. And I think, if you are a Nepo baby, or if you're any of the things, like, I am very jealous, but just celebrate it and go for it. But there's pretense that you are working just as hard or need to sweat just as much as somebody else. That's what's kind of really destabilised.
And just to add to what you're saying, I think that's kind of what I was saying earlier in terms of like, when you come straight out of university, right? You don't have the skill sets of a master pattern cutter, you don't have the skill sets of a master cutter, or you just don't have those skill sets because you actually haven't learned. I'm not sure what they teach them in university these days, but all the people that a lot of the designers that I've met, they don't understand tailoring to that extent, but they're trying to make menswear luxury collections, and I actually feel like they're just being thrown into the fire. Like, that's ridiculous. Like,
that's major shade, but
it's the truth, because for me, I'm someone who comes from that, right? I'm more a style person than a fashion person, to be honest with you. So Savile Row, like Neapolitan tailoring, Milanese tailoring, like even to be able to do a hand buttonhole, like these type of things take time and effort. You actually have to learn that. And even that business model, like I know so many tailors all around the world that they travel, do trunk shows everywhere, and their clients are their clients. They have 50 clients and they make more money than all these designers, right? So for me, it's like, you have no idea about the game, like people are doing PTO and all these type of things, but in terms of the actual trade show itself, it's like, these are like heritage, like families of craft, right?
I think the customer wants that from you though.
No, but I hear that, but I feel like you still have to be aware. So it's like literally what you said, like if you're putting this here, and this takes like 30 hours of handcraft, and this is literally made in like a sweatshop / studio in London, whatever, but I just feel like you can't compete, so you have to be self-aware enough to understand that, okay, cool, I need to learn. And I feel like the BFC, to be honest, they should be giving that infrastructure just like they do in Italy, just like they do in like the couture in Paris. It's like, you actually have to learn how to make clothes. Like the ideas are great.
Some people are self-taught though. You hear about successful designers that teach themselves.
I guess it's also tricky. I think it's it's an oversimplification. But for a customer, if they're both just 2-3 button linen jackets, right? Like, that's as simple as that. And so, sure, one of us might get turned on by the kind of 40 hours it's taken and where the linen seed was grown and
No, but that's the
one
brand.
of us might
that's
not. But whose responsibility, I guess, is what you're touching on, is to communicate that. Because I think it was the press, it was our job, and maybe
that's why the narrative of brand profile is so important.
Now it feels like it's your job to have to do that, which I think is a huge pressure, because actually, traditionally, that was our job, right? You just make the good stuff and we talk about it. Whereas now you've got to talk about it. And I don't know what we do. We just sort of talk about...
We talk about them talking about it.
I mean, Hetty and I talked about this on our thing a while ago, like what's the point of us? And therefore, what's the point of the show? Is actually, you have to do all of that stuff yourself, that storytelling.
Which I don't mind. I just think it's especially from a student perspective. And I actually was in LCC the other day, but I was talking to like fine art photography students, because from an art direction side. But just in general, I feel like it's important to show them that. And I don't know if they don't teach it on the syllabus, but I just feel like even like the McQueens and so forth, they went to Savile Row, do you know what I mean? It's like, there's a reason for that. It's not just like a thing to put
your
on
course
the
would be
CV.
called "This is what you don't know." Basically.
I just think it's important, because I feel like if you were going to go from university to a commercial platform and you're competing with houses, and you're selling for the same price point, because obviously it costs you more because you're making less, right? So it's like, you still have to sell $1,200 for the jacket, but then you're selling $1,200 for the jacket is a very different jacket. That's true. And I think that you have to be aware of that. You don't have to necessarily not sell, but I just think like, some people don't know, honestly, like they don't know the difference between hand canvas, like a canvas jacket and a jacket that's made with glue, like they can't tell the difference, they don't know, and they're designers. So for me, that's an issue.
I think that's a really good point. I mean, I'd love to hear from you guys. I don't want to put you on the spot because I know you're not, you don't have to respond, but I would just love to hear from your perspective because I think it's really important. Like, I think it's easy. I remember when I was a student, I feel like what London does really well is it supports ideas and like these little flames of concepts and ideas in a way that it's sometimes like New York definitely doesn't in that same way. You're laughing because it's like it's
the flames at the moment of the orange skies.
Yes, it's a different kind of flame. But yeah, I think London does that very well. But then I guess my feeling is like, what happens after that? And it's like really good at launching. It's like yes, yay! And then once the launch happens, it's like that. Okay, what happens to someone when they're in the middle of their career or in the beginning, middle? And then I don't feel I see them anymore. And I'm like, oh, what happened to that person? And what happened to that person? So I would love to understand, like I would love to sort of understand from your perspective and also from you guys from starting out, what that looks like where that sort of support drops off or what you'd like to see more of, assuming we've got the ear of the fashion industry here.
I think that's why Fashionista and New Gen is so important. All these fashion competitions.
Hi, Tamara. Hello. Hi.
Mandy's being on booze by people just
There's no late right now. This is like an Italian lunch. We're just rolling out. Yeah, it's all good.
Because when you go through those Fashionista and New Gen, if you're building relationships, so when people often say to me, am I ready to apply for this competition? Or you should apply, because you're practicing how to apply. By the time you get to the one that you're supposed to, you're destined to win, you're rehearsing how you're going to behave and how you're going to be, you're learning what it's like. I remember I used to do the one at in Italy, and some designers it's something else, I can't remember. But I know what it was Andam, and I remember one year someone who's a very well-known designer, they sent in a terrible proposal. And it was so, I couldn't bear hearing it because it was so obvious that they didn't have time for it and they just sent something in. Whereas if you do a beautiful and you kill yourself and you think about how it's going to look when they open it, what's the first thing, even if it's scented, it's like you can tell the ones that have put love into it. But what an insult to the industry when someone just enters it, they can't be asked to do it properly.
I'm sure as a tutor you must see some of that. I feel like when I do work with students, I see a lot of that.
A lot of what?
A lot of the sloppy kind of like...
And the other thing that we used to see when we were judging was expensive portfolios. Like a bound book.
Yeah.
And it's just, The most exciting thing for us was when it was country, almost like villages that are just so off the beaten path. And you were looking at it, and it had little charms or things in it. And it's like, oh my god, and it felt so special, and you felt that nostalgia, and you could feel that, oh my god, look what they've done, and they've got no inspirations around.
The challenge is that depending on the level of their career, at the beginning of their degrees, quite often wherever they're studying, they have that. But then somehow towards the end, that's like flattened out of them. Yeah. And that's the industry, they go into a placement somewhere and then they're like, oh right, maybe my sketchbook should all be like really well printed and super well finished. And then you're right, they spend all the money in the wrong places because actually the idea
in America the graduates all do that.
No, I went to
they all have business cards and everything.
Yeah, it just gets flattened. I mean, it doesn't happen.
And it was all they're almost like...
It's very pedantic. It's very pedantic.
The characters were assassinated so that they were so like that. They had to behave like that.
It's also this idea of professionalism, which is something I've always grappled with through teaching and just generally, as in what does that look like in the creative industry?
That's why you're so lucky here that people like you can teach them to create and not have any boundaries, because they don't get that there.
No,
I went to art school in the US, and it's a very different thing. I went to RISD. It's great, fantastic school, but the joke is that you end up leaving with the same aesthetic as your professor, your tutor, basically. Yeah. So if you're an artist or painter, you leave with that, you end up kind of getting influenced in the training. Right. You can't, on some level you can. It's almost, they call it it's like a year after you leave, you sort of still have that, and then it goes, so that falls away. And the idea is that then that's what then you arrive. I'm like, it's just weird. But I think London it's much less didactic. It's much more like, here you go.
It's very fertile, and also when you're at college and you're studying your fellow designers, you know, you're not stealing ideas, you're sharing thoughts and coming up with stuff. So what I was talking about with Fashion Eastern's new gen, how are you? Is that when you leave, when you've done it, they're your extended family for life, and they're always there at the end of the phone to be for you. I think that's so important to collect these people that are going to guide you.
Does that help you, like, so thinking about like when you just start out as a designer or as a creative, that's really important. And I feel like London and the community in London has a certain amount of resources, maybe not as much as it used to. But then what happens when you're mid-career? Then what happens? What if you haven't, you know, it's taken a bit longer to get where you thought you might want to go? Then I feel like London maybe isn't as good. It feels like it doesn't. I mean, I feel like we've lost some really great designers.
That's why the brands, they want what's new. And I remember one season, the magazines do the same. What's new to write about.
I think that's the issue
and
with London, though.
One season we were going to actually make up a brand because we knew that they'd just write whatever we told them. Because they just wanted something new and they didn't care.
But doesn't that
they didn't give a shit about what it was like.
London's a bit like the fruit and veg stall in the front section in the supermarket. You know, it's fresh, but actually it's by the door because it's going to be replenished very, very quickly. You know, it's not your sort of big tub. It's not the big tub of washing up powder that you buy that often.
It's a very expensive series of mistakes structurally because it costs that brand to develop as a brand. It costs that person. Their mum might mortgage their house for them to show. They put a lot. You know, think of all of the designers that came out in the noughties, for instance. Where is Mario Schwartz? Where are all some real talents?
It's in Greece, living really nicely.
Yes, I know, but it's a waste of IP, it's a waste of talent, it's a waste of resources, and that doesn't happen in other territories.
Yeah, Italy's much better.
Focus on the new is at the cost of longevity. That's not sustainable because then your focus is constantly on the anxiety of the new over building a brand and keeping that brand.
Agreed. I mean, I think that's true. I think that's something that we can learn from Italy, we can learn from France to a degree.
There needs to be a blend of the excitement of the new with establishing houses, and we don't really do that. They leave or they go. It's too much of that, and it's a churn, and that must be very anxious for those new people. How, you know, there's a whole world of opportunities to build into.
Even part-time jobs that have nothing to do with fashion are really important because they're getting some life experience. They're learning how to service industry. They're learning how to, you know, like if you have a client, a buyer come in, you know, even knowing how to behave in that situation.
Go and work in a shop.
Yeah, working in a bar.
It has real life behind you, so you understand and appreciate what's given to you and how to utilize it properly. And not, you know, just disregard what's given as well. I mean, it's all well and good to start as a designer, but the major ones, they last.
I remember when I first met Karen, she was working at Fred's, which was a very cool members bar at the time. And you know, you probably met a lot of your friendship group.
You know, I do to this day. I did 3 jobs, but I'm a New Yorker. So, you know, I worked at Fred's at night. I did the door at 2 different clubs. And in the daytime, because I came from New York, I said I had to pay my dues. So I worked in the worst hair and makeup agency on the planet, in a basement. But I did it because that's how I got to know every level of what was going on in London. And I have no regrets. I made like £100 a week. 5
if
days
you want
a week.
it badly enough,
you know, you got to keep paying your dues, but that's why they can't come from you.
You've got to be hungry.
That sounds like that's a difficult thing to say. I think people find that quite sort of outrageous as a statement. And I wonder why that is, right?
I think it's changed as well.
Why do you mean that's?
You've got to find a route. Everyone's got to find a route to midnight.
Well, I think young people kind of maybe partly, I don't know for whatever reason, maybe we can find out in a minute, but I guess that idea of working, you know, all the heat that Kim Kardashian got for her saying just, you know, work. There's an and of course that's within the context of her.
I'm talking about Master of Your Own Destiny.
Yeah.
When stylists used to come in When stylists used to come in to take clothes, there was a type of assistant that would always be the assistant and they'd moan about how they're never going to be a stylist. And then there was a type of stylist that made it happen at weekends, did little shoots, was even honest to the PRs. Would you help me out? I want to do a shoot. Rather than lie and get caught out, you know, and they're the ones that are the editors now.
I think that's so
much. I know about hustling.
No, honey. It's not about being fierce.
Yeah.
The fierce lasts for 5 minutes. There's always got to be someone else that's fierce. What else are you bringing?
But also the hustle is different now because you're talking about a different time period, you know, where you could afford to stay in a city like London. You could kind of.
It was always expensive.
Yeah, but okay. So the accoutrements of life today that you're absolutely. I know what you'll say is like, well, why are you buying flat white every day? But the things that people want.
Shoreditch Town Hall, my 3,000 square foot office when I had no money whatsoever. Now the rents in Shoreditch are probably £50-60 a square foot. It was £2.50 a square foot. I had no money, and I said I'll take it all, and I couldn't afford that. You sleep on the floor of the office. I remember when I was doing the PR for Dazed. I had a desk in someone else's office, and at night when they'd all gone home, I'd sleep on the floor, and my skin was so bad, everyone at Dazed used to bitch about me being a coke addict. They thought I was a drug addict, because they didn't know that every day all I could afford was a can of Coke and a Twix. That was my... No, it was... I'm happy. That was my choice. I had to find a way to make it work. Obviously, I did the whole surfing with friends, but you run out.
Yes.
I guess, you know, I was asked recently to talk to fashion graduates about my career path, and I guess with the idea that that would be like a future path, and it just doesn't exist anymore.
I think what we're talking about here, though, is in part about class. So it's really expensive to go to university now. It wasn't as expensive. So there is a lot of debt around going. More like America was a generation ago, it's now like that here. And, you know, the compromises that you have to make if you don't come from a privileged background to get into something, you kind of know that you have to really double up on your delivery because I mean, you know, I went into styling and it was like I realised that I was up against debutantes and there was just so many safety nets for them that I didn't have. So I personally lived in a housing co-op, which still exists, and when, obviously this is pre-Brexit, I worked abroad because there wasn't really any work here other than the editorial, and yeah, I built the relationships because I always needed PRs if I didn't have good clothes, then you've got nothing, and always made sure they got back all right and on time. So it's really understanding the nuts and bolts. We met when Mandi was working in brands on the shop floor. You know, that's how, and then it's going to be different for everybody. It's not just way back then it was easy and now it's tough, or vice versa. There will always, you know, like if I was looking at property now, I probably couldn't afford to be a first-time buyer in London. I accept that, but then other places will come up. It's inevitable. What I'm more worried about with London, with fashion shows, is the churn of all this talent. They're being sold a dream at university, which is costing them and their families a fortune, and they're coming out and they're having a bit of a moment, and then what? Then what? Because we do not have the high street that we had. Boohoo is not Topshop.
Yeah.
So where is all that talent going, and what are we telling them and selling them? Because university now is selling. And where do we take them? Because I'm really worried about, there's a lot of people going into this, it's costing them a lot of money.
I think we should do a little round of applause for Tamara Cincik. That was fabulous.
Do you think there's too many people also that want to be a part of fashion?
Oh, but why wouldn't you want to be something? I mean, I would never want to shut down somebody's dream, ever. But we've got to be really realistic about not the whole fame, this is hard, you know, work harder, not just that, but also the cost and the consequences. I get very nervous about shows because they cost a lot of money, but as a stylist, that was a primary income generator. Of course I'm going to take that money. But what are we doing with that? Where is that going? What are they going to do with your brand to help you flourish? That's my concern about it. It's all well and good because it's all slated towards doing a show, whether it's a graduate show, and it's all important. Look, you know, Isabella Blow, famously, who lived around here, bought the Queen's collection, graduate collection. Galliano's was picked up by Joan Burstein. There's a heritage of that. It's obviously important. But where are we going? 'Cause, you know, if they're talented, their mum and their dad are going to be like, right, what do we need to do? And if they're from a working class background and there's less, that's what worries me is, what, you know, it's all debt for what?
But do you think they're not talking about it at schools? I do think, in my experience, that at least.
But why wasn't there a London massive showroom at Paris last season? One granary did it for the students. Like, come on, that's where the buyers are now.
Do you think that's because I guess the question that started this conversation, just to bring you guys in a little bit, was sort of why are we, you know, in London we're very good at supporting the new idea, but sometimes have a harder time supporting it and giving brands the toolbox and understanding how they can build that longevity into their journeys. But I think we, you know, I agree. I think it's devastating when you see a brand suffer, struggle, or cease.
I think it's the brands, the bigger brands, that are the key to everything, because they've got to behave more holistically now. When Tamara and I were talking about that era, when somebody sponsored a show, they might sponsor 2 or 3 shows. Now it's like do one show and
or a party.
Yeah,
right.
And but almost like the brands have got money. Let's be under no illusion here. There is a lot of money in this city to put into this, and it's dog eat dog. And why shouldn't the fashion designers get part of this pie? But there is the money there. They need to be held by the hand by people where you know, when they do a deal with a designer, it's a two-way street, it's a good synergy together, and I think there's so much more that you can do with brands. There's so many brands that haven't even put their toe into fashion that wouldn't realise how great it could be for them.
Well, I want to come back to something you said. You were talking about yourself and your background and your experience. You were saying you were more of a style person and less of a fashion person. I would like to interrogate that a little bit, because I almost wonder if some of what we're talking about here is somehow this kind of weird hierarchy between, because I don't think of them as separate.
Yeah, it's something that I kind of always been like that, but just to add to what you were saying before, and even what kind of been the consensus of discussion so far, it's like, I just feel like London is the epitome of that separation, if I'm being honest. So it's like, London, they have like the Margaret House, which I respect highly, and that doesn't seem to ever get brought up in these type of discussions.
Yeah,
Who has a very successful business.
Yeah.
Multiple stores all around the world.
Yeah. She wouldn't want us talking about her.
No, I'm not. I'm saying sure, but I'm just saying exactly. But I'm just saying that I find that very
under
funny,
the radar,
right?
under
Because
the
it's
radar.
like London has Margaret House, but then it's almost the conversation now is like, okay, like all the designs, nothing sustainable, no longevity, right? And it's just that is that separation for me, whereas like there's the style world where it's more about cultivating your audience, like Faye Toogood, like these type of people who their eye can harness like, its own clientele. So then the clothes, all these different factors of what they do then become like their world. So they can have stockists, but they can actually become self-sustainable. Also someone like even Visvim, the brand Visvim, Mind Nakamura, not London brand, but these type of brands where I wouldn't call them streetwear by any means, but there's a lot of time and effort that goes into what they do, and because of that, their audience it's more, I guess, organic. And I just think that communication isn't really taught to students in a way where it's like, you don't have to become super famous. There's actually a way you can actually make a successful business. And just me being interested in like, even now, like, and it's funny we have this conversation, like a designer like Christophe Lemaire, like these are the type of people that I actually look up to. And I just always find it interesting how like, they never really communicated to like, the young designers.
That's your lunch.
Not held up.
Yeah, serving sandwiches, mate.
Yeah.
I bring more sandwiches.
How very proper.
So, sandwiches for you guys.
Thank you, Nick.
Crust off, as you requested, Dal. My wife's bag upstairs. That's it. It's my duty's done. You obviously don't need me, so.
Did you guys hear what he said? Because actually, I'm not going to, I feel like being a little bit of a teacher. I'm like, could you repeat that, please?
No worries.
That last part, though, I thought was really important. Because you're saying basically that the brands that are sort of, let's call them like the fly under the radar, they're sort of style at their heart, let's say. Like the fly under but they're British, but they're not held up as an example of like British fashion.
That's an issue with London Fashion Week rather than the brand and the consumerism, because you've got, I mean, Fraser, who died from YMC last week, you've got Folk, you've got all of those menswear brands that came out of the 90s and early noughties. You've got Margaret, who I see very much in that aesthetic. And for me, they're really relevant brands. You go, I mean, Lamb's Conduit Street to me should be like, it's
Faubourg Saint-Honoré.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. I mean, I don't know. I mean, from the perspective of students or people kind of coming into the industry, I think that's really interesting. It's at the same time. I mean, I remember when I moved here from New York, and I just remember just being. I think my mouth was like open the whole time. I was just like, it just felt so fresh. It felt so exciting. It felt like completely different. It is completely different from New York. Because New York, on the flip side of that, because it so prizes commerciality to a degree that I think goes too far. It goes too far. It loses, like, there was probably a time that New York Fashion Week was like super exciting. I never saw, I mean, there were certain shows that felt exciting, but it just didn't have that
I will have one.
So,
I think from those labels that you're saying, the impression that I'm getting is that you're still defining your own taste. And if those are brands that you're flagging, that's great because you're finding your thing.
Yeah, I mean,
you're being inspired by the right stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't even compare it because what I do is actually quite different. But I was mentioning them in regards to, like, if I was to think of successful business models, those would be in my mind. I would never think of like a hype brand as a successful business.
I don't think it's something you can teach in college, though. That's the thing. You've got to get out there and have the experience, you know. And I remember there was when I first worked in PR. A brilliant woman that I worked for, she had to leave, she had to move to New York, and I took the first job that came along with BHS, which was British Home Stores High Street, and it wasn't right for me, but oh my God, I learnt so much just from that experience. It was like, you know, I almost like, in fact, Karen Binns, I remember they had this bag. There was a Prada bag at the time that was really cool. It was small and it had straps. At Naomi Campbell, everyone had it. You could only fit like cigarettes and a lipstick. And I remember I convinced them to use this bag that they did, which was like a big shoulder bag version, but it was a copy, a diluted version, but it was cool, you know. And again, I enjoyed the challenge of trying to find something cool in all this shit. And I got them to do it as a gift, and they were like so particular about the wrapping and everything. And you called me up.
Did I? Oh my God.
Yeah, and you said to me, my friend Zoe Bideau has got this bag, I want one.
Oh yeah,
and that's when I knew it worked. That's when I knew, oh yeah, it's hitting the right vein here.
I remember the bag, and I did want one.
But I think you made a really interesting point to kind of go on to that. It's like the British fashion ecosystem used to have high street in that sense. It used to have Topshop. It has had this sort of like demi level of like a launch pad, which Chris Kane used, Maria Schwab used. I can remember all those collections. Now, putting aside the fact that those were fast fashion, that was incredibly wasteful companies, and if they were around today, they would still be. But it's interesting to think of it as a commercial step that just doesn't really exist in the same way. To your point, actually. So what is that? What is that intermediate step?
Designers are still doing high street collaboration.
They are still. Okay, just maybe not as visible.
I
think they're cooking.
To your point.
Yeah, you don't have the incubators. When I first came here, you had Hyper. That's how I knew everybody knew it was coming up.
Right.
They had a space where they had their own little world that you can just like go in and out. They weren't under pressure to be bigger.
Get your ears pierced. Get your ears pierced.
Yeah, get my ears pierced. You can also get your ears pierced, yeah. But at least they had a space.
It sounds like
and they didn't have the pressure.
It was like an incubating.
Yeah, it was incubating.
It was a fertile atmosphere.
And I think London is that type of city. Yeah. You know, they're not like New York where they want you to be as basic as possible.
Yeah, commercial.
Because they don't want you to be competition. The more competition you are, the more they'll shut you down. Because the rest of them don't have any creativity, half as much they have in London. So they must shut you down. Or they must keep you in their company for a while and dilute your creativity. London's totally opposite. You know, I think we need more support now, especially since Brexit. We have to come through. We have to get people here. They're not going to come here if they don't see something feasible.
Yeah, I wonder also just the schedule. That's never...
Yeah, you're talking about buyers. They're not here.
I missed this bit.
I know. I mean,
but they want it. They want it more than they can. Yeah, the stuff they can get, they don't want.
Incentivized.
I'll tell you, if you had more of a high situation, you'd be surprised how many people will be getting on that train to get those fixed.
We've said before that Nasa Mazar should do a fantastic trial shop and use the studio.
Do you mind if I speak to you? You know how many more people would come? They would go, hold on a second, we're not going to go. Let's go over to London for like a weekend and get all our major fits. The next thing you know, all the buyers will come. Gotta give them a place to go to do it. Yeah. They don't have that money.
It didn't always start with New York Fashion Week though. When did it switch?
To what?
So it used to be, Ready to Wear Fashion Week. It didn't used to start with New York and London.
It switched.
It was switched in
a long time ago then.
It was a long time ago, but I'm trying to, it's over 20 years ago.
Before 9/11.
Before 9/11.
So I was there.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
But there's something about that. People then, if you're a buyer and you're based in New York, you're going to skip. You'll skip London.
What's the reason to come unless there's a carrot?
No, but I think it's got to be culturally vibrant for them to come.
Yeah,
I don't think they just come for like the buying. They come to get inspired. That's what friends in New York used to say to me. We come to New York Fashion Week to get inspired.
Yeah. Hi, Lucy.
London Fashion Week.
Thank you for having me. Would you like some tea?
Oh yeah, I'd love some actually. Thank you.
I don't know if it's still hot though. This one maybe not so much.
I still think London has it. They just need a little bit more backup. And you'd be surprised how many buyers will get on that train. They'll get on that train quick.
And they've always got spare budget buyers for the cool stuff, for accessories. They've always got a bit of spare money for accessories.
But I want to come a little bit back, rewind a little bit to, we were talking about how, you were talking about how if you want to make it in this industry, whether you're in London, whether you're somewhere else, you have to put in the time, and I think that's true. But I would say that if you're a younger person in this industry now, it looks really different, and I think the challenges are different, and it's easy to say, do that. I did myself used to say that, and I do it less now because I think the industry is really different. And some of the challenges that were there when I was working for free in New York for 4 years, I remember my dad being like, really? I had 3 jobs when I was in New York because it was free. I worked for free for 4 years. Yeah. There's nobody I know who would do that now. It's like, and good on them for not doing that. Like, they shouldn't have to do that.
I don't know.
Yes, that's true.
I don't know. You're a lot stronger. I'm not saying they have to have 3 jobs, but you're a lot stronger. Sometimes if they don't get what they want and it doesn't all happen in 3 seasons, they crash and burn because they have no resilience of understanding you have to make something that pleases someone else, which means you have to get out there and work, and you have to understand what critique is, handle it instead of going and jumping out the window because you're not the next McQueen. Recover, because that means you might have a lot more in you, but you don't know what it's like to endure.
You haven't identified it yet.
You need a minute.
I don't think people value enough the other members that are part of the supply chain. So, like some factories as well, you don't want to speak to the factories that are just churning out products. You want to speak to the factories that are able to make your product a lot better and establish that relationship before. The buyers are always going to come if the product is good, first and foremost. So you should always build a relationship with the other members of the supply chain that are going to deliver your product on time, going to be able to market your product on time. That way, buyers, like I said, are always going to come when the system is working. When there's a break in the system, you go to a factory, and the factory don't actually care about your clothes.
I think
if you have 20 designers on your stuff.
I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's the difficult parts in a way of the conversation, the stories about provenance and regenerative and all the stuff that I'm deeply involved with are actually what need to be given and gifted to the students. Plus, they need bookkeeping and account support because it's all well and good being really, really creative, but you need to understand the numbers, and that's not the conversation that anybody seems to be having.
They don't want it.
I didn't go to art college. I went to university.
No, they don't want it. But why?
But they have to have it.
Because, you know, if you are...
Yeah,
anyway,
that's
I'm
a cultural thing.
Speaking of a particular position, but it's just not cool. Like, why are they going to come and get an accountant? We get an accountant for our tax.
You can learn it yourself. You learn it yourself. You learn it.
Yeah, but this is the issue, isn't it? Is that there is a kind of...
I'm not going to pay an accountant.
You Google it.
But the reason people want to get into this is not so they can do their taxes. I think we're forgetting just the beauty, the joy, the privilege we all have of sitting here on a Friday afternoon nibbling cake served to us by the icon Ignite. You know, like that is what everybody wants. They want that fashion. Now, yeah, of course, because he's very successful.
Well, I don't know. His wife's very good at being his agent.
But at a young stage, of creative career, that is just not on the cards. And I've always kind of struggled. Of course, yes, it should be. But actually, do you want to kind of know that stuff?
No, you have to, because not everybody's privileged. Not everybody has daddy that can pay the bills.
No, but it's not even about that. If you've got no money or some money, everybody has to know that actually you have to pay taxes, right? That's just a basic thing. Basic clerical things that anybody needs to know if they're starting a business.
Why is it basic?
It's not about selling them the dream.
Knowledge that everybody needs.
It's basic that what you spend, you have to have enough money, and you need to work out profit. It's a very rudimentary thing to know that wholesale is different to retail.
I'm not saying they shouldn't know it, they just don't want to learn it at that particular stage.
If they don't learn that.
They'll learn it quickly when they go out.
That's where that not every designer needs a brand.
We're losing.
Like the argument around accounting aside, actually we need to revalue all the skills in the supply chain so that everybody doesn't finish college and think the only route for me is to do my own brand. I was speaking to a recruiter from LVMH not so long ago informally, and she was saying that it's really difficult to find talent because a lot of them now just want their own label. And actually they do that for 10 years and then quit, and then LVMH maybe doesn't want them at that point, or whichever company it might be. So it's like, it's difficult because it doesn't really matter whether they learn accounting or not. It's the ambition that everybody's got has changed. They don't want to just go and work in a house anymore and learn really hyper-technical skills, necessarily. So.
What about, do you think, Lucy, I'm asking you because we obviously used to work together, and I always really respected that you always took time out of your job at the time when you were an assistant to mentor other people and how they were helping them get into university, and it was something that always really impressed me. And I think that's another piece I want to tease out here, is mentorship, because on one hand, we can talk about where that comes from in the schools and how we learn about that, whether it's accountancy or just responsibility, but I also think there's an element of who helped guide you. It sounds like you came in and gave these guys some very valuable advice. I think our industry is artisanal in that way, and we have this tradition of mentorship, and it's such an important piece. I can certainly think of two very, very important people in my career that helped me along the way. And I think I'm always considerate or aware of the fact that I need to also help people in the industry as well now. So I just wanted to, I think I'd love to know what you think about it now after you're not an assistant anymore, and how you think about mentorship now and whether that's an important piece, because I think that comes into also giving back to sort of some of the students, sort of for them to understand what they're going to be facing when they get out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, mentorship is obviously really important, but it's also quite hard to mentor when the industry has changed so much.
Yeah.
So, for example, for me, we were talking about working for free before. I did really short internships for free that don't exist now at magazines because they now pay, which is great. But we're kind of in this grey area at the minute where they just now it's really hard to get an internship at all, because actually a lot of companies just cut them. They didn't start paying. So it is difficult, and I'm learning more and more to mentor in a way that's maybe a little bit more zoomed out than giving specifics, like you should reach out to this company and try and do this thing. It's more make friends with everybody you see, get everybody's contact details, don't take no for an answer, keep reaching out on LinkedIn. But yeah, so it is difficult because I think that young people today are in a completely different industry. And I mean, I only came up 6 years ago.
It's not long ago.
Wasn't that long ago.
In my mind,
even still, it's crazy the difference. And also they've got new threats to them. I mean, in the journalism sphere more, but I've got students, sometimes I teach at LCF, and I've got students putting their hands up and saying, is AI going to replace fashion journalism?
You're like, yeah, probably.
And I'm stood there I don't think so, I hope not. But I mean, who am I to say? And it's a completely different world, so we can mentor them in the sense of, imparting those more life, soft skills, but also, when the English just changes so much that we have to be mindful that they're not coming up in the same way that we do.
Well, mentorship goes both ways, right? You're getting mentored by your mentees and vice versa, so I imagine it's both.
Good mentorship, the person doing the mentoring is inspired by the designer, for sure.
Just to add, I also feel like literally what you were saying in terms of when you're speaking to younger people, they're going to have all these like consistent questions based on their current situations, and I think it's good to, I guess, in some way allow them to understand the experience that you have while still being open, and I guess that's what you were saying, like to be inspired by them too, so it's more of a dialogue rather than you're just like throwing information at them, because I don't think that people retain information in that way. Because even when, like I mentioned, like the other day I was at LCC talking to like young photographers and young art directors, and a lot of them, funnily enough, I mean maybe it's different from fashion perspective, but a lot of them were actually asking about how to make money, accounting, things of that nature, which is more reason why I was just in my mind like, wow, like I feel like we should teach you this, right? Like it's very important, especially if you're going to be a sole trader or like a freelancer.
There's a lot of pressure on one person to do all things. That is a lot of pressure.
But it's quite empowering to learn that you can only rely on yourself.
Yes.
I mean, I think that, it's almost like, I remember when I first when I started my company, I got a phone bill, and it was something like £600. And I remember Caroline burst in at Brown's, she rang me up and I went, I think I'm going to have to close the company. I'd only had it for a few months. And she said, why? I can't pay this phone bill, it's over. And she said to me, you don't have to pay it straight away. And you're learning on the job.
The agility.
Yeah. And like you say, you know how I kept saying identify characters, because like for me a big mentor was Nicola Formichetti, but it wasn't like, if you said to him, did you mentor me? He wouldn't say, what are you talking about? But just how he behaved with me and what he taught me, like he was so important, he brought so much to me. Do you know what I mean? I just think these characters, you feel so lucky that, thank God I met them, thank God they came in my life.
I think it comes from your peers as well. Like I learn so much from people who work alongside me every day, listening to the way that they interact, move through this industry. I think it's not even just about like upward and downward mentorship.
For sure.
Definitely in fashion as well. It can be a lonely industry unless you find your people and there's people you can soundboard with. So I learn loads from my peers.
No, I think that's really right.
I mentor Matty Boven, and actually, I think my most important job with him is helping him make his own decisions. I don't want to influence him in any way, but what I can give to him is help him make informed decisions.
You're nodding your head.
Yeah, I mean, it's about having a sounding board, but I guess that the trick is finding the right sounding board. We touched on it earlier. Like, there are a lot of sort of people that will gravitate towards talent, but perhaps not always for the sort of a good reason or for clear reason. And I think that's the thing that's really tricky, is almost making younger individuals, whether they're students or not, but as they're entering this, is to make them slightly more, I guess, it's an interesting balance of being really curious and open, but also being a bit suspicious sometimes. And you kind of need that person in the middle to kind of help and go, is this legitimate or is this not? Is this person going to try and kind of use my name for X, Y, and Z? Or like, what am I actually getting from this? And I think ultimately it's about having, it's always, listen, it's with this, I've got 2 more students that have turned up, this all sounds like it's organised, but I think genuinely what we spend, I hope, more time doing is just literally the basics of being a nice human being. It's literally politeness, it's kind of understanding relationships with people.
Gratitude.
But are the universities being honest about the churn? Because initially after Brexit, we had a whole opportunity for onshoring, especially around COVID.
What does that mean?
For bringing business manufacturing to the UK, and people such as Patrick Grant were telling me that they had Make It British said there was an 83% uplift in the wish to onshore business.
Meanwhile, people like Patrick Grant were saying, I can't fill the gaps, because a lot of the training had been lost in these core skills.
Yeah.
And the Lithuanian women who were primarily propping up UK manufacturing left. Now, even though people like myself or other organisations have said to the government, please speed up the necessary T levels to skill these people up, they won't be rolled out until September of this year. So there was a gap between Brexit, a wish for onshoring, those people found other solutions, And now there's no wish for it. There's not this 83% uplift of people wanting to onshore. And people have got around the fact that maybe they don't want to go to China because they don't want to travel long distances and gone to Portugal or to Lithuania or to wherever. So there are all these other jobs, as has been said, within this industry, and they don't have the name and lights glamour that costs a fortune and is like playing poker with your future, but they do have a job. And I think I'm just very nervous that we're not telling the truth. Okay, we're not telling the truth because I love the industry, and I also lived, as I said, lived in a housing co-op to prop up being a stylist, and my family were like, really? You know, and took a risk when I launched Fashion Roundtable as well, because that was an idea. I rang Karen, from no, who's Sharon? I don't even know. Sharon was my boss at Parliament. She was the MP I worked for. And Karen was the first person I told, and she said, yes, you've got to do this. And so, you know, there is an element of bravery around lots of different people for lots of different reasons, but are we telling them the truth? And I'm worried, from my observation of the level of churn, that we're not telling the truth.
What do you mean? What are they not being told?
Because to be a designer and to hold your place and to make money, which means you're successful.
I think they know.
Especially in a time when we've got to navigate the sustainability conversation in much greater depth than we are.
But I think they're brought up to think like that. It's much easier for this generation.
Yeah, I think there's a blindness, not just with new, fresh talent coming out of school. I think it's blindness actually. From my perspective, I left my role and started a company where I go and I talk to this brands and sort of open up their eyes a little bit, hopefully. And you see blindness there too. There's a blindness. I think it's really hard to kind of continually open your mind to different ways of working and different ways of thinking. But I think fashion graduates often are better. They have a better view of the industry than people who've been in it for a while, because they're just seeing the raw end of it. No, I don't know. I'd love to know what you guys think, if you agree. They're kind of like, not to put you on the spot or anything.
It's definitely, it's not clear for us, at least for us too, what the industry is going to be like. Yeah. Every job I did, it was paid, and unless like a few maybe. But to get an internship now, it's so hard, and it's almost like it's gold for us now. When you guys said like that you were working for free, you were sleeping in the floor, I wish I could do that. And it's so I find it so hard.
Why do you wish you could?
I wish I could do that because I want to work. I want to do.
So you want more experience.
I want more experience. I think even in summer, especially in summer, not during term time but especially now in summer, 3 months. What am I going to do other than what I want to do? What I love to do.
So what would you? So you're saying, that the legal obligations in terms of internships and payment and the lack of them is prohibiting you from getting the vital experience that you need.
Interesting. That was even true when I was.
So I'm saying that it's a right to be paid. When I've been first asked for my daily rate, I was shocked. I didn't know what to say. I was like, I called my teacher. What is it? However, the amount of people that I met, and they were like, I can't afford to have you interning here. It's a lot.
The company or the student?
Companies. And students, I'm happy to help.
Yeah, it breaks my heart because, you know, I when I had interns on free internships, I employed 2 of them and they still work with me all these years later. And I wouldn't have got into the industry without working for free from Mauritius.
I was unpaid at British Folk and now I still work.
Yeah.
I work for a business now, but I mean, I've never left.
Yeah.
But the way that Condé Nast made a decision.
But you haven't got the privilege now to even do that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I have the privilege to live and work for free. I'm very lucky for that. However, it's not even possible to work for free anymore, which is good by some side, but by the other side, it's very limiting because now getting experience is like, it looks impossible. And the few opportunities I had were great. They were paid, so I was of course happy with it. But I know, like, I wish I could have done more. And the people that I was working for, they were really happy to having me, but they told me, like, sir, wait, look, we don't need an intern, like, especially because we can't pay you. And that was kind of sad because I was like, okay, like...
It was interesting because when Stefano asked me one of the things about what's my day rate, you know, I obviously asked Stefano to check how long the day is. How many hours is the day?
Oh, yeah.
And then they were like, oh, right, yeah, okay. And we're like, you should be 8 and you should have a break. But, you know, what was the day when I was an intern? 24 hours.
And you can't go to the toilet.
No food, no cab home, no Uber. I love watching fashion assistants now do returns using Ubers. I mean, it's hilarious. None of that dragging a suitcase, you know, down on the 55 bus. So there's an interesting kind of level of, that I think what you're touching on though is something we notice a lot with a younger generation. Is they kind of want some of the war wounds. They want it to be
you listen
harder.
to us talk about our war stories.
They kind of want it to be hard, you know, like, because there's things that like, someone threw a phone at me.
I was loving
They threw a phone at me. It was like 4 a.m. You kind of want, right? You kind of want your boss to be a thing.
Want the phone. I don't know.
No, you don't want the. No one should want the phone. But like, listen, I've always said this, and I'm going to repeat myself. Devil Wears Prada is a documentary. It's not a work of fiction, right? So the people kind of want that. They kind of want that because, again, the joy of this industry is it's all of the characters, it's all of the kind of late nights and sort of and what's interesting is tomorrow's talking so much about protecting people, and the protections that's coming in, the legislation that's coming in is taking maybe some of that.
I'm not sure if it's protecting people or if it's protecting the companies.
Yeah, maybe.
That's how it felt to me. I don't think it's, and I'm not singling out Condé Nast. I think it's true of all the publishing houses that made that kind of decision together at that time. But I do think it's really unfortunate. And I remember really speaking up against it because I felt like it limited the opportunities that people could have. And
who was having
coming back to what you were saying, like, I think fashion is an apprenticeship model, especially if you're a designer, right? So the way you learn about your craft is you go and you do it. And same with writing, you do it. You go and you do it and you do it and you do it until at some point, either you decide you're really good at it or you want to do something else, right? That's how you refine your craft. So I think it's a really important piece in our industry, and I think it's something to say, you know, if people are listening out there, like, you know, I think it's an important thing that we think about it as an industry, how we're mentoring the next generation.
Which is the thing you do get on Savile Row or within Taylor, that idea of being really humble and not speaking and just making buttonholes over and over and over and over again. They also say the ego is an interesting thing, right? Is that I think what happens is quite often, you know, everybody has one, but I think they've become so, they swallow a lot of some of that hard work ethic that you were talking about. They kind of get in the way of, you know, because I also, some of, not you two, but some students are a bit like, oh my God, so-and-so wants me to get coffee. And I'm like, and what else happened? Why is this an issue? Like, if that's all you're doing, okay, we can discuss how that's not
I asked them to put shoes out of boxes on the floor.
I actually always hoovered the office because no one did it well enough for me to my exacting specifications.
But that's all mixed up with class and money and all of these things too. It's like if you're kind of from a kind of wealthy-ish background, or you're kind of, and you may never have touched a Hoover before, let's say, there is a kind of sense of, you know, mood. Actually, I'm just going to have to mention this now, but at the BA show, which Mandi was working on, the student TJ did this performance with cigarette butts. Some of you may have been there and been sprayed in them. Mood was one of those wonderful sweepers that had to kind of come and clean it off quickly. First time you touched a broom.
I'm traumatized now.
But there is that kind of that, and there's also that thing of like, just literally roll up sleeves, get on the floor. This is the actual role.
But you know, when we did Matty's show, Mel recommended Mood to come and help.
Yeah.
And I cannot tell you what a joy it was having you there from start to finish. It was old school. You know, you were clearly grateful to be there. You were up for the opportunity. You got your hands dirty straight away. You know, and your willingness. It was just so refreshing.
But how did you find? Did you think that that's what being an intern would entail, or assisting would entail?
What, going into Pret a Manger to get backstage food?
To get coffee for Mandi. Diet Coke.
No, we went together. That's what's beautiful about working with her as well. Just because, like, you feel more included in everything. And I feel sometimes, you know, when there's a hierarchy, right? Sometimes you get intimidated, but
it's just like really depends on the person and how they can approach the thing, you know? Because she didn't make me feel like I was like running for her, or like we felt like having a conversation, talking. Like I learned that she's superstitious from, I forgot what they call it, sorry.
Magpies?
No, I don't know.
Ladders.
Birds.
No, the building thing. Like,
Scaffolding.
I guess.
Oh yeah, I thought it was really weird that I wouldn't walk into this house.
So you didn't tell
What's that got to do with the weather?
How many superstitions are there? You should have just offered it up, but you.
Oh, but you know when we're all on the spectrum, aren't we? I'm sure I've got loads of things like I can never walk, do a twirl.
But it's the generosity, I guess, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
You feel like you're
it's
contributing
just
to something.
That's a relief.
See, I think that makes you stronger.
Yeah,
I think that makes you you're more able to handle.
Yeah, but the way that you behaved, it was like I wanted to support you. Do you know what I mean? Like we've had you involved in all sorts of things since
100%.
because you stood out because you were willing. Like when I started work at Brown's, I was the first to hoover. Yeah, I do quite like hoovering. I was the first to hoover every morning, and all the staff couldn't bear me because they thought I was oh, she's hoovering again. I was grateful for the job. I was grateful for the opportunity.
Dr. Henry. Is that your favourite hoover?
No.
So Karen, you're a mentor with Room Mentoring, aren't
Yeah, I mentor a lot now and then. I can get on a Zoom with someone and they can say all the things that probably worry them. And in one Zoom, they got it. Because I break it down.
Can I call you later? Maybe we can set that up.
No, but this is because it's because I've been put in all these situations. I started working with Andre Walker in Paris, and I would pay for my own ticket to go to Paris, and I would be there for a month, and I would get up at 8, and I wouldn't get back until 2 in the morning. And when I tell you, I loved every second of it. I was making the food. I was sweeping, as both of you were doing. I was doing faxes then. That's how old I am. And then when the couturiers would come in and show what they've done with his ideas, he would actually ask my opinion. Because of the way I wore his clothes, he wanted me there. Because I wore them so differently from the way he designed them. So I came from a designer's
And that made you feel good about yourself at that stage.
And he didn't have to, but he still did. And after that, I still went and swept the floor, and I was there until 2 in the morning, doing envelopes and all of that. I did it for like 5 seasons. I paid my own way. I even bought the breakfast sometimes because I wanted to know how to run a house. And I'll tell you something, they can't come for me on that. Like I could walk into any place and know exactly how to make it work. That's what you want. That's what I say about experience. And I didn't have the money, but I worked the 3 jobs and saved my money and went to Paris. I think everybody should have that chance to not to have pressure to become the designer tomorrow. Maybe they want to break after they graduate. Go work for someone. See how it runs.
But also I think when you do internships, I was very aware of this. There was a point, I think it was in around 2005, 2007.
Oh, one before you finished? I was 32 when I did it. So, if you're 25, get a life. Like, get it to me.
You got time.
No, but I was very aware because a lot of the designers around then, they were off schedule, but we did loads at Fashion Week, and it was a very fertile atmosphere in the office. And I always throw interns in at the deep end, because that's how you learn. You've got to work it out for yourself. It uses a muscle in the brain that you're not used to.
Yeah.
But what I was aware of was that they didn't need to do anything. They could literally come in and sit in a chair in the middle of the office, not speak to anyone, but just watch and soak it up. And that would be just as much as all these chores and things you're given to do.
But it's funny because I remember one of the jobs I used to have, talking about mentorship and starting out, is when I worked at British Vogue, was to hire all the interns. This was when we did have interns. This was a while back. And I would interview them, and then I would decide which ones we were going to take on, and then I would mentor them while they were there. So this was, like I said, a good while back. But you could see almost immediately which ones were going to... Almost immediately which ones were going to go up that, because it wasn't that they were willing to do anything, although that was part of it. Not anything, but within their job, they were open and eager to do what needed to be done. But it was just the way they were, to your point, looking around, seeing who going and talking to the the fashion director and going and getting coffee for the editor if it was asked. I mean, there was this, I remember just watching it. It was like really fascinating. I mean, it would be like 1 out of 100 each time. 1 out of 100, maybe 1 out of 80. And they'd come through and I'd be like, oh, yep, there's one. And it was just like, what is it about that? And I don't think it necessarily is about working for free, although that was the definition of paying your dues in the olden days. I think it was also just that attitude of helpfulness. How can I help what's happening?
The way I recruited was, what are your favourite magazines? And if they said Marie Claire, it's like, oh, this is me. Do you know what I mean?
Ouch. Okay, Marie Claire. Sorry about that.
You've got to be into something that's not standard. I want to be challenged by what you're into.
It's also something that can't really be taught. And I think that's another interesting thing, is that, as you mentioned, kind of that maybe critiquing the education system and how many graduates are sort of punched out of the industry into the industry of some description every year, every June or July now.
But that's the fashion style dichotomy again, you see.
There's a kind of interesting idea of what that kind of does in terms of how many people are out in the system, but also why or what you can learn from studying and, let's say, doing a degree or even doing a short course or even learning how to do the apprenticeships and things. I can't teach that.
What's the legality with work experience now?
There's a lot of regulation around it. I don't know all of it now.
You have to be in full-time education.
And it has to be during.
It has to be doing it during full-time education, and with our course you get a whole year.
But to your point, there's not a lot of it out there, right? It's hard to find.
So for international students, you can do 20 hours per week during term times, and
that's it.
Yeah. So
it's one shoot.
But even finding like things that are not like anything, that's the thing. I'm willing to hoover the floors. I'm willing to bring coffees. I'm not afraid of steaming.
Yeah. That's lucky because it's a bit.
I almost wonder, is there no way that, because a lot of these things that you want to learn, it's also transferable, right? It doesn't almost, when you're learning your craft, have to be in the fashion industry.
Absolutely.
And also, there's a lot, in this day and age, there's a lot of, I guess, industries that are now respecting the art. They need art to sell. So like, car business, sports industries, all these people are realizing we need people that actually have, because we don't know nothing about design or creative, we just know how to churn out and make money. We need actual people that are creative, and what we can offer is, I guess, the business side, the relationship building side. I almost feel is there no like bridge between that in terms of responsibility from the people above to be able to kind of teach students like, listen, it's not just this industry you can learn this. It's very transferable. What you learn over there, you bring it here. In fact, it's just gonna help. That's
why I always talk about part-time job. Whatever job, it's experience. Even if it's wrong for you, you're learning people skills, how to respect people. When you know that, let's say you've gone to work somewhere and you can see they're doing something wrong. You can't tell them they're doing it wrong, but your demeanour as a person, your charm or your respect, it's how you handle those situations.
Yeah. Because that's how, I guess, me and Ali learned from working in multiple industries. And I'm 31 myself, and I've worked from just doing all types of jobs. I've been a driver, I've cleaned. Like, for me, my inspirations, I have a son, so there ain't no kind of job that I'm not going to do to bring food home for the people I feel responsible for. And I still have a passion, a dream that I want to do. So I'm going to get it regardless. Whether it's I do my hours of this, and then I'm still going to get my 6-7 hours in, because I don't believe in telling people lose sleep, because if you lose sleep, you're not going to have the energy to actually drive. So I still manage to get your rest in, but I still make sure I have time for my passion and learning the craft, because it gives me fulfillment. So it's just about learning to adapt that and just, look, there's no shame in doing the stuff to pay your bills. It's hard out here, you know what I mean? You don't have to walk around pretending and do we're all in the same boat, pretending, and at the end of the day. So I don't know whether it's like we're saying we need to speak the truth. It's about just being honest or showing people that, look, the skills are very much transferable. It's not just the fashion industry you're going to learn, or the things that's going to make you successful.
You're very right.
Also, there's 100 jobs within the fashion industry.
Exactly.
You can still be in fashion without having the pressure of being the person on top.
But
you can work with them. You know what I mean? Be on the team. It's about being a team player. Not everybody should be McQueen. They can't.
I watched this. It be a bit of a tangent, but I watched this. You know, like in the NBA, there's always like there's the star player, and then there's like the player that backs up the star player, and they don't ever get the same amount. Obviously, within their teams, they do, but I just feel like it's okay to be. I think it would be nice if our industry celebrated more the people that are kind of not just behind the scenes, but maybe like part of that design team that isn't.
I think this is all part of where I'm talking about the kind of great lie at the heart of this. So I think the threads I've picked up from this, I think you're spot on about British style versus London fashion.
Mm-hmm.
The price point thing I think is really important. The fact that London has become hideously expensive for lots of people, and talent and creativity are very difficult. So for instance, to live in London in the late 80s, early 90s meant you could squat. Stephen Jones lived in a squat. Boy George lived in the same squats on Warren Street. Can you imagine now living in squats on Warren Street? It would be nigh on impossible. So there was all this fertility, you know. East London was cheap. East London is no longer cheap. Margate has become arguably East London, randomly. So then what happens? But then you're displacing with gentrification the people from that community. You know, you talked about McQueen. We used to ring his mum to get the clothes when I interned at Vogue, because Isabella Blow was pushing him on us. And he lived at his mum's and he was signing on. That's no longer an option. So I don't underestimate how difficult it is for working class people from all backgrounds to have access to the stability that is needed to even be able to think about what they want to do. And the hybridisation of music, art, fashion into this creative melting pot, because do I honestly, and I know I'm old, okay, and I know that therefore I'm not out and about like I was, but I don't feel this London vibrancy that I did, and it's not just my age, it's because it's so expensive. So then what happens to creativity in a hyper corporate world? How do you navigate that? And it comes back to style, because style is the quintessence actually of what British fashion I think is. Look at Nick, who just came in with, you know, he always wears the same shirt, you know where you are with Nick and what he's wearing, he's immaculate. Of course the crusts had to come off the cucumber sandwiches, we're served nice tea, it's all very elegant, and that's very British. But then the polarity of that is hyper new churn London fashion. And I'm interested in the conflict between those two, because I think there is a conflict in attention.
Yeah. I also think there is growth happening, but it's not happening necessarily at London Fashion Week.
Exactly.
I spotlight so many brands that start in bedrooms in Manchester, in Newcastle. Like there's a brand called Represent, based in Manchester. They turned over 50 million last year, and it's two lads who started printing t-shirts in their bedrooms. They showed at Fashion Week a couple of times, but much later, just as something to do because they could. But they didn't need Fashion Week. They didn't need a show.
They don't need it.
And there's Cowboys of Habit as well. She's a girl in Newcastle. She's literally in her mum and dad's living room, but Kendall Jenner's wearing her tops, and she can't stock them fast enough. You know, so it's like. Actually,
who was that?
Cowboys of Habit. It's that Jador Cowboys vest. Have you seen? She does
I know another designer like that.
Yeah, I know. So I think actually there is growth.
But she broke in just through Instagram.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. It's all social media. They start super small in a shed. They don't grow too quickly because they can't. And it's we're seeing loads of creativity and loads of growth actually. But also it's a price point thing as well. Yeah. Like you look at any brand that has done really well in the last decade, Jacquemus, Copernic. They're all contemporary price point. No one can thrive in high-end luxury as an emerging designer, I don't think, anymore, if they want to hit the big leagues.
I think, too, there needs to be a readjustment of price, because I think, you know, as long as I've lived in London, it's been creeping up and creeping up and creeping up. Brexit certainly hasn't helped that. But let's be really honest with ourselves. It's a markup. It's not completely based on material costs or supply chain. A lot of it is, at least. And I wonder if we're about to see a change.
Lower against other denominations.
So it's not. It doesn't help. You know, international fashion here. But I wonder if there needs to be a readjustment or rethink on price points, to your point. Just because that is a factor for people.
I think if we were really transparent about what happened with the money, but no one's going to do that, then we could be, because I would like to buy a brand and know it wasn't made by slaves, it was ethical, and really understand that. And it's very hard to, you know, there's talk about QR codes to be able to access the information, but they're not doing it. because then it would be transparent that it's all in marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you can tell the genuine ones, though.
You can't.
Tamara, I think you can. I think you can.
Well,
those are the narratives that we're all gravitating towards now as well. They've got to be authentic. If you're not authentic, you're not going to make it.
Authenticity and sustainability are two different things.
But I think, you know,
authentically sustainable.
But clothing passports, digital passports, that's going to be something that all brands have to think about. It's not that far away, because it's something that, you know, if you want to sell in Europe, that's something
but they're
you're
not
going to
doing
have
it
to
here.
do. They will eventually have to.
I don't know. They've said no.
Yeah, I think it will happen, but I think it will be a slower burn. It might not happen in the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years.
I think there's also a lot of people, you know, coming from certain backgrounds that put back into the industry.
Yeah.
Like Samuel Ross is just, it's mind-blowing what he's doing. He's got this fund, and I did an event with him at Christmas, and when I saw his fund, who he was supporting, I knew quite a few of them, and I was just thinking, oh my God, it was so moving just seeing this, that it was so genuine, and he was putting his money where his mouth is. I think there's a lot of that goes on. Grace Ladoja, the Metallic Fund, doing mentoring and finding people to support. And I think the stores are getting into the idea of supporting it in turn. You know, like I can imagine something like Metallic having a department in Selfridges in the long term. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. These umbrella initiatives that help people.
I think that's what's really interesting. Support it all. It's just not going to happen. Brexit just killed us. You know, if you're going to buy something from London, it's going to cost you double. And it shouldn't.
Yeah.
You know, that's the scariest thing.
Because I do think it has an impact on the creative industry, right? If the cost for you as a brand to just keep yourself above water is so high, then that ripples onto your price point, and all of that kind of ends up kind of shutting down the creativity rather than
Because I
supporting
was actually just going to add, like, in terms of the markup you mentioned earlier, like for the bigger brands, 100%, but I think for independent designers, the markup, like, is not high at all. If anything, a lot of them are losing money, and it's still expensive to sell. So you're selling something for £1,200, but you're selling it wholesale for £500, and it costs you £400 to make it. So I mean, it's not markup.
You're right. I'm talking about the big brands.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
You're absolutely right.
Especially if you actually care about clothes, and that's not even adding your time. Because there's really minus.
Sure.
Because your time, you're not even putting in the equation.
Also, supplier costs are rising, and the big brands are squeezing suppliers, monopolising, buying up suppliers, so there's less places making clothes in Europe now, which also feeds into the sustainability point, because it's really difficult to find transparent supply chains and build them when maybe Dior or Chanel are just buying the factory that you use, so then you can't use it anymore. So it's really, really difficult.
I still wish that someone would do something with the factories in Leicester. You know, what I find so frustrating about it is that, you know, it's sweatshop levels, but actually, can you imagine the skill that's been passed down from the generations in those?
Leicester doesn't have the highest skills in some of the factories there. I've been up there quite a bit.
Yeah.
And it's very good at some of the basics, which is why the basics, and some of the brands really built there. But there are other areas. It's around skills, the skills gap issue in terms of and the legacy issue in terms of the skills that we're not passing on, that we're not training people in, the embellishment skills that are with older garment workers,
artisan skills.
Yes, and then creating these localized. I've got this dream of localized supply chains that actually work, and that you're working with British wool, that the mills aren't becoming national trust. You know, nice away days, and that we're really supporting, because you're right, the focus on London and the focus on having your name in lights is very different from what success looks like, because but I love the story of that brand, and I'd like to know more about them, because they've started in their bedroom and they've built a brand and they've tried it out and they've gone, nah, it's not for me, and I'm doing something else, and they're successful.
They did Milan and New York.
Amazing turnover. Most people would dream of that. That's phenomenal business.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it's been a slow burn as well. You know, they've waited. They started 2011, and it's that patience as well, isn't it? That you were talking about before, Mandi, that people don't sometimes have.
So, what do you think designers need to maintain themselves? Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'll speak to you.
Like, maintain yourself during this.
I think to add about the manufacturing, I think that's the key, in my opinion. I feel like if you're a designer and people are into your ideas and you have like cultivating an audience, having assistance from like a foundation like BFC so forth to actually, which are actually supporting the industry,
but they're not,
actual industry.
Yeah, that for me this is an issue. Is are they supporting local manufacturing?
So
I was on
I think independent designers are starting to do that because they have to.
But I was on a call with Leicester manufacturers a couple of months ago, and all their orders were down, and they were having to put the garment workers on half week. Wow. That means they're using food banks.
That's terrible.
Of course, they've got no choice.
Tamara, do you think that those workers could be trained? Do you think that
100%.
Yeah.
There's a training gap, which goes back to education. This is like the name and lights bit is, as we've all agreed, is one part, but the training is not there. We're not learning the skills because we've got STEM education in mainstream education. You're not learning to sew. It's not valued. Arts are not valued. Now it's do maths A level without and drop art.
Well, it's better than it used to be. When I was studying, fashion wasn't a real career, whereas now it is respected as a vocation.
But the whole of the creative industries have been dialed down from importance, and yet they're rolled out as this kind of soft power. It's kind of insulting. Power is power, right? I feel that the only way the government will understand the power of it is if they understand the freeze analogy, that big business invests in art. And because that's their mindset is big. Is they've been consultants at Goldman Sachs, so unfortunately they're hedge fund and investment guys who understand that level of data. But within it, you're going to have maybe 100 people and one person. It's very high risk, and you can't explain the trajectory of being a creative to people whose starting salary was 80 grand. It's very difficult for them to understand.
You can show the success of like other countries that have invested in, like Italy, Portugal now, like
completely.
Turkey now. That's happening is like they've invested in infrastructure in their arts, and you've seen the massive influx of, I guess, international designers, obviously going over there and developing their manufacturing and their supply chain.
Turkey, for instance, and Italy have always had really good production. The cotton was grown there, in Turkey anyway, and then you've got good leather, and their deal with the EU is that it's easy for the goods to get there, but not the people, which is obviously what the EU wanted. I'm half Turkish, so I'm speaking from experience. But I think, my family used to be cotton land. So they moved out of it because the price went down, and then it's gone to other countries because the price has dropped so much, and now obviously a lot's coming from China and the Xinjiang province. But skills. I did a talk with Portugal, with Porto, and the mayor of Porto was on it, and they're desperate to get our talent. They're offering them golden visas, and
you see a lot of designers like if you want to build a brand, you want to live as close as possible to the factory.
Emily, sorry, do you want to go to the toilet?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
I was actually I'm all good.
Definitely, just to add to what Daniel was saying.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much to meet you.
Sorry, I'm on the clock, so I'm gonna go.
She's on the clock. Go.
Bye. Thank you.
I love your tweed nails, by the way.
Oh, thank you. See you later.
That's something I need to get done.
Who was that? Lucy Maguire. She's brilliant. She's both business. We used to work together.
She's fantastic.
Yeah, no, just to add to what Daniel was saying.
Jack. Nice to meet you. Sorry, Jack. Daniel. Hi.
So let's have Jack.
He's speaking.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, I was just going to add to what Daniel was saying about the Italy, Portugal, and so forth. Because for me, Northamptonshire, for example, in terms of shoemaking, that's the mecca of shoemaking. For an Italian shoemaker, for a French shoemaker, they all respect it, right? In terms of industrialization, goods, welded, hand welded, so forth, right? But it's for me, I feel like there's a gap between, once again, the London designer who's straight out of CSM, who's making really interesting shoe designs, but then why would they then not connect them to a Northamptonshire shoemaker and fund that?
All right, so if you're listening out there, guys, it feels like the connection needs to happen.
But then for me, that just makes sense, right? Because it's like you're studying in the UK. UK is renowned for a specific thing.
That's true.
And it's heavily established to the point where French, everybody's all trying to buy these companies, right?
Yeah.
Because they have the heritage, they have the history in the industry. And if you're not even in that, I guess, more bespoke shoe world, you might not understand these things. And even like you've still got on Savoy, you still got guys like Gaziano and Gerling who are more modern in their approach to the design side, but it still comes from that Edward Green, like even obviously John Love, half France, half UK, but you've got all these brands that are still in the commercial world. So they would connect to a fashion design. It's not like they're like old fashioned. They still are doing ready-to-wear shoes outside of what they do for their like bespoke clients, but there is no connection. Whereas I feel like in France and in Italy, there's a clear connection. So like,
I mean, I don't think there's a distinguishing line between style and fashion in France.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's some French person's going to disagree with me on that, but they're much happier. They know that they need each other. Right? You have the idea, couture is only as good as the craft that goes into it, and so there's maybe a much clearer understanding or appreciation of the craft. And I don't think that's always been the case. I mean, certainly Chanel bought up a lot of those ateliers, and if they hadn't, they would have died. To your point, I mean, there was a certain decision that had to be made about whether to keep those alive or not, and the decision was made to keep them alive. Now, if we're talking, according to you, and I didn't know that, so this is fascinating, if the UK is at a crossroads where it's about whether we do or don't keep this craft alive here, or how we do, or how we appreciate it, or how we understand it, maybe this is an opportunity for us to kind of come to grips with it.
This is what I think the focus should be of a council, is the salvaging of the existing heritage brands and the manufacturing.
Which is what Patrick did on Savile Row, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you think, so what do you think, what would you say, and I'm not trying to criticize the British Fashion Council or anything like that, but I guess, do you think now it's just trying to compete with France, or what do you think it's doing now that where are those resources going now, in your opinion?
Well, I got an email today about it being about joining a membership organisation from them. So, is it a membership organisation? Is it a graduate fashion competition? Is it here as a council to support the longevity of manufacturing and onshoring? I don't think so. It might try to champion that, but I don't think it's putting in the steps to support them. I mean, we've got 5 mills, woolen mills left in Wales. We had hundreds, and they become national trusts. Like, it's not going
treated as a relic.
Yeah.
I think this is the problem. We're not valuing the artisan.
And when they're gone, they're gone.
Exactly, and it's actually something so interesting to look at in terms of a Western culture versus Eastern culture. My dad used to work in Japan for a long time, and the one thing that he really noticed was
they bought our
how
denim
much
salvage.
Exactly, and how much the Japanese, or particularly Eastern cultures, I'm not as informed on it, but particularly in Japan, they really value craft and those that make those things for years.
Which is like Hermes quality. People don't realise it.
It's a very good point. Some cultures just are much more.
So there's the Heritage Craft Association, which is run by Daniel Carpenter, and the King is the president, have a red endangered list of crafts. The issue is if you start using the word craft, people go, oh.
Yeah, I think but
craft is vital to this industry. Embroidery, tapestry, this beautiful piece of...
Do you know why that is, though? Let's be really clear.
Lace making. We've got one lace maker.
It's female. Often craft is led by female. Not always, obviously, but I think that's where we distinguish often fashion and or like, let's say craft and art is often the distinguishing factor is class, gender, all kinds of things.
So
right?
Cluny Lace about 2 months ago issued a kind of alarm that they had gone down from 20 pre-Brexit workers to 5, and if they lost one more, they were, and they've been around for like 300 years. So that for me should be where we should be intervening.
Yeah, exactly.
That kind of business, because that when it's gone, it's gone. And I feel that there's a gap between what we're trying to promote and what we should be saving, because you can always design around what's there. You can design around using the Clooney lace or the mill wool or whatever, but you can't if it's gone. And as the education around sustainability grows and the desire for onshoring, I hope, grows, then if they're gone, you've nothing left to onshore, because then you're having to reskill, and no one's going to set up a lace factory in Nottingham now. But we'll have lost one. And that happened with pottery. Like, they went in and they saved some of the potteries, and there was an intervention. So it's not like we can't do it, but for some reason, if the focus for the industry isn't on that, then we're not going to do it.
It's so funny when you talk about lace, I automatically think, well, did we do lace? You go to France for lace. Do you know what I mean? It's like ignorance.
So what happened with them? I'm a bit of a geek about this stuff. So what happened is, before, all the French houses were buying their lace because it's the best, and they were not being hit with import-export because they were going, because we lost the dyers to France with the dyeing, and then shipping it back to the UK and then sending it dyed, because we can only dye 3 colours here. Now, because they're being hit with the export charge, then the import charge, and then the export, the business is going, I can go to Belgium. That's what's happening.
It's all about that creative solution, isn't it? You've just got to find a route to achieve what you do, and it's almost like sometimes you've got to compromise your ethics even to just try and find a solution to something. It's an awful position to have to be in.
Well, I think then that's the real debate with sustainability and how hot everyone is on that now. I mean, nothing ultimately can be 110% sustainable. It's even like with, the development of digital fashion, where is all that power being generated from? Well, it's being generated from wind turbines. Okay, so what have you got to do in order to construct those? Well, you've got to get steel, oil to, build it. Like, there's a process to it, so it's very difficult to, have that we are 100%.
But I think there's no silver bullet for sure, but I think we're so far from even getting close to where we're not even at 40%. We're so much more.
Funny, isn't it? You see these companies and they go on and on and on about the new packaging, and it's like, oh my God, you've forgotten the actual product that you're promoting here. You're going on so much about this sustainable thing that you're wrapping it in.
I mean, what's most sustainable is if you're making something, you know who it's for, you make that one thing, you make 2 things. I mean, what you're describing in terms of how you create, it seems like it's very targeted, very specific. It's probably a lot more like how designers and brands in the past used to work. It was much more, not necessarily couture, but it's focused and not trying to be everything to everyone everywhere.
It's bespoke.
It's so true.
Yeah, I'd say it's more made to, I wouldn't say bespoke, because I'm not making specific patterns for specific people, but it's definitely more made to order. And we still do like the wholesale with specific retailers, but for me, I guess, because I always respected, I'll even say his name, so I have a good friend of mine, his name's Michael Brown, and he used to be the head cutter of Chilton Brown Morgan and Savile Row, and now he runs his own house, which I help with the art direction for, and I always respected his relationship with his clients, and I always respected the fact that he had a very successful business, that he obviously was able to do his time in Savile Row, build his clientele through that, established clientele, and then he was able to take those clienteles and obviously serve them himself. And for me, as someone who was already making a living from art direction, I was already making clothes for myself, but I never saw that as a viable business model. In my mind, I was like, if I ever was going to make clothes for people, that would make more sense. Like, I never thought that this fast fashion approach was sustainable, because to me it just felt like you end up just being almost like a service provider, like you're just trying to make people buy stuff.
You're trying to anticipate or entice without necessarily knowing what the hell is resonating.
But it's the hit, isn't it? It's the dopamine hit, and then you feel sick after. A bit like Instagram scrolling.
Well, I was going to say, so many fashion houses and so many designers or creatives now just want to get the most Instagrammable content, or at least that was the trend a while ago, and now with Gen Z it's all about TikTok and what's most applicable there. But now with Gen Alpha, the youngers than Gen Z, which slightly blows my mind, they're getting back they're getting back into YouTube.
Yeah, he's massively into YouTube.
Cooking shows.
So it's just now shifting generationally, and what's going to entice that audience. But I remember there was a creative director the other day, funnily enough, from TikTok, who was basically talking about how we, like, as a creative industry, appeal to audiences. And some people, like, seek advice and go, I just want to appeal to the mass market. Well, that's not the point, because how do you tackle the mass market? We're tackling a specific audience first. So I think in fashion it's interesting to see how, like, we've kind of filter through that, and like how one designer or group of designers stream like that. And to your friend's point then, who was at Savile Row, had an audience in a market, and then was able to grow from that. But it wasn't initially, I'm going to, sell out in 5 weeks' time
I
to
mean,
everyone and anyone.
Initially for him, it was just being very good at his craft. Do you know what I mean? Like, that was the aim. That was his only objective.
Yeah, I think that's a very worthwhile thing to teach, and I don't think it's just about teaching at fashion schools. To be fair, it's probably something you do need to learn a little bit by trial and error to some extent. Unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know. But I don't know how much you can teach all of that.
But if you can't afford to stand and stare,
yeah,
I agree is a massive issue. Is the financial consequences of the city becoming so expensive.
Yeah.
I think that makes it, that's why it was very interesting hearing about that brand that came out of someone's bedroom, because that's
common.
That's a Cinderella.
That's
story.
common.
I think that's, if you talk to, my daughter's 11, she doesn't want to be an influencer, thank God, yet at least, but I think a lot of her peers do, and that's kind of the way they see their path. And on one hand, you can be critical of that, but I think on the other hand,
it's called a YouTuber.
Yes.
Or they're flipping, the school children all flipping Supreme.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
He's in
It's interesting to me though that that's the same mindset though that makes this person figure out that they can sell their collection online. It's not, they're not completely different mindsets.
Cortez, that's the latest.
You've been asking me about that.
Oh my God.
Have I started
saw
Mummy?
This weekend there was a t-shirt and it's called the blurred print. He did a print that was blurred, and it was on StockX and it said lowest offer 29 million and something. I know.
It's frightening. You had a
Very
small
frightening.
laugh and a choke. Yeah, a small laugh and a choke.
But I do think there's a beauty in that though at the same time, because with some of those guys, like they are the epitome of like entrepreneurs.
Yes, I agree.
Even though it might not necessarily be craft focused, but I guess that mentality is what Dan was saying.
I've had a lot of
transferable
brands.
Our next
skills.
door neighbour's 13 and he's selling trainers and he's making money, and he's having conversations with me about brands, and everything's calm. I'm like, but it's not, is it? and I'm like, well, they're the next market. So it's really interesting for me to observe where they're at. They're very sportswear. Certainly that demographic are very sportswear orientated. I wonder what suiting is going to do with Generation Alpha, because they're literally all in sportswear. I think it's going to be very interesting where fashion goes for that generation. Very labelly at the moment.
But I feel it's a growth though, because
it's slightly worrying me.
Yeah, me too.
Because even some of my peers, when they were younger, like they were like almost, I guess, the references. Like even some of them were the archetypes of. Yeah,
I was doing that too.
Casual.
I was wearing tracksuits every day because it's comfortable. Obviously, before tracksuits become expensive, I was wearing tracksuits because it's very comfortable. For where I grew up, I fit in. Do you know what I mean? So
I like the idea that you don't have to think about anything.
You don't have to think about it. Do you know what I mean? So, but as you grow older, you start learning more about style, which is the most important thing.
My mum wouldn't let me wear. My mum wouldn't let me wear.
I think growing through identity, fashion is such an emotive thing, and it comes through styling or it comes through designing the clothes themselves. And as you said, in order to fit in, when I was younger, I had to do things to fit in, not because I wanted to, but because I had to. It's almost like there's a
self-preservation conversation.
Completely. Now I'm slightly whatever, even though my mum will look at me and go, maybe not today.
Do you think that's because you live in a city where there's a more inclusive reaction?
I think it depends. I think we've grown a lot. London is so multicultural. That being said, so possibly, maybe if I was, outside of the M25, it would, there'd be looks and stares, if I walked down the street.
Riots.
People, people just look at me going, right, okay. I don't know, maybe that's then my fault and maybe I should go and, well not fault, but maybe my problem, maybe I should go and explore other places in my country to go and see, you know, the kind of quote-unquote stereotypes of
I think we all work in fashion, we all feel most comfortable in London because it's not just accepting of diversity and all those other things, it's accepting of experimentation and being able to breathe as yourself. Be true to yourself.
I do know I've gone through lovely countryside villages and said to my husband, oh, we could live here, and then certainly around Brexit there were UKIP signs, and I was like, okay, maybe not.
I'm the same, I Google different types of politics when I see a village.
The red and the blue is like no.
You know, like, okay, so, you know, that where are you from, where are you really from, conversation is going to be second after I say my name, and it's like, I can't live somewhere. So that is the price of the London expense, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, friends of mine who moved out during lockdown or just after, I was like, that's all right for them. That's their luxury.
But a lot of people in fashion, they do tend to move outside London, and they manage their time where they come into London maybe once a month or once every 2 weeks. But what's really interesting is that their time management for that day in London is so brutal, it's amazing. They get everything done and they're mentally focused to really, you know, I think there's different ways suit different people, but I'm always aware, especially with internet, everything, I could live anywhere and still do the same job. I'm sure of it. I just love being here.
Yeah. Do you think then this is interesting how you say like a lot of people in fashion now like have one day, like in a month or maybe a week, and as creatives we're all, you know, we can be inspired by pretty much anything that's around us. Do you think because London is so busy, maybe it kind of like creates even more noise to our creativity, and so that's like, why a lot of people in fashion have gone, do you know what, I'm going to go away for a while. It's like an effervescence.
Everyone, it's a sum of all the parts.
But I think I know what you're saying, because I have to say I went from having a job where I was traveling almost all the time, like really traveling most of the time, and I have 2 small children, and so it was this constant like, I felt like kind of, no matter what I was doing, I sort of felt like awful about it. And that was quite recently. And when I made a decision to change focus and work for myself and start something myself and focus on the things that were important to me within this industry and try to improve it, I just felt like I suddenly had more thoughts to myself. I could actually hear myself thinking, and just never had that. I didn't let myself go there. I think there is something there about being a creative that if you're in the creative industries, there's almost an expectation, what's the word, that it needs to be at this really frenetic pace, and I don't think that's always been the case.
I'm so exhausted.
Yeah. Sometimes I think I really respect
the luxury of it all.
Yeah, younger people who've realized that they can carve out.
Yeah,
and I'm not
really
saying, I know it's
respect
quite a luxury to have time for yourself, but to carve out that time to be creative, to write in your journal, whatever it is your craft is, to write, to draw, whatever that is. I really respect that because I think it's so key and so important.
My researcher lives in North Wales and has honeybees and is really good at her job.
Yeah.
And
she's probably better at her job because she has honeybees.
I really respect her choice to move back to North Wales and do her work from North Wales, and we check in every day on WhatsApp, and we do. It hasn't made any difference. I'm speaking at an event in Birmingham, so she's getting the train. It's no different.
Birmingham's great at the moment.
You know, I was doing an event on trade at the NEC on the 20th, and you know, but 10 years ago I'd have been like, oh my God, what's she doing? You know, but it's so easy now, but also like I really, you know, I see the pictures of the gambling sheep and you know, there is a whole world out there, and I think the London-centric myopia is dangerous. Nottingham with the shoes, and you know, Northampton, with the shoes, Nottingham with the lace. We lose sense of that and become very London-centric. You're obviously from a different part of the country. I mean, what made you come to London?
Well, it was just the idea that we had to escape as soon as possible.
You knew that.
But again, Leeds, Yorkshire, where I'm from, it's manufacturing. You know, like my grandparents worked in factories, and it was all that kind of stuff. But you know, I just think a lot of fashion people do want to go where the action is.
Yeah.
But the beauty of it now is that I don't think you do need to.
No.
I think if you believe in what you're doing and you find a way to make it happen, you know, you can achieve that without having to go to the city. And more people are doing that because you just can't afford to live here.
Yeah. I'm very interested in what the generations coming are going to do around regeneration and localism, and that piece between craft and style, and the, you know, less hype, but more. I think it's going to be very interesting.
You know, Fode from Lebrun, his wife and his family live in Bristol, and he lives in London, and then I think he goes home at weekends or something. That's his balance. That works for him. He can really focus on it.
Yeah. I wonder how it works for his wife.
Maybe it's perfect.
It could be better, right?
Probably, you can appreciate things more when you're away from it, I think.
Just to add to that, like, I feel even for me, like, I travel for work, but I also just travel a lot in general because that's always what's inspired me. And I guess because I come from very humble beginnings, I've always kind of wanted that escapism, like when I was much younger. And I guess art/fashion was that escape for me. But now, because I guess that's more becoming industrialized and a bit like I obviously have to make product and like do things in more commercial fashion, like the traveling is the escape. And it allows me to actually do more hands-on research. So I could definitely see myself, hopefully touch wood, in the near future, like living completely out of the UK.
You'd take that opportunity. You'd be like, gone in a minute.
But still being very much from it and very much here when necessary. But I think that sometimes being quiet, just reading, like not having to even look at your phone is so empowering. And that's something I actually seek, which is funny. Like
it's awful, isn't it, when you look at something and you don't read it properly, you just skim it, and you're just not luxuriating in it and taking, and it's got so much more to give you, but your life is by the seat of the pants. It's tragic, really.
I think that's what, you know, we talked in the beginning of the day. Not all of you were here, so it's just me. I talked
in a white room on your own
by myself, just about kind of where we were with fashion shows, because that's kind of where we started today. But I think it's just kind of come full circle, because I think really, you know, it feels to me like the reset that we all talked about wasn't so much about fashion becoming digital, just purely digital, let's say, or fashion shows changing dramatically or completely disappearing. But I do think that our industry is changing, whether we want it to or not. And some of that's influenced by tech, some of it's influenced by circumstances around where we are, London, you know, all the things that are kind of compressing. So I think I feel like we're in a really interesting moment, and a lot can change and become really constructive and positive. And
I think London has to be very careful. I think it's misplayed a few cards in terms of Fashion Week.
Which ones were most identifiable then for those cards?
Oh, I think there's locations of some of the shows, not getting buyers, withdrawing from showrooms in Paris. Those for me are three really big ones. Not supporting brands after they come out of, or not feeling like they support brands after they come out of those where they win those new gen. Not ensuring when Topshop got sold that there was another partner to support that talent as well with funding and showcasing. Not those kind of issues to me feel really big. And you know, there are other territories outside of the main four, of which we're the fourth, let's be honest, which are showing, which are really interesting, and are looking at solutions, whether it's Helsinki or Berlin or Copenhagen, or increasingly in other territories, not even within Europe, and they have more money. And I think that it's going to be very interesting when they understand the power of fashion and what it brings with it, because it always brings. I used to say to parliamentarians, you've got to understand, money goes where the beautiful people are. Fashion is the beautiful people. Look around you, you know, and you've got to understand that's where the money is. You know, you look at areas of London that became gentrified. It started because artists went there, and then the money people want to go there, and then they commercialise it. It's happened again and again. So if you understand that, then you understand your power, and then you can attract. And I think there's been some missteps, and my worry is that we're already the fourth and we're falling off. you know, what are we going to do to prevent that happening? Because I think we're not attracting enough. And at the same time, I think we've got to be honest about the cost of it all and who's paying for it, because it's so expensive. I'd be horrified if my child said they wanted to be a designer, because I would know the cost would fall on them, and it's so much pressure. It's wonderful that Matty's got you there supporting with the partnerships.
No, but I think that, you know, the people that have nothing, they're proven to be the most successful. You know, I see it so much. You know, I think there's a lot of camaraderie in London, there's a lot of synergy between them, there's a lot of support between the students, helping each other. When I look at Ib, Campbell Addy, Gareth, Wrighton, you know, what they achieve through their friendship and support with each other, it kind of underpins their survival in a way. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate everything you're saying, Tamara, but I feel like you know, you need to spend more, I wish you'd spend more time on the ideas for the solutions, because I know you've got them, and I know that you do a lot of canvassing with the right people, but you know, we know there's an issue, we know there's always been an issue, a lot of these issues have always existed. You know, London's always been expensive as long as I've been here.
It's grown significantly.
I don't think it's
grown significantly.
Yeah.
I remember reading this Patti Smith's biography. I remember this is part of it. Yes.
Yeah, you say that, but it's almost like what we're going to do.
It's been a pleasure, everyone.
Let's talk about that. I just think let's talk about positivity, because I think a lot of your stuff is very despondent.
No, I think I'm being honest.
Lovely to meet you. Bye.
Thanks, guys. I think I'm telling the truth. And I think a lot of people are skirting around the truth. And there has to be some solutions out of the truth, because otherwise it's a lie. You're saying it's all going to be great. I mean, I didn't understand the guy who was saying let's not talk about money, because it's a business that's based on...
No, I don't think he was saying let's not talk about money. I think he was saying that even if you talk about money, not all the students want to hear it, and they're not going to necessarily take that in. I don't think, that was my take.
I think they were talking about being able to be creative.
No, that guy who was sat here. Yeah. You know, like, the world at the moment is in a very difficult position, and obviously you know that I work with politicians and I work around policy a lot, and I think we are in a populist era where big shiny noise cuts through. And I think that the industry hasn't worked out some of the key solutions that I believe it needs to understand. How can you have sustainable growth? That's an oxymoron. And I haven't got the answer to that one, and I certainly can't workshop that on my own. I think therein is the problem. Sustainability and growth are not necessarily the same thing.
Yeah.
So how do you look at different models? How do you look at different propositions? Are they being taught? I don't even think they're being taught.
They're not being taught at my university.
Yeah.
I study at London College of Fashion. I study fashion PR and communication. And actually, funnily enough, you mentioned sustainability and growth. There was a lecture that was given to us last September. And I remember listening to this lecture, and it was all about sustainability and growth and how they were symbiotic and they could, travel together equally. And I'm just like, well, that doesn't make sense.
No,
to me, it doesn't make sense. And I kind of sat quiet because I felt scared.
Where do you get all that information from? It's like, I just feel that, I feel very engaged. Obviously, it's not going to be as objective as it could be, but I feel very, very engaged in all these issues because of who I follow on social media. I feel very informed. I'm picking up my news. I read all the papers after midnight every night. I can cut through the noise because I'm looking at all sides of it. And I see all these issues, but don't you think that someone who's about to graduate and they're wondering about being sustainable, they can find it all online to help them understand what they need to do, or they can go to forums where they can find the answers.
I think the graduating...
Or is that just me being very naive?
No, I think the graduating class, though, there are often a lot of people coming out of school, and I don't think this is true of everywhere. I'm going myself to lecture let's talk about that. But to talk about what are the considerations, because I think that's where let's start there. But I think a lot of fashion design students particularly are much more aware than certainly they would have been 5 years, 10 years ago. I think that the missing link, and I think you're right to some degree, that there are these kind of gaps, right, between what we say is happening and what's actually happening. But I think there's an opportunity also there. I'd like to be more, I feel more optimistic, positive, because
that's how I feel when you see these
I work with
things.
Yeah, I work with a lot of brands.
You get excited about what you could do, which is why, thank goodness we've got you there. It's true. It's true.
And I'm
just wish you'd be a bit more positive about it. You do make a difference.
It's not that I'm not positive. It's that I feel that there needs to be a huge reset, and I think that we need to understand that the runaway train is a runaway train, and then talk about the opportunities. I would really like to see investment in these manufacturing and the skills. I would love to bring more production back to the UK. I really would.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, I'm flabbergasted that Brexit wasn't the opportunity to do that, because it was a clear.
That's what they said it was about.
Well, I think they've said lots of things, but I think it's a clear need for investment, and I would like to see more people pushing for that. And I think that the bigger names should be pushing for this, because otherwise you offshore the problem, and we've all seen where that leads. Yeah. And I would like to see that, and I'm very excited when I look at this tablecloth. I'm very excited by this tablecloth because it's beautiful. It's a heritage piece with lots of skills in it. Somebody sat there. This looks like, to me, it was done by hand. This might have been done by machine.
I've got one that my great-grandmother made for me that looks a lot like this.
So those kinds of things excite me. This piece
but
of
also,
Westwood
you could say that at
me.
Royal College of Art they've got the most incredible tech department. And one of the things that I think is incredible is that the fashion department mixes with the tech department and they collaborate. And you see all these new...
I'm interested in how we build regenerative gardens and create the dyes that go into the denim, so that when my husband's worn his jeans for 10 years, he can put them on the compost heap and it can go back into the... I'm interested, I'm there now. That's where I'm interested. And I really want to see us bringing more manufacturing back to the UK. I think it's got to stop the offshoring.
I still don't understand why there hasn't actually been any investment through the British Fashion Council in factories.
That's their job.
It's the big gaping hole that has always been there. It's almost like, why don't, when you think about how cheap in the big picture of things buying a factory is.
Yeah, I don't think.
And especially with one of the statistics that I read a while ago, it was like fashion as a like brings to the UK economy alone, or maybe it's even more. But I want to say I remember reading 25 to 27 billion.
It was 32. It's gone down markedly in the last 5 years, and so if you average that out, that's like 1 in 10 of us. Massive.
It's huge.
Massive. But because most of the industry are SMEs, that means it's 1 to 10 people within a business. Who's their voice? And what are they communicating? I think that, in answer to the money, the British Fashion Council doesn't have the money to invest, but if they were lobbying to get that money out of local governments, I think that would be a very effective use of their voice.
I completely agree, and that was going to be actually my next question, is like the British Fashion Council, as amazing as it is it more political than kind of governmental? And I think that completely...
Well, it's a membership organisation.
Well, there you go.
So
I mean, to be fair, it's had a lot of I think they've had a lot to deal with. I mean, I think it's not been easy, I'm sure, for them to navigate.
I think one of the things that I see in lots of different areas is when a body is trying to be all things to all people, it can never win, and it can never achieve things. And I think, on one side, I always feel that the British Fashion Council does the best it can with what it's got.
Yeah, that's my feeling.
But even small things like when they mentioned that Karen Binns went to their studio, I don't understand why people from the BFC don't go to all the designer studio. It's just such a small thing, but it makes you feel like you count, even if you're not being given any money. It's just such an affirming thing.
Gracious, yeah.
Yeah, like the establishment has acknowledged me.
Do they not do that? I feel like they do that.
A little bit. Maybe the trendy ones that are coming through.
They might not have a lot of manpower, women power to work with.
Let's turn this. What do you think they're there for? And what do you think they do?
My view of it is I don't just focus on... I think, it's very easy to eat your own here. I think BFC is definitely a piece in this, but I think let's look at it wider here, because we could also look at the political forces that sort of led to this being such a critical moment. To your point, it was an opportunity, and perhaps, hopefully it's not gone. I don't think it's all down to the BFC and their priorities or lack thereof.
I'm not saying I blame them for that, but I'm just saying that I'm someone that supported young designers for many years.
Definitely.
And even when I was I was working with loads and loads of designers that weren't paying me, but on the schedule we were all the shows. You know, if someone had called me up and said, "Are you all right? How are you doing?" it would have just meant the world to me because I was so on my own. Do you know what I mean? And so when those guys who are lovely, I want to know more about them when we're finished. When they mentioned about Karen going to visit them, it just meant so much to them. I mean, you can't quantify things like that.
That's true.
My sister, she was on Prince's Trust when she left college. She did Art Foundation and all this kind of stuff. And when she was given a mentor, and that mentor was someone very, very senior, like a CEO at P&O or something, but he gave her his mobile number and she could call him at any time. Whereas when you hear about mentorships that are part of a prize, that is literally probably an hour in 2 half-hour things, and that's all you get, and I just find that very, very bullshitty.
I mean, the YNAP Prince's Foundation collaboration at the moment, we've been speaking to them about wool, because I'm passionate about bringing getting people to use more British wool, which is another dying industry and about to be saturated because of the Australia trade deal, which is why policy, unfortunately, I'm sorry if I sound like
it's very interesting.
It's a massive issue. So
I'm not as ignorant as the impression I give.
No, I don't think you are at all. I used to get your 4 a.m. emails when she had PR office. I'd be like, there she is again, up all night working. And I think that there's this. I mean, back to the point. I think there's a disconnect between what their MO should be and trying to be all. I do agree with Mandi. Trying to be all things. Trying to be fashion revolution. Trying to be what I set up, Fashion Roundtable, trying to be Graduate Fashion Week, trying to be what you need to be, which is to promote, support and keep brands going, because that's your job. And then, yes, of course you need to help them through the transition to get to net zero, because I still don't understand how the industry is going to get there, if I'm honest.
No. I don't think they use enough great people. You know, like,
they get very threatened.
I don't think they use enough people. Like, you know, when I was working with young designers, if you were a brand, and brands weren't as savvy then as they are now, but when you're a brand and you wanted to get involved in fashion, you rang the BFC and you'd say, "Hi, I want to put some money into something," and I never once got contacted by them to say, "We've had so-and-so get in touch and I think it would really fit one of your designers, I'd love you to meet them." And I just kind of think that was something that I'm sure happened, but I never got a look in, and it makes me think, well, you know, then I was somewhere recently and the, you know, I think something that's in fashion and something obvious, they try and find money to support, but I think there's roots lower down that need watering.
Well, that's true of the whole industry, let's just say that.
But the point is that the big funder at the moment in the UK, since we left the EU, is called UKRI. So UKRI, which has got multiple different divisions, and that's what's being given by government in place of Horizon and Erasmus for funding. So if you're focusing on getting that money, are you really focusing on what your core business is?
Right. So
and I would argue it isn't.
Because you're trying to make yourself fit to attract the money.
Yeah. And I think that's the danger. And, you know, the problem is calling yourself a council. Council is a council. War is a council is for everybody. If you're a membership organisation, are you a council? The Arts Council, I feel like, is for everybody. And we're all in it, if we, you know, and I do think there's two different things. So London Fashion Week is a franchise that they own, and then that's supported by City Hall. Now, obviously, City Hall's interest is in promoting tourism and London. I get that. So that would explain to me this weekend. Because when I looked at the schedule, I'm like, okay, so this feels like Graduate Fashion Week. So are they going after that business?
So, you know, it's inevitable when you take money, the money pulls you. That's inevitable. We've all had partners with financial funding partners that take you in a certain direction. And I get that. I do. But it's also understanding the intentionality of that partner and what that, because of course City Hall want London promoted.
On another side of the coin, I must admit I work with a lot of brands, and the reason I work with them is not just fashion. They just want concept, marketing, creative, they want ideas. And I've found that actually a lot of brands now, they're not going to enjoy being challenged for the sake of it, but they're much more open to new ideas. And I think that was something specific to the pandemic. You know, like, I can't believe how creative everyone I know felt when you were suddenly free to get back to engaging that need. And I think people are so open to ideas, much more than ever, because they know that they just can't be generic.
Yeah. But you guys, were you students at the time were you guys like in lockdown was it your first year, or was it like you already started?
Yeah, it was the foundation year for me.
Your foundation year.
It must have been so hard.
Lockdown.
Yeah, it was hard. I think, you reconsider everything once you're like in that situation, of course. And it's that kind of kick that some sort is needed. Like, I think for me it was needed personally, but yeah, I mean.
So were you in London?
No.
You went home?
Yeah, I was home.
And where is home?
Milan.
Yeah. Okay. And you didn't want to study in Milan?
No, I came here because specifically for CSM. I could have stayed there. It would have been easier. I really wanted to be here. I think for what you were saying before, being in the city or outside the city, I lived in Milan and outside Milan, and for me being here, it's extremely important as a beginner.
It's liberating.
Yeah, definitely. And it's definitely the place to be, the city, for you to start at least. So as like student, I don't think there's any other option other than being in the city. And specifically in London, since we're talking about Fashion Week, I lived London Fashion Week for like a couple of seasons, and Milan Fashion Week since I was born, basically.
Are your parents in the industry?
No, but like still, me and my friends were trying to sneak into the fashion show, and like, and it's that thing I kind of miss, that
the buzz.
Yeah,
the buzz.
And
the blagging your way in buzz.
A couple of years ago, when me and my friends in high school were like literally doing anything needed to like try to sneak in, because it was that
so exciting.
Yeah, it was that exciting. And now here I have opportunities and stuff, and still it's not the same.
You're kind of like, I would rather watch a film or something. Right?
Yeah, literally. This morning I went to a show and the room was empty.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, and I don't know, like it was.
And this is the subtext issue. If it's not relevant, who's it for and who's it serving?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask the table then, like, firstly the cost, but then also what is Fashion Week for now is kind of like the big, not existential question, but a big question to ask.
No, it is a big question. It's important. We should be asking that.
Are you talking about the expense of the show?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Sorry, I just had to check my emails. I've been here quite a long time.
No, that he was saying that the show you went to this morning didn't have anyone there, and then you were mentioning that like I mean, that's what I've been doing.
Not good luck.
So let's do that. But it is this kind of question, like, I think it's more about who is it for? Because we talk a lot about the shows as if they just exist on their own, like this little, they don't live outside of, who are they for?
Well,
How
I
does
think
that change?
increasingly they're for City Hall to promote London.
That, but then also
it's not good looking for here that no one was sat there.
Yeah, that's not good. No, they're not, and that's the issue, isn't it? So accepting everybody as a show is also not a good look.
No.
I'd just like to say that when we used to do these off-schedule shows, they cost nothing. And one of the well, what was great was, I remember one event. This is just an example. We did it at Hoxton Square Bar and Kitchen, which was a cool place at the time.
I remember that.
They didn't charge us. I'm still believe you can get free venues in this day and age, by the way. So it was free, and then we used their chairs, and the models got ready in Circus Space around the corner, and Circus Space let us use that for free. When people came in, they were served cherries dipped in chocolate on a bed of ice, which again cost nothing. I think one of us had made them, I can't remember. And it was just such an elegant, lovely thing. It was just magical.
That's something.
And it was a nothing. Do you know what I mean?
I think that's almost like more important, and like the memories attached to that as well would be so much more valuable, as opposed to now there's huge, and there's nothing against it, because I love like the excitement and buzz of Fashion Week. It's amazing, but like those little things that make such a difference, and that people will then be kind of like almost inclined to have more of a relationship with the brand.
Mandy would ring you, you would know the day before, you would know the day, you would text, you would ring, you would, babe, and we would be there. Not just because we were scared of you, that wasn't it. It was because
I was a little bit.
You reminded us. You did your job.
You were
because that is public relations.
It's common sense to me.
But that's public relations, it's communication. Who's doing the PR for the person when no one's there? No one.
But also, you still do this. You champion the artist and the craft,
and you get behind them,
and you champion them in so many different ways. And I think that's kind of what you're saying is missing for the BFC. It's like you're not just looking after them. And I mean, if I were a student now, like you guys are, I'd want to know there are people like Mandy out there to help. Because otherwise, how do you just can't know everything.
You're only as good as the people who are going to
help you.
Yeah, and that you work with, and then actually then say, I believe in you.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Because you're going to...
Your tutors have got a lot of power, really, haven't they?
They do have a lot of power. I mean, I'm grateful to have, like now going into third year, I'm grateful
Where are you?
LCF. Lucy Finnegan, is going to be my tutor in third year, and she's great, and I really connect with her, because she just kind of goes, let's, for lack of a better description, fuck it up, and let's go have fun. And
that's great.
And that to me, I'm just like,
you're engaged.
Thank God. I immediately babe, I get you, I'm there, and I think that's what's really exciting, and I think the being told yes you can is where things are going to move forward. Break the rules. That's kind of how things progress.
But I don't think creativity can just operate on fumes, to your point, right? So this idea, I think that what's happening a little bit is that there's this idea that, well, it's not creative unless it's just, literally operating on fumes. And I don't think it, even though you've just described this amazing show that you made out of nothing, I think that's different, right? We're talking about just, you can't starve off an industry and expect it to thrive, right? You have to invest in it, time, not just money, time,
those
money.
are lessons I've learned. They've taken me a lifetime to learn those lessons about, I thought I was being creative, and, I would look at, because I'm from that generation, I would look at, I remember being with Karen.
You were an incredible stylist.
And I would look, and I'd had 4 magazines. And I couldn't pay a £35 bill. Mm-hmm. And I was like, my dad who came to this country going, what the hell?
Why are you doing this
Why
job?
are you doing this, darling? Maybe do something else. And I loved it. I was very driven. So I did make massive compromises for the passion of it. But I look at this now older, and I'm like, oh my God, I wish, because my husband's in the film industry, and because of the unionisation of the workers, they fought the hard fight of wages and hours, and it's not particularly glam, and it's not particularly sexy, but my God, he knows what he's getting paid, he knows who to go to. I still star as a celebrity, and I did a job, and they were so late, and I was getting incensed. I was like, oh my God, this is like the 90s all over again. And I rang the union, and I got paid the next time.
Oh, well done.
Because I'd lobbied for fashion stylists to join Bectu.
Do you think we'd ever have a union?
We do have a union, because I fought for it. We do have a union.
I didn't even know that we had a union.
I don't know about them. For you guys to know. But you need to join Bectu, but you need to join it en masse. So it took me 3 years to get stylists on their books. Me and the girl running, I say girl because I'm ancient, the woman running fashion assistants on Instagram, we really lobbied them. And now different people are setting up branches, and it's not all hail comrade. It's literally, I'm going to get fucked over and I don't have anyone supporting me because, the industry's changed so much because you used to have an agent to do that for you, but then maybe the agent would rip you off. I had that too.
And also, if you want to be a journalist now, there just aren't jobs. I mean,
a paid job is so hard.
Unless you're tied to a magazine where you get, your wage or whatever. Like, so say if I worked for Days and I was an editor there, or I did
What do they pay though? What do they pay?
That's something I have absolutely no idea
I can
about.
tell you nothing, very, very little. But so the problem is those they don't make a lot of, they don't pay you a lot. The expectation is that you get a pretty elevated title, and then you go and you get your money through creative. You do consulting and work around that field. I mean, the reality is that the industry is changing under our feet so fast that I think that the jobs are also changing.
And they will continue to do so with digitisation, which is a word I find very hard to say.
But I do want to end this day. I have no idea what time it is. It feels like it's about 10 p.m.
5.
Okay. But I do want to leave this discussion with some, not necessarily, we don't have to be positive for positive sakes, but let's think about what the kind of next steps, what the roadmap, because I think, we are all incredibly resourceful, creative people. I mean, hearing you tell that story about that show, geez, you guys are the next generation, and you can learn from people like, not me, of course, but just in general, there's this knowledge sharing that I think is really important, right? This is what this is all about. So I'd say the path forward in terms of the fashion industry, it definitely has to have more, I don't know if transparency is the right word, but it has to have more clarity about what are our objectives, what is the more intentionality, what are we aiming for, what do we want to protect, how do we do that?
I think that SHOWstudio is an incredible resource for a lot of people.
Yeah, I agree.
I have so much feedback about SHOWstudio all the time, and I think for students it's an incredible resource, isn't it? And the fact that they can
in her chair, sorry.
they can look at all the videos and what have you, and they can engage with people that they've admired from afar, designers, and it's just, I can't underestimate what Nick's done for the industry. So if we was, it's almost like sometimes I think about things. What would it be like in London if SHOWstudio hadn't existed? Do you know what I mean? So it's like, that's a very vital thing in all this.
Yeah, that's very true. If I had some alcohol, I would toast you. I don't think it's good luck to toast with water.
For sure. So Nick and Charlotte, his wife, came to the first roundtable I did at Parliament. I really didn't know how to host it. It's full of parliamentarians and very incensed stakeholders because this was before we'd left, and they were really worried about their futures. And Nick always calls himself a European, and I understand that. I feel more European than I do British.
I totally agree with him.
I get that, and he definitely helped me shape Fashion Roundtable, and the team here, and
I've met some incredible people through
and people
SHOWstudio.
They don't have to consistently adapt.
Yeah.
They can stay stuck. And I think the choice to adapt is also part of what the industry does well. So when you're asking about solutions, the problem is you can do it all in your head. I really want to see more grassroots. I think this commercialisation is really boring. I look at my son, who's 12, and this Generation Alpha, and of course I adore him, and I'll be like, yeah, but I'm also slightly horrified by the blazer. But then his dad was a casual back in the day. I never was, so I get it's probably this thing of status.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's just stay.
Okay, babe, yeah, that's what you literally everywhere. And they're all doing it, and they're the next ones. And I think that. But I mourn some of the brands that I think were so talented.
I think Mario Sharp is a huge
many
talent.
of them.
And I remember watching his shows, and I did a panel with Vogue in Athens, and he was in the panel, not on mine, but I spoke to him a bit after, and I really felt starstruck. And he's not someone who's as active. He works now in Athens. I think he has a beautiful life there. So I don't think it's. I think he's just fine.
But that's just a name I've plucked. But there are so many.
There are.
And that's that churn that worries
But
me.
I think when you're in the industry and someone's been on radar at Fashion Week and then you don't hear about them for a while, you automatically think, oh, they failed or they didn't cut it. But they're having great lives and they're doing things that are far more interesting on a different level.
That's right.
But we're kind of ingrained to think like that.
That's a really good point, because actually I went from being, in the system, very hardcore in the system, to taking a step back and doing my own business in a way that I think for some people it took a while for them to understand it. I was trying to, and I'd have to explain it and explain it. I'm sure for you as well.
I used to think that success meant I'd be at dinner with Elton John. That literally was the metaphor that I was going, and I thought, I'm from Watford, so Elton's a big deal in Watford.
Elton, if you're listening.
And I thought that would be the epitome of success. I thought, and then I realised I could have done that through routes when I was in Watford. So what was this going to get me? And it kind of made me shift. And I definitely, I think it's a great industry for people who felt outsiders or othered to find community and connection. And I think that that's the subtext of what it does for a lot of people, because it's about expression and identity. I think it's not serving a lot of its characters. So one of the people who started Fashion Roundtable with me was a woman called Lottie Jackson. She wrote to me, she wanted to start writing about fashion. I was like, oh God, is it going to work? I really hope the industry doesn't chew her up. It hasn't. She had a book published by Penguin last week, and I feel really proud of being in any small way a part of that. And I think I think that there will, supporting talent. What I want to see is more honesty about size, about identity, about different parts, because the narrowness of Fashion Week serves one look. My friend's sister, just to bring this in, and I knew I wanted to talk about this, in Israel, died last week of anorexia, who was a model, because the model agency said lose 4 more kilos, and it destroyed her. And that is the dark side, and I really want the industry to own its dark side, to then really say, right, this is over. That wouldn't happen now in London. I really believe that wouldn't happen now in London. The agents wouldn't push.
It's hard.
And how do we, instead of just
we can start by making
one pop moment, how do we make that the change that is really the new zeitgeist? Because when you look at the sizing now, and the diversity and the inclusion and all of
the models in the show.
Exactly.
But can I just say, Chanel are always shoving a big model just for okay, they've expanded to a few this season.
Down.
But just see right through it.
It's got to be realistic and done tastefully, so it doesn't just appear as tokenism.
As schlock.
Exactly. You can't have a tokenist in a show.
That's how it feels whenever they have South Asian in the show. It's like, okay, they want the buck in that territory. It's almost like it's so gratuitous.
Yeah, I still remember when the shows were all white. Like it wasn't that long ago.
That's shocking.
It wasn't that long ago. And so I remember being in Milan, and it was a season. And it was, I think it was an Etra show, I'm going to call it out, and it was a beautifully done casting. It was like every, age, shape, size, cut. Obviously it was a very big focus for them at that show. But I remember being like, and then a couple of seasons later, it felt shocking when it wasn't diverse, and now I feel like we've gone backwards.
Feels like people like Sinead Burke are just so important. Yeah, they should almost be the new panel or consultants of the future.
Well, she has a consultancy, and she's brilliant, and she does a great job, and she's much more active than you realise. I don't know.
You think I'm talking about the one that was on the cover of Vogue?
Yes.
And I'm talking about the girl who at Fashion Week had disabled models.
Okay.
What's her name? Sinead.
Dower.
Yeah, Sinead Dower.
Is it Daryl?
Yeah. No, is she a model? No, are you talking about a model?
She's a designer, and she includes pregnant women.
Yes, yes.
It's Sinead O'Dwyer, sorry.
I pronounced it wrong.
But she's brilliant.
One of the first shows I ever assisted on was Debbie Mason for Ghost, and we had all pregnant models. And I was so excited. You're right about the excitement, and of course that comes and goes, and of course when you've been in it and you're like, oh God, and then you try to look happy because you don't want, of course it feels very different. It's inevitable, that's part of it.
I still go to shows sometimes and feel excited.
I do too.
It's not, but I also get excited when I see a new idea, like hearing him talk about his brand and how he works and how he develops his ideas.
Yeah, that sounds very interesting.
Super, super exciting. Or listening to Lucy talk about the brand that's just coming out of
Who is Lucy?
I'll tell you.
She's fabulous.
Yeah, she's absolutely brilliant. Yeah. So there's not.
I need her in my
life. Yeah, you do. You guys would get on.
People like that.
You guys would get on so well.
Great.
Yeah,
she's great.
So I do think. Hello.
Can I join you? It's okay.
Please do. Yeah, please do.
Go and get some cake round here. You're all being far too nice. I can hear you being nice about me right round the corner. Stop that.
I wondered, I was like, is he up there?
No, I'm out there. Why, thank you.
Yes, we were just, I think we've got a plan now, or at least we're pointing in that direction.
You've got a plan?
I think we've got some
We've learned some
tangible
new vocab this afternoon.
You can hyphenate it or it can be all one word. You can choose. It's both.
Just came crashing in the last minute. What are you talking about? Were you
Ask
planning
Tamara. No, you were creating a roadmap.
So we, over the course of the day, we've
Yeah.
teased out a few things. You guys have to help me out here a little bit. So we've teased out that we feel like fashion shows still have a place, but they're
not at all costs.
But not at all costs. That we need to focus a lot more, at least the BFC or the government and all of us need to focus a lot more on the kind of, let's call it the groundwork. So supporting local craftsmanship, supporting all the kind of parts of the industry that have existed here for hundreds of years that have been sort of pushed to the side.
Artisan skill.
Skill, supporting young upcoming talent, but also giving them taste of reality, giving them some mentorship, having the, what did you call it? I loved how you phrased that, going to them and sort of having that one-on-one, giving them your time and giving them that feedback. So I think those are some of the pieces that came out, but I don't know, have I left out anything essential? Come on.
No, I don't believe
Well, we talked about 1,000 things. Of course,
I know, I'm trying.
Like yesterday.
Oh, the role of the BFC as well.
There you go.
Role of the BFC.
What did you say about the role of the BFC?
Well, it was more of a membership, as a member
Driven.
organisation, and it's driven by membership.
So that maybe they need to rethink their focus. What are they focused on? Being everything to everyone, or
You can't win if you're everything to everyone, and it's a very
No.
uncomfortable truth. If you're all things to all people, you're nothing.
It never works.
To everyone.
I'd love to have them here and hear their side of it, because I'm sure it's not an easy. Yeah, let's do it. Because I'm sure it's not an easy time to be there either, frankly. Yeah. Anything else, guys, that I've left out?
You know, the thing is that all of these organisations, these big membership organisations, are going through an issue. CBI is going through a massive issue. Membership organisations are facing a really challenging time because numbers are dwindling. The first thing that people gave up, the economic downturn during the pandemic, was their National Trust membership, which is also going through a crisis.
Right.
So no one's alone in trying to look at how do you diversify your income.
Yeah, but there's a big elephant in the room when they get, what was it, Diet Coke to sponsor the fashion awards. How did they get away with that?
Yeah.
Explain to me what's wrong with it, just so I know.
It's a message of dieting as though there's a standard.
Right. Sorry, quick catching up there.
I'm sure they thought they were being brilliant by doing. People at Diet Coke
But
were like, yes.
maybe they would, yeah, but whose brand does it help? I think that's your point, isn't it? Whose brand does it elevate? Because
the whole night has been branded.
Yeah, with Diet Coke, which is a massive brand that got the kudos of having
and they make such a big thing
beautiful,
about
well-dressed
Fashion Week.
people.
Make such a big thing about Fashion Week being looking after the models backstage with sustenance and plenty of nuts.
Yeah. Maybe Whole Foods would have been a better partner.
I don't know, it's part of Amazon.
Is it really?
Yes, it is. Owned
What,
by
sorry?
Amazon.
That's news.
Whole Foods is owned by Amazon.
Wow.
So I'm not sure that. Well, I mean, look, I'm not the one to decide. I'm just saying it's not problematic either. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I think it's tricky. I think if you're a fashion brand or if you're a fashion council, if you're a fashion membership, you're just trying to get by and survive at this point in time. I think it's a really difficult time to be doing any of those things. And so, I mean, what you were talking about with your husband, with the union, I wonder, I mean, you know, I remember being at Condé Nast at the time when I know that there was some talk in New York around the New Yorker unionizing.
Yes.
And I don't know the background story and I don't know how that's going. I don't know if it worked. But I remember hearing that it was sort of like they were going to let the New Yorker become unionized as a sort of, but no one else could even consider it. I remember just thinking, really? Like, what is that about? So I just think it's an interesting.
Well, I mean, Boohoo, I had lots of meetings with Boohoo just after the scandal that Labour behind the label pushed them during lockdown on the Leicester garment workers, and I kept saying, so you need the union, right? You need these workers need to be unionised, and they'd be like, oh, but we've got engagement, and I said no, and I had it several times with them, And then equally with Labour Behind the Label, who are a campaign organisation, I said, you do realise that this is about the difficult conversation space. I said, you haven't promoted onshoring. And they've said to me that they agree on this, and we're looking to campaign for UK manufacturing, because it was then a get out. Oh, well, you know, there's issues with payments and garment workers, so, you know, you're offshoring the problem.
I think a lot of these companies, they have to go through the motion, and what's really, really sad is when they have experts like you engage with them and they go through it and they nod and they say, yeah, sounds great, and then nothing happens. That for me is when it's just so sad that energy is wasted.
They spent a fortune on all the reporting, and you know, they damaged the brand, definitely. Massive damage to the brand. I mean, we watched the Environment Audit Committee just took the chair, the then chairman to task. He built the business from nothing. I have a lot of respect for someone building a business from nothing. I have a lot of respect for being outside the system. And I do understand their concept. Their concept was to buy all the brands so that they've got the woman and the man from 17 to 70. I think that's a very clever concept.
Yeah.
But when I look at even Topshop now, I'm not excited in the way that I was when it had that flagship store, and you know, they were really engaging with stylists to make sure that we were working with them for celebrity clients. And I think it's a very difficult time, but you know, there are always people who've got talent and business savvy who are going to cut through, and the agility to understand it. But I think building a business here without the infrastructure is incredibly difficult. Because until you build, that to me is what their primary job should be, is building that infrastructure.
Production has always been this big thing, and you know, you wonder why the British Fashion Council haven't bought some factories.
Yeah, I wonder a lot about the British Fashion Council, to be honest.
Yeah, but in the big picture, it's not expensive to buy a factory. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like, you know, to own a building, it's investment, it's real estate.
Yeah.
I mean, that I think was what London, the fashion district, was meant to do, wasn't it? It was meant to bring production to a 20-mile radius so that you could be a designer with a cheap studio.
Where was that from? Who said that?
London College of Fashion were a partner on it, and then they got money again from City Hall to create the London. It was originally called the East London Fashion Cluster, and then it's now London Fashion District. And I don't know why it hasn't worked. But it's such a great idea, because you've got a factory in N4 with Jenny Holloway, you've got designer spaces in East London, and you could literally get on the tube. And why isn't that happening?
Is that something to do with that institution of fashion or whatever?
No, they've set that up to get the UKR money, I think.
I wonder though if there isn't. Did you guys know about that? Do you know about that?
I honestly had no idea.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's probably why it hasn't taken off.
It's been all about it's not for CSM, but LCF's big move to Stratford.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, actually is great, because it means that I can be in a building full of people where actually anyone that studies any of the fashion or visual arts can be together and get together and collaborate, because I found it difficult to not be in the same building.
Can I ask you a question? After you've done your degree here, what is your right to remain?
No.
You don't have a right to remain.
No,
so you're studying in a country where you will have no right to build your business here?
I will have to stay here somehow one more year, and then I will have the right to remain. But if I don't get like a job or like a visa sponsored by someone...
That's not unusual though, Tamara. I mean, look at all these wealthy people that send their kids to get their education in Oxford.
Yeah.
But to your point, it's a missed opportunity.
It's a missed opportunity. Sorry, I don't know your name. Stefan has been given British IP, he's been given British training, he's been given British networks, and then we're outsourcing you back to the EU. Right.
So pushing you forward and then pushing you back.
Yeah, I think it's a missed opportunity for an entrepreneur to be here.
Isn't everybody going to Paris? Why keep hearing?
Yes.
The photographers who were my assistants who are now in their sort of mid-20s, they're all leaving London,
Really?
going to Paris.
So they've managed to get EU passports?
Because I'm thinking about the same after I leave.
Yeah, well, that's...
I remember when a lot of people went to Berlin. Do you remember?
Yeah, well, it used to be Berlin. Then it was Athens for a while. And that was super cheap. And then
No longer cheap.
I guess Paris is just very vibing at the moment because it's not cheap. So it must be that it's a sort of
But it's like,
cultural vibe.
I mean, you know, Paris and France have done a pretty good job of maintaining their crafts and
No, I mean, listen, Brexit's been a gift for the French.
Oh, yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
let's
The French and the Italians, actually.
of course.
Yeah, my best friend's Italian, and
Been a gift.
she's from Milan, but she went to go and do an internship last year. For, I want to say 9 to 10 months in Paris, and she says I'm already going back, like, you know, at this point in September, because she loved it so much, and it was just such a society which was kind of fun, and it was really vibrant, and a lot of creative people were there and having a great time, but they really valued the craftsmanship. There were boutiques of, like, you know, designers that aren't known whatsoever. My mum loves, like, she went to Rome years and years and years ago, and she went, I have not seen one high street brand in one section of Rome in about a good, like, what, 30
So that's to do
kilometre
with
radius.
rents
Yeah, and
rates.
how much it means to the
Town
country.
planning, yeah.
I think Italians,
To the
I know,
people.
you're Italian and you're sitting right here, but my impression is that Italians take such pride in their, you know, their sense of style and their traditions and the food. I mean, I would love to spend more time. My Italian friends are like, yes, but it's hard to live there, but okay, fair enough. But I think there's something about that, coming back to that idea of rooting in your tradition and supporting it.
I'm just going to go to Lou and then I'm going to go. Is that right?
Of course it is, we're allowed.
And that one you go.
She's like asking you. Yes.
You taking over?
No, but I have started asking questions. That's inevitable. I'm very nosy.
It's perfect. It's fantastic.
Yeah, no, I mean, oh look. So the Brexit, what's it called? The trade. Anyway.
Is it the trade deal?
TFL is up for renegotiation in 2 years. So, because I went to this I went to the UK and a Changing Europe conference, and they were talking about this at length. So, no, I mean, I find it interesting because I listen to Radio 4 every morning, the Today programme, and the elephant in the room consistently is Brexit.
Yeah.
And they'll say, oh, barriers, you know, and it's always Ukraine. I'm like, it can't be for everything. Like, it just can't be. Okay, our bread, you know, the flour, I get it, but like, flour is grown in other territories.
Yeah.
And it, you know, so Peter Foster, who really helped us with our campaign around Brexit, that Nick and many other people signed just after we'd officially left the EU. He left the Telegraph as a writer to join the Financial Times, and he's written a book that's coming out, and this conference that I'm speaking at on the 20th is called Trade Unlocked, and it will be at the NEC. And so I'm part of a commission of cross-party parliamentarians and then business people called the UK Trade and Business Commission, and we basically interrogate all of the information that's coming in and all the barriers. Hilary Benn, who's an MP, is one of the co-chairs, and Peter Norris, who's chair of the Virgin Group. And I feel quite humbled to be a part of it, dialing in from my kitchen on Zoom, but equally, again and again, the themes are consistent: barriers and red tape and added cost and disincentivization. And it's not cutting into the mainstream media because people are disinclined to talk about it. There was Sir Peter Curtis was speaking at the event, and he was doing analysis, as was someone from Ipsos. Basically, it's a number 10 priority now. It's not number 1 priority, Brexit. Other cost of living, but cost of living is integrated into this. And no, because parliamentarians don't want to talk about it, it's not being spoken about. And it's, oh God, again? But it literally is the biggest barrier to freedoms, your concerns. The business that I worked in, where I would get a call, right, Tamara, go to Paris, pick up the clothes here. Now, I mean, what, carnets again? Carnets, like red tape, worrying, stop, awful.
None of you guys had to take anything across.
No,
but
I used to do it.
Yeah,
I used to have to do it.
We tried to go to Paris a couple of years ago to shoot, 18 months ago, and we succeeded. But it was an absolute nightmare. I mean, really kind
I
of
can't
crazy.
imagine having to do a carnet for Europe. I've never had to do one for Europe.
Well, it was ridiculous. Then nothing was set up. So my assistants got everything in the van, drove it down, and then got to France, and they said, no, sorry, you haven't got the right papers. You need to go back to England to get them. And it was just ridiculous. And then they did that. They got the papers. They came back again. And France said, no, not right. You need to go there. It just turned into this kind of absolute sort of, being ping-pong backwards and forwards.
So in answer to it, it's part of a bigger thing, because if the talent brain drain is inevitable if you're not attractive to markets. You're not attractive to markets when there's that level of difficulty. So yes, Nick has decided to stay here, but other Nicks are deciding to leave. Models are leaving, stylists are leaving. So, I mourn that you can't stay here. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous because who knows what you could achieve and then build back the UK. Boost our economy. I think it's...
Well, I was going to say you are doing the work, so you are out there doing it.
It's like, it's got to be...
The camera's still on.
Oh, I need to go.
Camera's always on here, man.
This is like, I feel like we're on a reality television show. We're past the point now. It's not a panel, it's not a cafe now, we're just in a reality. Beds are in the back.
Oh, yeah, of course it is. Hi, darling. Lovely to see you.
Love you.
Lovely to see you all. Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
I need to speak to you. I'll speak to you tonight.
Okay,
Lovely to see you, darling.
Come around.
I need your rusty stops.
Are these peonies from the garden?
I wish, sadly not, no.
They're very nice.
I was going to bring roses, but they got peonies, and peonies are lovely. So.
Yeah, I've been admiring them.
Can I ask you guys a question? Sure. When I move my chair, I'm serious. It's like I'm just gonna start doing this. So what would you? I'm not gonna do the summary because I already kind of did that. But what would you tell other students that are thinking about some of the things that maybe we've talked about today? I mean, I would love to hear your perspective on it and how you guys talk about it when you're talking about it amongst yourselves. Like, how do you kind of weigh the balance, the positives and negatives of being here, or just as you were talking about the difficulty of finding work experience, like how do you guys talk about it amongst yourselves?
Well,
You can be honest, this is what we're all about here.
it's always kind of like the elephant in the room for us. Like we always are asking, what are you up to? Like what are you
gonna
doing?
move?
Yeah. So it's definitely a big discussion.
We go back and forth a lot, even with applying to places or
And
did you hear back? I heard back. Oh, I didn't hear back from this,
But I got this, it's very it's much about support as well.
Yeah, that's so true. I feel like, just as Mandi actually said earlier, about building that system between people,
Your friendships.
Your friendship
and
is
sometimes
just important.
And sometimes when things don't work, we try to find a solution. For example, it was a menswear designer in CSM, his second year, and we just a couple of weeks ago did a show for him. Everything was student based. No one was paid. There was no budget, but still was really good. And I think these are the interesting projects that born in school, and is everything is people that we got to know because we were in that course.
I completely agree with that, and actually I find that slightly it puts my mind at rest as well, because when you speak about experience for work or internships, there are so many fashion houses, or from my course specifically PR agencies, that will the day before they start, when we have to go through a process for work experience at uni for basically saying, yes, you get this amount of credits because it's accredited to this unit. Some of my friends have had the night before they're meant to start say, oh, so sorry, no, you can't come, or no, this doesn't really work for us, or they'll just never hear back, full stop. And it's consistently difficult. And so the beauty of being in university now, and I think with the people that we surround ourselves with in class, love collaboration and want to produce something that will be interesting and innovative and forward-thinking. And that's the point about creativity. We can't just, sit in a room and expect ourselves to, generate the next best thing. It has to come from being with others.
No, definitely. I feel like you feed into each other's energy
ideas. It's just like, and it's not easy. Not everything is easy to address. There is like a lot of competition as well, and I mean it's not easy even within uni. It's not like a fairy tale.
No, like even the projects, you know, it's like sometimes we just like to sit and breathe and say we're not curing cancer. You know,
literally,
like, chill for a second.
Mental health is another big issue that is really hard to talk about in uni, especially.
Why is it hard to talk about it? Because it's delicate, or because they don't want you to, or why is it?
It's because it's. I think it's something that students is kind of ashamed of somehow.
You want to sort of see like.
I think it's because students are kind of ashamed of like talking about it, addressing the issue.
Right.
In my opinion, at least.
Yeah.
And I think even though the school and tutors like try to, help. It's always it's something that it's always hard to address, and it's a massive issue, I think. For our experiences.
Yeah, I just like, I agree with what you're saying 100%, because, for example, for me, I still didn't get diagnosed with dyslexia, right? And we have this thing in our university where you can apply for, what do they call it?
ISIS.
ISIS. And I know a lot of my also classmates that are actually dyslexic, didn't apply for it. And it's almost like there's a fear for us, if we would do that we would seem...
You think dyslexia would, you feel it would stigmatise you?
Yeah, it would stigmatise our...
Because
it's very common in the industry.
Yeah, this is the dyslexic industry.
I've chaired a talk, and the three people I was speaking to were all dyslexic within the industry. I'm not dyslexic, but it's very common.
But to your point, though,
that sounds like a systemic issue, because they're not giving you the dyslexics, which anyway, the hardest word for a dyslexic to say, I would imagine, is dyslexia or spell.
It's also
they're not helping.
Because then it means it's a problem. I'm dyslexic, my wife's dyslexic, my 3 children are all dyslexic.
Yeah.
I've never seen it as a problem. I've always sort of gone tiny. It is a bit the superpower.
Yeah.
It is that you see the world in a different way, which isn't the conventional way that people see the world, or write about the world, or talk about the world, but you have your different sense. So there's also this dyslexia, there's also synesthesia, which is mixing up the senses, so you taste colour or you see sound, all those sort of things. It's a superpower, It's something that you see the world in a completely different way. So I'm surprised that your college isn't supporting that and saying, that's it's not a good thing, but it certainly isn't something that should be regarded as a problem.
Richard Branson, Isaac Newton, so many people. I went to the launch of a campaign called Made by Dyslexia. I used to work on a dyslexia policy, and there's so many geniuses who are dyslexic. I agree with you about the superpower aspects of it, because I've worked a lot with a lot of dyslexics, and their organisational planning and the vision is there in a way that I have to learn from them.
But are you partly too saying, I think when you're in an academic environment and you've got your friends and they're supporting you, but it's also kind of like you're still learning about yourself, you're still maybe coming to it from your own family where there might be some, I'm not saying yours does, but I know mine did, have some prejudice against sort of saying you have dyslexia, just we'll just get on with it kind of thing. So everybody brings that with them. But I also think the only problem with dyslexia is when you don't acknowledge it, then it becomes a proven problem. But if you can acknowledge it, then it is a superpower.
Or acknowledge any learning difficulty. I only discovered I had ADHD until I was 2 months, it was in preparation for my A-levels, and it was 2 months before I sat my exam. And I consistently was just like, I can't get music or songs or pictures out of my head, and it's really distracting me from revision. So we were like, maybe we should go get that tested. And I was like, thank you, you've been saying for ages, I have no idea what's going on. But actually, it was just that validation that I needed to go, now I understand.
So did you feel stigma or relief, do you think, or both?
I felt slight relief from knowing that, because I was then able to go, oh my god, I understand. And I didn't feel as alienated, if that makes sense.
Yes.
I went, oh, I can discover how this now helps me, and it ultimately really has.
Yeah.
And how I can like filter my way through different things.
I mean, the more we reduce the shame and support, increase the support and the awareness, I think the better. You know, it was always, oh, don't talk about it, that doesn't happen. Or, you know, and I think it's fantastic that, you know, that it's being more part of the conversation. Obviously, there's a backlash and the kind of like the stigma of the woke karate, etc. But I'm all for it. I think the more that we're open about it, the more that we'll get to the point of healing. I think it's important.
Completely.
And it's overdue, actually. These are beautiful. Sorry, I'm stroking it. I've gone into that zone of like, oh, this is actually really nice. Yeah. I feel like I have to get out of here now. The stroking the peony.
Germans lost it.
German that way.
Yeah. I don't know what's happened to these guys.
They kind of went a bit sad.
I think it
that one was okay, but
Yeah, the rest of them are really looking
we're just generating a lot of
last for
heat.
days. This one's quite, it's quite
Peonies are one
perky.
of my favourite flowers.
Yeah, I've got some in my garden.
Thank you so much for joining us, you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
It's really nice to hear your perspective.
It's nice to meet you. I need to go. Thank you for
It's
having
very
me.
warm out there, by
So
the way.
much. Good. I like heat, but I just need some daylight now.
Some sun and daylight.
Bye, guys.
Come say goodbye to
I love to Charlotte.
She's still quite kind of present. She's birthday on the Monday. Take it.
Fab idea, Nick.
Well, let's find, how did it go?
It was great. It was fantastic.
It was good fun.
I mean, I tried to come and get joined in earlier on, but there was like 20 people there. I was like, okay.
No, it was really like
Tables booked.
we stayed for quite a long time, and it was brilliant. It was really, really good discussion.
I think it's fascinating to just like see kind of everyone else's opinions. I'll sit down for a little bit.
Yeah.
Just like
Deliver a speech, of course, Jack. You want to deliver a speech, and that's
the
fine.
whole day long. Just about how basically like everyone's opinions of like where we're all at, for lack of a better description at the moment, and to see how things are shifting and changing and what certain issues mean to us and what they don't, and how we can evolve and progress.
Yeah.
So important.
It is really. I mean, I think that was the point. That was the idea, right? That was the idea of this kind of discussion, because it's easy, I think, when you have a panel or when you have something where it's like we have a topic and we all know what the topic is, but we don't know where this is going to go. This is like it went all over the place.
Yeah, and I think that's it's actually the point of this is to be able to just talk freely within kind of all of the different areas that we're interested in, and just see kind of where the conversation goes to. It's a bit of an experiment. So.
I feel slightly like I'm going to go home and not talk to anybody.
Yeah, I started getting worried about you for about 3:30. I kept saying, does anybody see if Emma's okay? Does anybody see if Emma's okay?
I feel like right now I do sort of feel like that kind of, when you've had like a great day out or a great night out, or I always get that at the shows at the end of the night.
Yeah.
I never went to the parties because I would be like, I have nothing more. Like I have to go home and just sit and not talk to anyone. I feel like, because this was so brilliant, I will go home and literally just look at a white wall for
Take the time.
We have it.
Oh, there are some white walls here.
But we've got to name our AI. So I'll tell you mine off a little bit. We've got an AI fashion critic which starts on Sunday, reviewing the Martin Rose show.
Amazing.
And we've got to find a name for it. We come up with Percy. So far. Well, that's the one the AI suggested to us, because we asked the AI what it would call itself, and it said Percy. So
I like Percy, but it does Percy pig me a little bit.
It does kind of.
Reminds me actually of Percy the Park Keeper.
It's a comedic name. Most people hear it as a comedic name.
Yeah.
We had Percy. We had Christoph came up with a few. Zephyr was one. Mercia was another one. I was all getting a bit grand.
That sounds a little fancy.
It was a little fancy.
I like Zephyr though, because I think that's like something, it is an actual thing, isn't it? Zephyr is it the kind of like hot air inflatable, what do you call it? I don't even know. But
Isn't Zephyr some sort of knowledgeable god something?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, it's Greek.
And we used to have a Ford Zephyr, which was a kind of 50s.
So maybe Zephyr, I don't know, you'd have to kind of own it. I mean, in a way, Percy's kind of cuter.
Percy's cuter, and
less threatening.
The AI voice that we have doesn't sound like an AI voice at all.
What does it sound like? Does it sound like this?
That's wait and see. No, it sounds very poetic.
Okay.
we did the thing where everybody, quite a few people here talked into an AI, because you can do this thing where you talk into it for half an hour and then it can talk like you. But it just changes your voice a little bit.
Yes, I've heard of it.
Yeah, so it sort of slightly takes out all the ups and downs and the emotional part of it.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of people say, oh, they'll be really good. And they sound like an AI. Once the AI had AI'd them, they sounded just like an AI. It didn't have the sort of human, and we got one person, I won't say who it is, one person came and did it, and it sounds beautiful. Not beautiful, it sounds very un-AI. And they have
because that person is very up and down?
No, not at all. Not at all. They just have a lot of emotion in their voice, and it didn't get rid of it.
So I was able to translate that cadence. That's so interesting.
Yeah. And mine, I went, you have to speak to this thing for half an hour. I did a whole hour. But you have to do half an hour, and you sit there and ask you questions, and you have to repeat the answers. That's how it works. But they're quite difficult questions. They're quite difficult to say, which forces you to really use
so they're giving your full language learning, they're giving their tonation.
Yeah, all that sort of stuff. I did it for an hour, and because you just sit there by yourself and you talk to it, and nobody's talking back to you, and slowly your voice goes deeper and deeper, and you really end up somewhere down here. And that's what mine sounds like. It sounds like some thespian
I find it hard just to...
But,
maybe that's what you need to call the AI, thespian porn.
Yeah, Shakespearean porn actor. So any names for an AI? It could be gender. I mean, it probably should be gender neutral, but the voice is fairly doesn't sound.
I like things like George and things like that because it's. I think there's something very sinister about naming it a very untechnical sounding name.
Yeah, I don't particularly want to go techno with it.
That's, you know what I mean, like something like even Bob or George is something just.
But then you've seen the film Space 2000.
I know, that's why.
That has have you seen it?
No.
Okay, so it's like it was released in about 1970, roughly, and it has the first sort of clear vision of an AI in it.
Okay.
It's a red glowing light, flashes on and off, and it has a really mechanical, sinister voice to
But I can't do that because I would need the power for it's terrifying.
Okay,
that's rather.
And it's called HAL, H-A-L.
Oh yes.
It stands for something I can't remember what. So I don't want to.
Don't want to sound okay.
Don't want to sound like HAL.
Okay. Yeah.
So we were a bit more kind of Keats, kind of. Where we go?
I'm going to think about it.
Oh, you haven't got on here. It's launching on Sunday. And it has to say who it is.
I'm going to literally think about it on my way home, and I'll send you some. I'm going to send you some ideas.
Okay. Well, if anybody's got an idea what we can call our AI, it's Percy. If not.
I like Percy.
We're nearly at 6, just so you know.
Oh, to get a ding.
Yeah. Can you please get a bell? I had no idea what time it was. I remember looking at people just going, what?
Didn't we give you a clock? We didn't give you a clock.
I need to know at some point because I just felt like, is it 7 p.m. or is it 10? 3 or is it 4?
It was so nice though.
I'm sure. Yeah. No, the discussion was brilliant. I remember just thinking like I literally have no, because the light right now is exactly the same as it was, at least in my view, as it was at 1 o'clock. It doesn't look any different. Like the source feels the same. So I was like, how is this?
Well, you did incredibly well, but my heart goes out to you because it is the first day, and we were testing this, so all the mistakes are going to be kind of. Will Emily see it to the end?
I paced myself a little bit next time too. It was.
Well, we probably should give you more support because you've been sort of leading the.
To be honest, once Mandi came, I was kind of like, okay, because she does kind of, and Tamara also, we're sort of taking it and rolling with it, so I didn't actually have to do it all the time. I think it's more, I think what I noticed is that some people